Chapter 151. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Room of Requirement Training Room.
Damn!
I muttered, punching the ground beside me. After my little problem with the Ravenclaw's diadem, I used the Room of Requirement to create a training room, where I decided to train to release all my frustrations at feeling helpless and weak again. I trained so much that I became sloppy at times, where many of the enchanted bats and balls hit me, and now here I am, lying on the cold floor of the Room of Requirement with my whole body aching.
Sigh, 5 years.
I said to myself aloud, looking up at the bright ceiling of the Room of Requirement.
It's 5 years before this damn war starts, and I need to get strong enough to be able to fight in it, but here I am complaining. I still have a lot to learn.
I let out a derisive laugh.
Voldemort has had 50 years to learn all kinds of spells, and has the experience from the last war. Compared to him, now I'm just another talented student, and I don't doubt he's already killed his fair share of talented students.
Staring at the ceiling, I started to think about all the things I'd accomplished so far. I learned a lot of spells, but I still don't think they are enough. I also have my beast power, but I feel like I'm not using it right, and I don't know how I can solve it. I also know that as someone who has been reborn, and in a world that is supposed to be fictional on top of that, I should give more credence to the signs my beast power is showing. It all started with the appearance of beast power, then I had that weird dream, and now what happened in the Room of Hidden Things.
Mysteries and more mysteries, as if my days weren't complicated enough already.
I muttered. I then let out a weary sigh and got up off the floor.
But you know what? Sitting here complaining isn't going to help me at all.
I said,
I still have to figure out a way to kill a millennial snake.
casting a tempest, I saw that I had been training for over 2 hours.
Well, I guess now I deserve some rest.
I said, stretching my shoulder, which made a painful snap.
At least my beast power heals me faster, so I don't have to worry about going to the hospital wing.
Feeling like lying down and taking a nap, I packed my things, cast a basic cleaning spell on myself, and walked out of the Room of Requirement towards the Ravenclaw Common Room. Ravenclaw Common Room. After I took a relaxing shower to get the excess sweat and fatigue out of my body, I went downstairs to the common room, where I took my rightful place in my armchair. As I lounged in front of the fireplace, I felt that my friends were approaching the passage of the common room.
So I had to pretend to be sick, so my mom wouldn't take me with her to that dance.
Terry said, chuckling a little.
Really? Ha, I would have loved to have seen your reenactment.
Stephen commented.
Well, maybe I'll make this before our next potions class, then I won't.
Terry called out to me, and I, without opening my eyes, waved at them. My friends then started to sit on the sofas and chairs in the common room, only I heard a chair being dragged to my side.
Ethan!
Lisa hummed, and I opened my eye to look at her.
Could you tell me about the creatures of the Forbidden Forest?
She asked with a look of innocence that didn't fool me. This is the 7th time she's asked me this question this week alone, I sighed mentally, while looking at her suspiciously.
Lisa, why do you want to know so much about the creatures in the Forbidden Forest?
I asked, looking at her with narrowed eyes.
Can't I just be curious? I'm in the house of scholars who are known for their thirst for knowledge and great curiosity, so is it so weird that I want to know more about such a mysterious place of the school?
Lisa said to me with her hands on her hips, and I stopped to reflect on what she said.
Sigh.
I said tiredly and amused.
Really, thank you.
She hugged me happily.
Wait a minute, I have the questions written down.
She said, going to her bag.
All right.
I asked and then saw her take a parchment out of her bag and open it, and I was astonished to see that the parchment was almost 4 feet long.
How many questions are on this parchment?
I asked, impressed.
No, wait. Actually, why are you asking me about the Forbidden Forest? Isn't it better to ask Hagrid, who almost lives there?
I looked at her curiously. Lisa started to say, shifting uncomfortably in her chair.
It's just that Lisa is afraid of Hagrid.
Sue interrupted, and Lisa turned to her with a betrayed look.
What? It's the truth.
Sue shrugged.
Are you afraid of Hagrid? That Hagrid who acts like a child when he sees a new animal? The same Hagrid who offers us hot chocolate when it's snowing.
Terry asked, looking at Lisa strangely.
I know he's huge and all, but come on. The guy wouldn't even hurt a fly.
Michael, yes, Michael, our Ravenclaw colleague from the same year, said in defense of the half-giant.
Look, it has nothing to do with his height or him being scary. It's just.
Oh, I remembered.
I said, with a memory of our early days at Hogwarts coming to mind.
You've told us before, the day of that Beard prank the twins played in the Great Hall, that you had afraid to Beard and Harry faces.
I said, and what followed was an awkward silence.
I had forgotten about that weird fear of yours.
Stephen commented.
And to think you're not afraid of normal things like bugs and clowns.
Padma said, resisting the urge to laugh, only Mandy didn't have the same control.
Hey, you talk like you don't have any weird fears.
Lisa said, crossing her arms with a snort.
As weird as being afraid of a beard.
Michael asked with a raised eyebrow.
No. Michael, you're afraid of dolphins.
Stephen commented.
Of course, dolphins are as mean as any other animal. They play with their prey, they even kill sharks, and they get high using puffers.
Michael said, and that was enough to make us stop laughing at Lisa, as we busied ourselves with turning to look at Michael strangely.
Dude, you need help.
Stephen said, and Michael just frowned at him.
I want to see you repeat that when you're attacked by a dolphin.
He muttered, scowling.
What are the chances of me being attacked by a dolphin?
Stephen wondered, sweating at the thought.
Wait, if Lisa is afraid of bearded people, doesn't that mean she's afraid of the headmaster?
I asked, and everyone looked at each other before we turned to Lisa, who looked away in embarrassment.
So she's also afraid of Santa Claus. You can change the subject.
Chapter 152. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey ya fellas, here's the new chapter. October 31st arrived, which meant Halloween too. As everyone knows, at Hogwarts, a big banquet is always prepared to celebrate Halloween, and today would be no different. Compared to last school year, this year's Halloween banquet was much more ornate and extravagant, but I think that's because of Hagrid's giant pumpkins, which made the Great Hall more magical. And I knew this was going to be a smooth and fun Halloween, as there weren't any trolls or basilisks to ruin it.
Hey Ethan, pass me that pitcher of pumpkin juice please.
Anthony asked me, and I passed the pitcher to him, looking at the creamy liquid with extreme disgust.
Tilda, I still don't know how you can find pumpkin juice bad.
Anthony said.
And I don't know how you can drink such a thing every day. Don't you get sick of pumpkin juice?
I asked.
Nope.
Anthony said, popping the pea.
If you like pumpkin juice, then I'm sure you'll love butterbeer, which is just as good.
Emily, who was now in her 6th year, said.
I've had butterbeer before, and I can confirm that it's very good.
Terry said.
Did your parents let you have butterbeer?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
Who said my parents know I've had a drink?
Terry asked me back with a raised eyebrow.
You have a point.
As this would be one of the few quiet Halloweens that Hogwarts would have, I decided to enjoy eating a lot and having fun with the dancing skeleton show. As desserts began to be served, I saw the golden trio enter the Great Hall, which finally eased my thoughts that the basilisk might somehow still have been released. I saw them looking around the Great Hall in surprise, and when their eyes passed the Ravenclaw table, I waved at them, but they just gave me strange looks. I wondered, but then shrugged it off and went back to sampling the desserts at the banquet. Following day. The basilisk might not have been released, but that still didn't solve my problem, and because of that I spent a good deal of my free time training and memorizing spells from the books I read. I had already finished reading all the books from the 1st to the 7th year of Hogwarts, and I also memorized a good part of their contents, but remembering and understanding are two different things, and even though I remember many spells, I still haven't tried to cast a good number of them. That's why on my training days, I decided to take the focus off my physical training and go to magic training. I wanted to increase the power of my spells, whether they were nonverbal or wandless, and also their casting speed. Amazingly, many of the spells were easier when I did them wandless, but that was just for the basic spells. I also realized that I neglected my spell creation project, just as I didn't bother to improve the ones I had already created. Most of the spells I created were inspired by spells, powers, and abilities from other fictional stories from my old life. And as I've said before, spells that use elements are easier to create, as they don't change reality much, unlike others.
My ultimate defensive and offensive spell will take a long time to complete.
I muttered, looking at my journal with my notes.
An aging spell.
The hard part of creating this spell from scratch is that it has to destroy the magic, and the method I found was aging the magic. However, I didn't find any way to do that. I only know that magic ages thanks to my magic vision, and because of that, I'm pretty sure there aren't many books that talk about the magic of aging, that is, if there are any such books.
I could research it myself, but that would take too long.
I reflected to myself. While the spell is a byproduct of magic, the magic itself is something completely different and special. When I said I wanted a spell to destroy magic, what I meant was that I wanted a spell that would clear the magic from said spell, which in turn would destroy the spell. It's like an air balloon. If you remove the balloon that is containing the air, only the air is left.
Wait!
I muttered to myself, tapping the pen against my chin and thinking.
Clean the magic.
I exclaimed excitedly.
Damn, how could I forget?
I said, palming my forehead, but with an excited look on my face.
That was one of the first mysteries I discovered when I came to Hogwarts.
Apparently, I had focused so much on the problems I knew were going to occur in the wizarding world that I forgot about the things I discovered on my own.
The Strals.
I muttered.
The Strals can clean the magic. They can make it pure and neutral, and I'm sure it can affect spells in general as well. It's amazing to think that the answer was right in front of me all this time.
I muttered.
Now I just need to figure out a way to replicate this weird Thestral's ability. But now that I have the equation, I don't need to rush or worry about finding the answer so fast. I can do it calmly in my own time.
Ring.
Is it already lunchtime?
I asked myself, casting a tempest, and seeing that it really was lunchtime.
Well, I'd better go to lunch then, since after lunch I'm going to have some Quidditch training. Hopefully this time Hilton doesn't make us train until dinner time.
I said, stretching, already planning what prank to play on Hilton in case he overdoes it. Ravenclaw common room after dinner. After a hearty dinner in the kitchens, I went to the common room, and when I got there I saw something that made me very sad and a little angry. Luna was sitting at a table with other colleagues from her year, and as she tried to talk to them with a happy smile on her face, some of the other first years looked at her strangely or whispered to each other. What's worse is that those who were whispering didn't even try to keep their tone down, as even without my senses I could hear them badmouthing Luna, and obviously Luna was listening to them too. Of course, it wasn't all the first years that were badmouthing Luna, as the rest were either ignoring her or were looking at her with pity and a little forced smiles. And from Luna's emotions, I could feel that she was sad, but her face didn't show it, as she was smiling calmly as usual, but I could see that her smile wasn't as happy as it used to be. Tired of seeing this, I grabbed a chair from one of the tables and carried it over to Luna's side. Bam!
Hi Luna Lovegood.
I said to her, smiling.
Hello Ethan Knight.
She replied with her smile, which got a little bigger when she saw me.
You need to eat some peaches and coffee to get rid of the toothless cobs.
She said, and the first years looked at her more strangely.
I don't really like coffee, but I think I can make that sacrifice to get rid of those toothless cobs.
I said, ignoring the first years who started looking at me strangely.
What are you doing?
I asked.
Oh, I'm doing my transfiguration homework. I'm almost done. I just need to answer those last 2 questions.
She then showed me her parchment.
The answers are in that book you're reading. But if you want the answers to be more complete, I suggest you read the third book of Abnormal Laws in the Transfiguration by Christy Berry.
I told her.
Is there this book in the library?
She asked.
It's in the Hogwarts library, and there's a copy in the Ravenclaw library too.
I said.
I've never found another copy in our library, so if you want to do your homework quickly, you'd better get the only one that's here in the Ravenclaw library before someone else takes it first.
As soon as I finished speaking, the other first years at the table looked at me before looking at each other, and like housewives in a supermarket on sale day, they got up quickly and hurried to the Ravenclaw library. Ignoring the mess they were making trying to find the book, I turned to Luna.
Oops, I guess I forgot to say that I was the one who took the book last time, and that it's still with me.
I said, scratching my head with a smile on my face, and Luna, who heard me, started to laugh. I then grabbed my bag and took out a red-covered book and handed it to Luna.
Congratulations, you got the book.
I said, and Luna, who was still chuckling a little, looked at me, at the book, and then at the confusion in the library.
Must have been my caramel cherry leaf earrings. They bring good luck.
She smiled, picking up the book.
Yeah, it must have been the earrings.
Chapter 153. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. November 7th, Saturday. Today will take place the long-awaited match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which is also the first match of the Quidditch season of this school year. The atmosphere between the two houses is tense, and compared to last year, the pressure on Gryffindor is greater as all Slytherin players received as a gift a 2001 Nimbus from Mr. Malfoy. I say gift, but we all know that the brooms were actually a bribe to let Draco join the team, not that he doesn't have Quidditch talent. Many might think that Draco is just an arrogant and spoiled kid, but if you pay attention, you can see that he is also very smart. I'm not worried about Harry, even though I know he's probably going to be attacked by the bludger under Dobby's spell. I, as a friend of the twins, am going to watch the match, and also because Terry, Anthony, and Stephen want to see the match and they obviously won't leave me out. Being in the match, I'm obviously not going to let Dobby hurt Harry, and without Harry getting hurt, Lockhart won't be able to disappear his arm bones either. Though if Lockhart did that, I'd have more evidence of his incompetence. But then I would have to choose between embarrassing Lockhart or not letting a friend get hurt.
Hey Ethan, do you want to place a bet?
Michael asked me. We were already in the stands waiting for the match to start, with all of us warmed up because the weather was stormy and with a big wind.
A bet? Is it about the match?
I asked Beck.
Yes, I want to bet on which team will win. I think it will be Slytherin.
He said confidently.
Don't you remember that you made the same bet last year?
Terry asked Michael.
This time I'm sure I'm going to win.
When Michael said that, my friends started looking at him strangely.
What are you looking at?
Are you sure you're not a Slytherin in disguise?
Lisa asked.
A snake in raven clothes.
Anthony said.
I don't want to hear it from you, you badger.
Michael said with narrowed eyes.
Well, back to the betting thing, I'll take it.
I said.
And just like last year's, match Harry will get Snitch and Gryffindor will win.
As soon as I finished talking, Michael started staring into space as if he was having a flashback. He then shook his head and started to look at me carefully.
What, are you scared?
I provoked him.
Me scared, huh, as if.
He said, and then held out his hand to me.
If I win, you'll have to do my homework for a week.
Hess, and if I win, you'll have to do Anthony's homework for a week.
I said, shaking his hand.
Why Anthony's homework?
Sue asked me.
Because he's always the one with the most homework to do, and my homework is impeccable, and I don't want Michael to ruin my perfect grades.
When I finished speaking, Terry and Michael both looked at me with contempt, completely different from Anthony, who looked at me like I was a deity.
Is everyone listening to me? Perfect.
Catching the attention of everyone in the pitch, we heard Lee's voice echo through the speakers.
Welcome everyone to our first match of the 92-93 school year.
With that line from Lee, all the students started clapping and cheering. And for our debut match, we will have a clash between the teams of the two rival Hogwarts houses.
Let's go Gryffindor. Let's destroy these stupid lions. Today we will have snake meat for dinner, ha 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 ha.
The supporters of both Slytherin and Gryffindor started cheering for their respective houses.
Is it just me, or are they more excited than they were last year?
Anthony asked.
I don't see much difference in the Gryffindor crowd. To me, they were always excited like that. But now I think the Slytherin who are.
Allison, who was sitting in the back seats with her friends, said.
Probably knowing that every player on the team has a Nimbus 2001 has boosted their morale.
Michael said. He then turned to me curiously.
Aren't you worried about Ravenclaw versus Slytherin? They have the best and fastest brooms on the market. It's not the broom that decides the winner of the match, it's the player. And even then, I'm not worried about their Nimbus 2001, as I also have a Nimbus 2001.
I said with a shrug.
Do you have a Nimbus 2001?
Do you have a Nimbus 2001? The boys exclaimed in surprise.
That was the same reaction from the Ravenclaw team when I showed them the broom at practice.
I commented.
But what happened to your Nimbus 2000?
Anthony asked.
I still have it. It's just that I kept it with my other brooms.
I replied.
Other brooms?
Yes, I'm collecting brooms as a hobby.
I said.
Cool.
Stephen said.
Wait, nobody's going to ask how Ethan managed to buy a 2001 Nimbus. Like, they're really expensive.
Michael exclaimed.
True, we never ask how you managed to buy these expensive things.
Terry asked.
You saying that that makes me sound like Malfoy.
I said with disgust.
And no, I'm not from a noble family, at least as far as I know. My family just happened to have money, simple.
I shrugged my shoulders.
Yeah, now you look like a Malfoy.
Terry commented with a blank face.
You only say that because I look more like a pureblood than you do.
I snapped and Terry opened his mouth to protest, but he thought for a moment and then closed his mouth again. Is this something good or bad? Terry wondered.
Boys.
Padma, who had just come from the Gryffindor stand, said. We then turned around and saw that we really missed the team's presentation, and that now both teams were in formation for the start of the match. Stephen asked.
Nah, you just missed the little Gryffindor fireworks show, and the Slytherin smoke show and chanting performance.
Sue said dryly.
Oh, so it was nothing important.
I said, and the boys nodded in agreement.
Boys.
The new chapter. November 7th, Saturday. Today will take place the long-awaited match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which is also the first match of the Quidditch season of this school year. The atmosphere between the two houses is tense, and compared to last year, the pressure on Gryffindor is greater as all Slytherin players received as a gift a 2001 Nimbus from Mr. Malfoy. I say gift, but we all know that the brooms were actually a bribe to let Draco join the team, not that he doesn't have Quidditch talent. Many might think that Draco is just an arrogant and spoiled kid, but if you pay attention, you can see that he is also very smart. I'm not worried about Harry, even though I know he's probably going to be attacked by the bludger under Dobby's spell. I, as a friend of the twins, am going to watch the match, and also because Terry, Anthony, and Stephen want to see the match and they obviously won't leave me out. Being in the match, I'm obviously not going to let Dobby hurt Harry, and without Harry getting hurt, Lockhart won't be able to disappear his arm bones either. Though if Lockhart did that, I'd have more evidence of his incompetence. But then I would have to choose between embarrassing Lockhart or not letting a friend get hurt.
Look, the match is about to begin.
Exclaimed Morag, and that was enough to make us all look at the players in the stormy sky. As Morag said, Madam Hooch blew her whistle and that started the game, which also caused both teams to speed up with their brooms. The match was proceeding smoothly, with no sign of the bludger being altered, which gave me time to scan the pitch for any sign of Dobby.
Damn, how can an elf hide so well?
I pondered, not seeing or feeling any sign of the elves' special magic.
Or,
Anthony asked me, And if I didn't know the outcome of the match beforehand, I would also doubt it, as the Slytherin players were dominating the game.
Well, I'm sure.
I started to say, but I stopped when I noticed a line of magic heading towards the bludger. Following that line, I saw hidden under the west stands Dobby, who was flicking his fingers to move the bludger.
I found you.
Chapter 154. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. When I was about to intervene with a spell to release the bludger from Dobby's control, I decided to take a good look at the little elf who was wearing rags, and as I had my magic vision on, I could see his magic.
What?
That's what I thought. The magic I was seeing in Dobby was weak and messy, as if it was at odds with Dobby's body, completely different from the magic I saw in Linley, my house elf, and also in the house elves at Hogwarts. As I've said before, the magic of elves relies heavily on the magic of their masters, so I'm not surprised to see Dobby with his magic so messed up, but that's still sad.
Wait!
I wondered. Looking at Dobby, who was looking sad as he tried to hit Harry with the bludger, I couldn't help but realize that my interference may have saved a lot of people, but it also hurt someone. Alternating between looking at Harry, Dobby, and the bludger, I started to think.
Wait!
I thought excitedly. I then looked at Harry with a pitying look.
Sorry, Harry, but you're going to have to suffer a little this time.
With a plan formed in my mind, I lowered my hand that was ready to cast a spell and went back to watching the match. As I decided not to change the events of the match, the game continued the way I remembered it with minimal changes, such as the twins having faster brooms.
Am I the only one who thinks that bludger is weird?
Stephen asked.
If it goes on like this, that bludger is going to hit Potter.
Michael commented, and when he said that we could hear a crack from the sky above that wasn't a thunder, and looking at the source of the sound, we saw Harry holding his right arm that had just been hit by the bludger.
I should shut my mouth.
Michael said. With the rain pouring down on Harry, I could see him fast forward with his broom towards Malfoy, but I could also see that he was barely able to hold on to his broom, as one of his arms was broken and the other he was stretching forward. I then saw him advance with his arm outstretched past Malfoy, only he was also heading towards the ground. I may not have stopped the bludger from breaking his arm, but I won't allow him to get hurt anymore. I then got up from my seat, pulled out my wand, and used 2 spells that came to my mind that seemed most suited to helping Harry in this situation.
Arresto momentum, Mollier.
I exclaimed, casting a spell to slow Harry's fall and another to cushion the ground. Luckily, my spells were quick enough to get to Harry and the ground before he went down. Even with me slowing the speed of Harry's fall, he still hit the ground, taking dirt and mud with him. Harry then rolled a little across the muddy lawn until he was lying on his back. He then sat down with one of his arms bent at an awkward angle, but he still had the strength to raise his good hand with the snitch to show that Gryffindor had won. Harry then passed out, and the students in the stands didn't know whether to cheer or not, but when we saw the rest of the Gryffindor team land next to Harry, some of us, mostly the Gryffindors, got up to go to the pitch. As I was faster and more agile, I managed to be one of the first to reach the pitch, almost at the same time as the other Gryffindors who were closer. Looking to the side, I saw that Fred and George were trying to store the altered bludger that was struggling trying to get out of their hands. Taking my wand out of its holster, I cast a finite on the bludger, which made him calm down. With a quick look around, I saw Dobby disappear, with him looking sadly at Harry.
Phew!
Fred, who had managed to store the bludger in the trunk, said to me as he came to my side.
And nice catch. If you hadn't slowed down and cushioned Harry's fall, then we'd probably have had to look for another seeker.
George said jokingly, but I could hear the gratitude and concern in his voice.
No need to thank me. Harry is my friend too.
I said.
Oh no, not you.
As we were approaching the group that was surrounding Harry, we heard him groan painfully.
He doesn't know what he's saying,
said Lockhart.
Don't worry, Harry. I'll fix your arm in a moment,
he said, taking out his wand. As with the bludger, I wasn't going to stop Lockhart from disappearing Harry's arm bones either, As for my plan to work, I would need Harry to spend the night in the hospital wing. But that doesn't mean I can't make Lockhart suffer a little for this stupid act. Him walking around the castle as if he were Merlin is one thing, now trying to do something you obviously have no knowledge of just to show off, and ending up harming a student is inadmissible. When Lockhart was getting ready to disappear Harry's bones, I used my magic vision to analyze the spell he was going to cast, as I didn't know that spell. Wandless and nonverbal, I discreetly copied the magical movements and fluctuations of the bone-disappearing spell, and without anyone noticing, I cast the spell on Lockhart himself, disappearing with the bones in his wand arm.
Well, that can sometimes happen, but the important point is that now your arm.
Lockhart started to say, but he started to feel that something was wrong. He then looked at his wand arm and saw that, like Harry's arm, his was completely limp.
What?
Lockhart looked at his arm with wide eyes. His eyes then rolled back and he passed out.
What?
A fourth-year Gryffindor said, voicing the thoughts of everyone in the pitch, and meanwhile I had a more than satisfied smile on my face.
Okay, I think I'm a bit sadistic.
Chapter 155. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yay, here's the new chapter. Hospital wing at night. Harry, like most nights since his confrontation with Quirrell, was unable to sleep because of the nightmares. He was used to getting little sleep in the Dursleys, but usually in the time he was sleeping he dreamed of good things, as only in dreams would he have any happiness. However, after the incident, he could only see Quirrell's burned face in his dreams. Thanks to these nightmares, Harry started to have a light sleep, which is why when he felt something touch his forehead he woke up, only to find himself staring at Dobby, the elf who got him in trouble with his relatives and the ministry. Harry, after questioning Dobby, discovered that it was also this little elf who blocked the platform barrier, and that he was also the one who bewitched the bludger. Dobby told why he did it.
In those days we all saw only darkness. We were mistreated.
As Dobby recited the 1001 reasons why Harry should be adored, Harry himself was looking cluelessly at the little elf, trying to understand everything he was saying. He knew he was worshipped by many wizards and witches, but he didn't know that this worship extended to magical creatures. He also began to understand a little bit why he is so admired, and he also began to understand how important it was to others that he defeated Voldemort that Halloween. Dobby spoke quickly, and Harry almost didn't understand what he said, but a part of Dobby's sentence caught his attention.
Wait, Dobby, what bad thing is going to happen?
Harry asked.
Oh, something really, really bad.
Dobby whimpered, tugging at his ears.
I couldn't let Sir Harry Potter stay at Hogwarts. Sir would be in danger with the opening of the chamber of
Petrificus Toedalis.
Harry, who was listening to Dobby, was startled to see the little elf suddenly freeze.
Who's there?
Harry exclaimed, looking for the voice hidden in the darkness, and as soon as Harry finished speaking, a hoarse, chilling voice sounded through the hospital wing.
1-2, Freddy's coming for you.
The voice hummed, and Harry shivered at that, pulling the covers closer to his body, forgetting that his wand was on the little table beside his bed.
3-4, better lock your door.
The voice continued to sing, approaching Harry's bed, which was surrounded by the curtains.
5-6, grab your crucif boo. Oh!
Harry yelled as he realized that the voice was no longer coming from outside the curtains, but from his side.
Ha 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 ha, you should have seen your face.
I laughed, holding my side.
Ethan, what are you doing here?
Harry asked, holding his chest.
And why did you scare me?
What do you think I came here for? I obviously came here to see if you're okay.
I shrugged, wiping a tear from my eye. I then levitated the petrified elf to a bed that was beside.
And besides, the evil side in me was stronger, so I couldn't resist the temptation to scare you.
I said with a smile on my face.
Why are you so mean?
Harry complained. He then looked at me with narrowed eyes.
No, wait, even more important is why you came to visit me so late at night.
He asked me.
Well,
I said, but that didn't convince him.
sigh.
I said, preventing him from asking the question that was on the tip of his tongue.
Twice in 2 years, someone tries to kill you in your first Quidditch match. I would obviously think this is suspicious. But what does that have to do with you coming to visit me at dawn?
He asked, and I rolled my eyes.
Harry, someone was targeting you at the match, and luckily you managed to get out in one piece.
I asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry muttered after thinking for a while.
Which can also be when you're sleeping in a hospital wing at night.
I nodded.
But there were no killers.
Harry said.
Serious?
I asked and then looked slightly at Dobby.
He's not a murderer, and he didn't mean to kill me.
Harry defended him, forgetting that he was accusing the poor elf of trying to kill him just now.
But what if he wanted to?
I asked.
If he was a murderer, the chances of him having managed to kill you or have been able to do anything else were very high.
As soon as I finished talking, Harry started to look down in contemplation, so I decided to change the subject to lighten the mood.
But it's also a good thing I came.
I said with a smile, and Harry looked at me confused.
It's just that on the way over here I ran into your little fan, the Creevy boy, and he was on his way here, probably to see if you're okay and also to...
What?
Harry exclaimed, sitting up quickly on the bed and looking at the door in panic.
Don't worry, I managed to convince him to stop taking pictures of you and go back to the Gryffindor dorms, at least for today.
I said, waving my hand dismissively.
How did you manage to convince him of that?
Harry asked, looking at me suspiciously.
Secret Harry.
I said. I then looked at him and saw that his arm was recovering.
Well, I guess now that I've confirmed that you're safe, I can go back to sleep. Did you really come here just to see if I was okay?
Harry asked me.
Well, yes, but I also wanted to see if I could get into Lockhart's dorm to test some spells on him.
I said with a smile.
Heh, that would be something I would love to see.
Harry chuckled, but then he saw that I was looking at him with a calm smile.
Wait, were you serious? Who knows Harry?
I said, and then I turned and walked out of the hospital wing levitating a petrified elf, leaving behind a curious, confused, sleepy boy. Harry, who kept looking at my back as I walked out of the hospital wing, could only think of how strange and unpredictable I am, but there was something else on his mind.
What was Dobby trying to tell me? What kind of danger am I in? And what the hell did he mean by opening of the chamber?
Chapter 156. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After talking to Harry in the hospital wing, I used my atlas to make sure there was no one in the corridors. And seeing that the only people around were Madame Pomfrey, who was in her dorm in the room next to the hospital wing, and Filch, who was on the first floor, I took the petrified Dobby to the room of requirement. Arriving at the room of requirement, I put Dobby on a chair and depetrified only his face. And as soon as I did, he started looking at me with his big green eyes, but I didn't feel any feelings of fear or concern coming from him, just curiosity.
I doubt he's afraid of anything after living with the Malfoys for so long.
I thought with a sad smile on my face. I then looked at Dobby and pulled out a chair to sit across from him.
Hey, your name is Dobby, right?
I asked.
Yes, sir, I'm Dobby.
He replied quickly, and I don't know if it was because he thought it was an order or if he gives his name to anyone who asks.
Well, Dobby, you're the Malfoy's elf, right?
I asked, and as soon as I said that, Dobby looked at me with wide eyes.
Oh no, you can't know who Dobby's masters are. Dobby are wrong, Dobby has to be punished. Oh, bad Dobby, dumb Dobby.
Dobby started to grumble, and I was sure that if he hadn't been petrified, he would have been trying to punish yourself.
Calm down, Dobby. I know you're the Malfoy's elf because Draco told me.
I said, and that's obviously a lie. In fact, I've heard Draco bragging about having a
Idiot elf.
serving his family, but he never said the elf's name.
Sir young master told you.
He asked.
Yeah, he told me about you 'cause we're best friends.
I said, hiding the disgust in my voice, and as soon as I said that, Dobby started to look at me with wide eyes, but then something seemed to click in his mind.
Oh no, so the Sir will tell the Sir Young Master that Dobby was talking to Sir Harry Potter. And then the Sir Young Master will punish Dobby, and then he will tell the Master that Dobby was talking to Sir Harry Potter, and then the Master will punish Dobby and...
I said, tired of hearing so many sir in the same sentence.
You won't.
Dobby asked.
I won't.
I said, and that made Dobby sigh in relief.
But there's something else I'd like to tell you.
What would you like to say to Dobby?
First of all, you don't have to call me sir, you can call me Ethan.
I said.
All right, Sir Ethan.
Dobby said, and I resisted the urge to palm my face. I then sighed and looked at Dobby.
Dobby, I want you to stop trying to get Harry to leave Hogwarts.
I said.
But Sir Harry Potter is in danger and...
I said, and Dobby was quiet.
Harry is not in any danger, as the Chamber of Secrets will not be opened. Does Sir Ethan know about the Chamber of Secrets?
Dobby asked me.
And won't it be opened? Yes, Dobby, I know about the chamber and it won't be opened. I have Mr. Malfoy's diary, so there's no way the chamber will be opened, so please stop trying to send Harry home.
I said.
Do you have the diary?
Dobby asked, his eyes brightening hopefully.
Yeah, but you can't tell anyone about it, or anything involving the Chamber of Secrets, okay?
Dobby then looked at me and nodded, but then he seemed to have thought of something.
But what if Dobby's masters ask him? Dobby will have to tell them everything, and then they will know that Dobby spoke to Sir Ethan and Sir Harry Potter and...
Dobby!
I yelled to get his attention, which worked.
That's another thing I want to talk to you about.
I asked.
Dobby!
He asked.
Yes, would you like to be free without having to be punished, without having to listen to orders from the Malfoys or anyone else, without having to wear those rags?
I asked, and with each sentence Dobby's eyes gleamed more and more.
Yes, yes, yes. Dobby would like to be a free elf.
He said, nodding quickly, but then he lost heart again.
But Dobby won't be free. Dobby's masters will never give a piece of clothing to Dobby.
I know Dobby, and that's why I'm going to help you get that piece of clothing for you to be free.
I said with a confident, calm smile on my face.
How are you going to help Dobby? Well, I'm going to need your help with that.
I said with a sly look on my face. Malfoy Manor Master Bedroom. Pav third person. In a large room with a lot of obviously expensive furniture, two people with long blonde hair were sleeping in a bed. Puh. Suddenly, in the air above the long-haired person with the more masculine features appeared a black diary, which fell on his face.
Ugh!
Groaned Lucius, bringing his hand up to his face and feeling the diary.
What?
He wondered. Sitting up in bed, he picked up the diary and looked at it. The diary that was in his hands suddenly glowed in the green color, catching him off guard, and for some reason he felt an immense urge to open said diary. Opening the diary, he saw that there was a sock between the pages, and he looked at the sock without understanding. Picking up the sock in disgust with his fingertips, he looked at the page which had some writing on it.
Dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, I'd like to say that I'm amazed at how stupid your plan was.
Hey, your name is Dobby, right? I asked. Yes, sir, I'm Dobby, he replied quickly, and I don't know if it was because he thought it was an order or if he gives his name to anyone who asks. Well, Dobby, you're the Malfoy's elf, right? I asked, and as soon as I said that, Dobby looked at me with wide eyes. Oh no, you can't know who Dobby's masters are. Dobby are wrong, Dobby has to be punished. Oh, bad Dobby, dumb Dobby, Dobby started to grumble, and I was sure that if he hadn't been petrified, he would have been trying to punish yourself. Calm down, Dobby, I know you're the Malfoy's elf because Draco told me, I said, and that's obviously a lie. In fact, I've heard Draco bragging about having an idiot elf serving his family, but he never said the elf's name. Sir Young Master told you, he asked. Yeah, he told me about you 'cause we're best friends, I said, hiding the disgust in my voice, and as soon as I said that, Dobby started to look at me with wide eyes, but then something seemed to click in his mind. Oh no, so the Sir will tell the Sir Young Master that Dobby was talking to Sir Harry Potter. And then the Sir Young Master will punish Dobby, and then he will tell the Master that Dobby was talking to Sir Harry Potter, and then the Master will punish Dobby and...
Freedom!
Was written. The diary then glowed again, and suddenly Lucius felt an immense urge to throw something, and as he only had that sock in his hand, he threw it. Plub. Lucius, who was still seething with rage, looked in the direction the apparition's sound had come from, and he then saw there, standing in front of his bed, his stupid house elf, who was now holding the sock in his hands.
Yoo-hoo, Dobby is free, Dobby is free.
Dobby exclaimed as he jumped excitedly. Narcissa, who was sleeping, ended up being woken up by all the noise and screaming. He wondered. Sitting up in bed, he picked up the diary and looked at it. The diary that was in his hands suddenly glowed in the green color, catching him off guard, and for some reason he felt an immense urge to open said diary. Opening the diary, he saw that there was a sock between the pages, and he looked at the sock without understanding. Picking up the sock in disgust with his fingertips, he looked at the page which had some writing on it. Dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, I'd like to say that I'm amazed at how stupid your plan was. Trying to get rid of a dark item by putting it in an 11-year-old girl's things is disgusting, even for you.
Lucius, what have you done?
She asked, but he was still too shocked to answer. Dobby then stopped jumping, and with a huge smile on his face, he looked at the Malfoys with a vengeful look that no one expected an elf to have.
Thank you for freeing Dobby,
he said, snapping his fingers. Just as Dobby snapped his fingers, a bucket appeared floating above the Malfoys' heads, causing Lucius and Narcissa to look up. Lucius, who saw the bucket above them, hurriedly tried to grab his wand which was on the table beside his bed, but emphasis on the tried, since as soon as he stretched out his arm, Dobby turned the bucket over. As the bucket overturned, sticky blue goo fell on top of the both Malfoys.
Arrive at her side, bitches,
Dobby said, and then he quickly snapped his fingers again and apparated. Plub.
What the hell just happened?
The both Malfoys wondered, with Narcissa looking at her now gooey hair in shock and anger, and meanwhile Lucius.
Bastard!
Chapter 157. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Back to Hogwarts. Pav Ethan. Plub.
Sir Ethan, sir, Dobby did it. Dobby is free,
said the little elf who apparated in front of me.
Incredible,
I said with a big smile on my face.
Yes, and Dobby also did what the sir asked,
Dobby said, and immediately my smile grew even wider.
You did,
I asked, and the little elf quickly nodded. Dobby then snapped his fingers, and a camera and a picture appeared in his hands. Picking up the picture, I saw that the image on it was of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, lying on their bed covered in blue goo.
Hey ha, wonderful.
I laughed happily, holding the picture as if it was a gift from God.
You did great, Dobby,
I said, rubbing the little elf's head.
And well.
Dobby, who heard this, began to smile happily with his eyes filled with tears. He then, catching me completely off guard, threw himself at my legs, hugging me while crying.
Thanks, sir, thanks for helping Dobby,
he said, and I looked up at him with a sympathetic smile on my face. I then lowered myself to his height and hugged him, running my hand in a soothing way on his back.
No need to thank me, Dobby, you deserve to be free,
I said.
Sniff,
he said, using his rags to clean up his snot.
You know, Dobby, now that you're free you can get rid of those rags to wear whatever clothes you want,
I said with a smile.
Wear whatever clothes Dobby wants,
he asked.
Yes, any clothes.
Any clothes,
I said, and then with a thought of mine, the room of requirement began to change, surprising Dobby. At the end of the move, the cozy room we were in before changed to a room full of clothes that was in the room of hidden things.
I think as a celebration of your freedom, you're entitled to have fun in all these clothes,
I said, emphasizing my sentence with a spin to show the whole room. Any clothes? Any clothes, I said, and then with a thought of mine, the room of requirement began to change, surprising Dobby. At the end of the move, the cozy room we were in before changed to a room full of clothes that was in the room of hidden things. I think as a celebration of your freedom, you're entitled to have fun in all these clothes, I said, emphasizing my sentence with a spin to show the whole room. Do Dobby,
It's not like these clothes are really mine.
I thought,
Dobby can't, sir.
he said shyly.
Don't worry, if no one wears these clothes, they will have to be thrown away, and that will be very sad.
I said with a sad and disappointed face.
But if Dobby wears these clothes, then they won't be wasted.
I continued, looking at Dobby with expectation and hope.
So what do you say, Dobby? Will you accept to wear these clothes?
I asked.
WL.
He said with a smile on his face, and I smiled at him too.
Very well.
I said with a smile. I then cast a tempest and saw that it was already past 2 a.m.
Well, it's getting late, and I need to get back to my dorm, so why don't you stay here and enjoy all these clothes? You can leave it to Dobby. Dobby will only leave here after wearing all the clothes in this strange room.
The little elf said as he saluted. He then turned and ran on his skinny, tiny legs to a basket with a pile of clothes.
Sigh.
I thought with an ironic smile, turning and walking out of the room of requirement. Next morning. Pav Harry. After Madame Pomfrey checked my arm and saw that everything was fine with it, she let me out of the hospital wing, and as soon as I was out, the first thing I did was look for Ron and Hermione.
Harry, how are you? Is your arm better?
Ron asked as soon as I got to the library, which is where they were.
I'm fine.
I said, but then I looked at my arm.
Actually, my arm is still a little stiff and sometimes sore, but other than that, I'm fine. Well, that's good,
He said, and I immediately grimaced at the thought.
Yeah, lucky.
I said dryly.
I'm sure Professor Lockhart wouldn't do the wrong spell if you weren't moving around so much.
Hermione muttered, and Ron rolled his eyes helplessly. He then moved closer to my ear as I sat down next to him.
I had to listen to her defend the peacock better known as Lockhart all day yesterday, and I can't stand to hear her talk about him anymore.
He whispered, and I laughed a little, though I could imagine how tiring it was.
What are you whispering over there?
Hermione asked with narrowed eyes.
Nothing.
We replied, and she looked at us suspiciously.
Well, changing the subject, I don't know if you already know, but if not, then I'm sure these two good news I have to share will probably cheer you up.
Ron said with a huge smile on his face.
What news? Lockhart was again bombarded with pranks.
He said in wonder with stars in his eyes, but I'm pretty sure my expression was no different from his.
Serious?
I asked, but then I remembered my conversation with Ethan last night.
Wait.
And you know what? Colin got hit by some prank too, and now his camera is floating over his head and he can't catch it.
Ron said, laughing as he remembered the scene.
What, really?
I asked, laughing too.
Yes, ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha, that should teach him that he shouldn't be taking pictures of others without permission. Ha ha ha.
I said, laughing heartily. After laughing for a while, I wiped my tears with the sleeve of my robe. As I wiped away my tears, my conversation with Ethan in the hospital wing again came to my mind.
Wait, didn't Ethan also say that he managed to convince Colin not to take pictures of me somehow? He's scary.
I thought.
HMPH. I don't know what's so funny about these pranks, especially when it's done on a professor.
Hermione said, putting down her book and crossing her arms.
Oh, come on, Hermione. You only say that because it was with your darling Lockhart.
Ron said.
No, they're not funny. And I'm not saying that because the pranks were played on Professor Lockhart, but because it's wrong to prank teachers.
Hermione snapped.
Really? Are you sure about that? Because as I recall, you were laughing a lot at the prank the twins played on the Slytherin Quidditch team in the Great Hall.
Ron said, looking at Hermione victoriously.
But that was different.
She defended herself.
Why?
Ron asked in defiance. Hermione kind of asked.
Wasn't it humiliating?
Ron exclaimed. SHHH, we then listened to Madame Pince, who signaled for us to speak quietly.
Sorry.
Ron and Hermione said quietly. Ron then turned to Hermione and started whispering.
What do you mean that prank with the Slytherins wasn't humiliating? They were almost naked wearing those ridiculous clothes in front of everyone in the Great Hall.
Well, but the Quidditch team got caught in one prank, and Professor Lockhart has been plagued with pranks since the start of the school year.
And he deserved it.
He didn't deserve it. He's a great writer and a great wizard.
That's what he wants us to believe. Well, that's...
Harry, seeing his two friends arguing, could only shake his head with an ironic smile, and any questions he had about a chamber at school were left in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement,
Does this green cap go better with this lilac scarf or this yellow scarf?
Dobby asked no one in particular as he looked into a mirror the room of requirement had offered him.
Should Dobby put some more brooch on that blouse?
The little elf said, putting a prefect brooch on his blue and gray striped blouse, which already had more than 13 brooches on it.
What do you think, Lady Strange room? Is Dobby handsome?
Dobby yelled, looking up. And in answer to his question, the room vibrated, which he took as a yes.
Great, Dobby likes brooches, hee hee.
Chapter 158. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Tuts, here's the new chapter. November 14. A week has passed since the day I helped Dobby free himself from the Malfoys, and in that time I have not been idle or relaxed. I researched more about filtering the magic that the Strals do, the same way I started one of my projects that I was putting off until later, and this is one of my most fun but difficult projects, which is replicating the Voldemort's unsupported flight. I won't go into too much detail about these two projects of mine just yet, because today I have something more important to worry about. Today is the second game of this school year's Quidditch season, which will be Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw, and I couldn't relax as I knew the Hufflepuff team is very strong. All the Quidditch teams at Hogwarts are strong, but none compares to Hufflepuff, which, despite being underestimated by others, still shows that it's a house with great students and players. But I think that's to be expected from a house where hard work and loyalty are their main characteristics, even though I find some puffs too innocent and easily manipulated. Almost match time.
As you know, Hufflepuff has a great, strong team, and their teamwork is even better, so we're not going to be able to beat them just by playing aggressively or defensively. We're going to have to play strategically.
Hilton said, walking back and forth like an army sergeant talking to his recruits.
Strategically speaking,
Isabel started to say with a playful smile.
we won't be able to make a good and strong game if we only use strategies. At some point, Hufflepuff will break the strategy that we are going to be using, and it will be difficult for us to regroup to come up with another strategy.
But then it would all depend on our strategies and Clark. As the longer the match takes, the easier it will be for Hufflepuff to beat us, so he'd have to find the snitch fast.
Spencer argued.
Yes, but I also have to compete with the new Hufflepuff Seeker, and I don't know what his playstyle is.
Hilton said.
Zed is a good Seeker, and he's probably one of the best in the school, so your concern shouldn't be with his playstyle as he can probably adapt to any style.
I said, since I'm the only one on the team who's ever had some sort of interaction with Cedric.
In that case, then our match just got harder.
Hilton sighed.
Well,
Roger suggested.
this style of play has the same problems as the strategic match.
Dylan was quick to refute.
And what's more, an unpredictable style of play is harder to make than a strategic one. Guys, aren't you complicating the match too much? Why don't we use a more strategic and unpredictable style of play?
I asked.
We never practice the two tactics together.
Isabel said.
But we've played friendly matches using both tactics at different times, and it was almost the same as practice.
I said with a shrug.
He's right, we've never officially trained a tactic like that, but we can't say we've never used that tactic in our friendly matches.
Roger said.
True.
Hilton muttered. He then looked at the team.
Is anyone against this tactic?
He asked, but no one said anything.
Well, since it's decided, let's go down to the changing rooms.
He said, and then the whole team followed him. On the way to the changing rooms, we met the Hufflepuff team who were heading to their own changing rooms. We greeted them as many of those on both teams knew each other from attending classes together, and I knew them from talking to them when I sat at the Hufflepuff table from time to time.
Hey, said.
I said, catching the Hufflepuff seeker's attention.
Hey, Ethan.
He said.
So you managed to become the titular seeker.
I said to Cedric.
Congratulations. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to become the titular seeker this year, but Billy said he was going to be very busy with his newts and that he'd rather stay in reserve.
Cedric said.
But I guess my becoming the titular seeker is no big deal compared to you, who became Ravenclaw's chaser in your first year here at Hogwarts.
What can I do? I'm someone very talented.
I said, tossing my hair in the wind.
But in addition to my congratulations, I would also like to apologize to you.
Apologize to me.
Cedric asked, confused.
Yeah, since you're going to lose in your first match as a titular player.
I replied, a competitive smile on my face.
Ha ha ha, this I want to see.
Cedric said defiantly, also with a competitive smile.
Hey, if the two handsome ones are done talking, we want to start heading to the changing rooms to start the match.
Maxime the Hufflepuff beater said.
Well, like that pretty lady said, I guess we should go to our changing rooms.
I said.
See you at pitch, said.
I waved at him.
See you soon, Ethan.
Cedric yelled at me. Arriving in the changing rooms, I saw my team straightening their gear.
So Ethan, I saw that you were happily talking to the enemy. What do you have to say about that?
Roger said, putting his arm over my shoulder.
That you're jealous that we're both handsome and you're not.
I said.
Ooh, this one even hurt me. Ethan doesn't even have mercy on his friends. Erg, you broke my heart.
Roger said with his hand on his chest.
But I'll let this one go just because we have a match to win.
Yeah, just because of that.
I huffed in disdain, going to change.
Are you ready for the second match of the 92-93 school year?
Lee yelled into his microphone, and he received several affirmative cheers from the stands.
That's the answer I wanted.
He said excitedly.
But enough rambling and let's get down to business. Coming in with a different lineup than last year is the Hufflepuff team with.
As you know, Hufflepuff has a great strong team, and their teamwork is even better, so we're not going to be able to beat them just by playing aggressively or defensively. We're going to have to play strategically, Hilton said, walking back and forth like an army sergeant talking to his recruits. Strategically speaking.
And now, I present to you last school year's Interhouse Quidditch Cup winning team, the Ravenclaw team.
Lee yelled into his microphone, boosting the morale of Ravenclaw crowd. And keeping the same team as last year, here they are. Dylan Bailey as keeper. Patrick James and Christy Collins as beaters. The amazing trio of chasers, Isabel Summer, Roger Davis, and Ethan Knight. And finally, here's the captain of this amazing team, Clark Hilton as the seeker. With that lively intro, my team and I flew out of the changing rooms, looping around the pitch before stopping in front of our hoops, with the cheers and applause of the Ravenclaw crowd ringing in the background.
And look at that, Ethan Knight is riding a Nimbus 2001. How does this kid always manage to have the latest brooms on the market? Is he the most handsome and cool Malfoy's lost brother? Jordan!
Sorry, Professor McGonagall.
Hey, you remember Strategy 1, right?
Hilton asked, looking at us.
It's hard to forget when you insist on reminding us of it every 5 seconds.
Christy said, looking at Hilton with her left eye twitching.
Well, so that means you remember.
Hilton nodded proudly, totally ignoring our stares and heading to the middle of the pitch to meet the Hufflepuff captain.
I want a fair play, no cheating.
Madame Hooch said to both captains, and it was fun to see that she wasn't as serious and attentive as she was in Slytherin matches.
Then let's get started.
She said, getting ready to blow her whistle. I then lowered my body onto my broom using aerodynamics for more speed, and I held on tight, keeping my senses and my eyes focused on the Hufflepuff team and the quaffle.
Go!
Chapter 159. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Priest has the quaffle. He advances with his broom dodging Davis and
Lee narrated to everyone on the pitch and in the stands.
Priest keeps advancing. He does a feint on Summer. Now he throws the quaffle to Appleby who, wow, what an amazing block Davis does. He managed to steal the quaffle and now he's charging towards the Hufflepuff hoops. Roger!
I yelled, catching the attention of Roger, who was trying to dodge the bludger and the two Hufflepuff chasers. Roger, without looking at me, threw the quaffle up, and I quickly advanced with my broom. Easily catching the quaffle and dodging the bludger, I did a reverse feint that nearly caused McAvoy and Priest to collide. With my Nimbus 2001, I shot towards the Hufflepuff hoops that were being defended by Fleet, and not giving him a chance to think, I threw the quaffle hard into the left hoop that was farthest from him. Unable to react to the speed and force with which I launched the quaffle, Fleet could only watch helplessly as the quaffle passed through the hoops, thus scoring Ravenclaw's 18th goal and my 8th goal of the match. And that's another goal scored by Ethan Knight, Lee narrated along with the cheers of the Ravenclaw crowd, so the score now is 180-70 for Ravenclaw.
Good feint, Ethan.
Roger said to me, and I waved at him.
Good pass.
I said, but that was the only thing I could say as I had to dodge the bludger again.
Hey Roger, let's do the lilac combo.
Isabel said, flying to Roger's side, speaking our tactics in code. Last school year we used letters and numbers as codes, and while keeping some of those codes we changed most of them, and now our codes are based on colors and shapes.
The lilac.
Roger asked.
But this is a 3-chaser and a beater combo. Did you warn Ethan about the combo?
No, but knowing him, he'll probably understand what we're going to do.
Isabel said, and after thinking for a bit, Roger had to agree with that.
Okay, I'll do the triangle feint on the first one who blocks me.
He said, and Isabel nodded.
Perfect.
She said, shooting with her broom towards one of the Hufflepuff chasers. While Roger and Isabel were planning a strategy, I was getting in the way of Malcolm and Heidi with Patrick's help. When I saw that Isabel approached Christy, I already knew it was probably to create a strategy, so I used my hearing to eavesdrop on some of the conversation. I heard her say lilac and I immediately understood what she wanted to do, and any doubts I might have were gone when I saw Isabel approach Roger. As I held back the Hufflepuff chasers, I saw an opportunity, and taking advantage of it I quickly moved forward, managing to take the quaffle out of Heidi's hands, who was dodging the bludger.
Patrick, let's go with the blue circle.
I exclaimed to him, and that was the code to let him know that a rehearsed move was going to happen, and that he should help Hilton. With the quaffle in hand I threw it up, and as it was falling I hit it with the back of my broom, sending it flying towards Roger, who was flying over the left side of the pitch. As Roger moved forward to catch the quaffle, Tamsin moved forward to block he, but Roger turned it upside down and let the Hufflepuff chaser and the quaffle pass him. Just when Tamsin thought that Roger lost the quaffle and that she could catch it, a bludger came flying towards her, hitting the tip of her broom, causing her to lose control of the broom. And while Tamsin was trying to regain control of her broom, Isabel shot up and grabbed the quaffle, passing her and Heidi, who was being distracted by me and Christy. Flying across the pitch with almost no obstacles, Isabel arrived in front of Hufflepuff hoops, and with a false throw she threw the quaffle into the middle hoop, and even with Herbert trying, the quaffle still passed him, thus scoring another goal to Ravenclaw. The match continued to play out with Ravenclaw scoring more goals and Hufflepuff using their impeccable teamwork to score goals as well. After a few more minutes of play, I heard a small buzz passing quickly by my side, and glancing up I saw the snitch's golden glow. Catching the quaffle Isabel threw to me, I shot up with my broom and the Hufflepuff chasers quickly followed. I didn't need to fly up, as I could simply advance to the Hufflepuff hoops to score another goal, but that was one of my ways to let Hilton know I'd found the snitch. When I saw that Hilton looked at me, I accelerated with my broom in the opposite direction of the snitch, and Hilton understood what I meant and so accelerated with his own broom. Even with the quaffle in my possession, I didn't intend to make another goal, as I knew the victory would be ours, So I used the quaffle as a way to distract the Hufflepuff chasers and beaters, and Isabel and Roger looked to understand this, for they began to do the same. After a bit of stalling, we heard Madame Hooch whistle and the Ravenclaw cheers, and looking back we saw Hilton with a gleeful smile on his face with his hand in the air, raising the snitch to show that we'd won.
End of game, and the winners are the Ravenclaw team.
Lee yelled, almost as excited as the Ravenclaw crowd.
With a score of 380 to 110, Ravenclaw advances to the top of the leaderboard.
This time when Lee yelled, he seemed to realize that this wasn't very good for Gryffindor, as he wasn't as excited as before.
Good catch, Clark.
Patrick yelled as we landed on the pitch.
That's it, we won.
Isabel said excitedly, hugging Christy, who was next to her. As we were celebrating, the Hufflepuff team landed on the pitch with sad looks, but they still smiled at us.
Congratulations on the win, and good catch.
Rickett said, shaking hands with Hilton.
Thanks, and that was a good match.
Hilton said. As my team was congratulated by the Hufflepuff team, I approached Cedric.
Well, I guess that means I won.
I said, pushing his shoulder playfully.
Yes.
He said, a sad smile on his face.
But hey, next year we're going to face each other again, so I hope you don't get discouraged and give me some challenge that day.
I said, a teasing smile on my face.
Haha, so I hope you don't get rusty by then.
He said, also teasing me.
That's what we'll see, said.
Chapter 160. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After a small party to celebrate Ravenclaw's victory in our first match this school year, I waited for all the students to go to sleep and waited for the prefects to make their rounds. And after the last of the prefects had passed, I silently slipped out of the common room using some secret passages. After going through some passages, I went to the girls' bathroom on the second floor, and when I got there, I was happy to see that Myrtle wasn't around. As there was no one around, I decided to try something that had been on my mind for a long time.
Sharpens.
I whispered, and just after that, from the tip of my wand came a large black snake that fell to the wet bathroom floor. As soon as it hit the ground, the snake immediately rose up, looking for someone to attack.
Calm down,
I said, using my beast talk. The snake then began to look at me carefully, and I continued to stare at it. The snake, erect and frozen as if contemplating something, began to approach me, and without fear I bent down and stretched out my arm, letting the snake climb onto it. With the snake coiled around my arm, I raised my other hand and started stroking her head.
Say you're a girl.
I realized after a quick analysis.
Come on, my little friend. I know that creatures, even if not magical, understand more about magic than the wizards who use it, so I know you know what you have to do.
I whispered to the snake, even though I knew she couldn't understand me completely, even with me using my beast talk too. I then moved the snake close to one of the sinks, where there was a snake-notched tap at the base.
Let's go, little friend,
I said, making a slight connection with the snake using my beast talk to control its actions a little. I also had my magic vision turned on, as I wanted to fully analyze how Chamber of Secrets passage magic worked, as one day I might try to replicate this style of passage. But getting back to the main subject, I saw that the snake started to stare at the faucet fixedly, shaking its head from side to side, and through the connection I could feel that it was in some sort of trance. After a few seconds with the snake facing the sink, I heard it hiss, and I made a point of paying attention to what it hissed. With my magic vision, I saw that the magic in the tap responded positively to the snake's hiss, but it didn't seem to be enough to open the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. But I expected this, which is why I was using my beast talk to connect with the snake.
Good job, little friend, Vipra Evanesca,
I said, making the snake disappear in a waft of black smoke. After I made the snake disappear, I went back to looking at the sink. I stared at the sink for a long time, whistling in an attempt to mimic a snake's hiss. At some point, I felt that something that was locked inside my mind was unlocked.
And open and...
I said, hissing like the snake, surprising even myself, as I hadn't expected the familiar feeling that came with the word and the language. As soon as I finished talking, I saw the sink glow with a faint white light, and then the sink started to move, and in the end what was left was a large tunnel with a pipe that led to the chamber.
It worked!
I said to myself, looking at the sink in surprise, even though I expected something like this to happen. I continued to look at the entrance, but I didn't go down it. I then closed my eyes and concentrated a little, trying to bring out the same feeling I had when I first spoke parcel tongue.
And close and…
As soon as I hissed again, the sink started to move again, and in the end it returned to its place and the passage disappeared, with the bathroom returning to normal. I stared at the sink for a while as I thought about the new discovery about my beast talk. When I came here, I expected to do the same as Ron, who learned to speak
Open!
in parcel tongue by listening to Harry mumble the word in his sleep, but I didn't expect to learn the language that many in the wizarding world consider dark.
Apparently, I only need to hear or try to speak any magical language once in order to learn it.
I muttered to myself, satisfied with this new part of my abilities.
With that, I don't have to worry about finding a way in and out of the Chamber of Secrets anymore.
Chapter 161. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Sup guys, here's the new chapter.
So let's start.
I said, holding my wand and taking a deep breath. I'm currently in the room of requirement trying to recreate the unsupported flight, and so far the only thing I've gotten is a dizzy feeling every time I try to fly. Unsupported flight is a spell I really want to learn, but it's hard to create a spell I don't even know how to use. I knew I might discover some new things about this form of flight if I talked to Riddle in the diary, but even I'm not that dumb. I have confidence in my occlumency and my mind, but not to the point of trying to talk to a Horcrux that will try to consume my soul to strengthen itself. Another option to solve this problem of mine would be if I created a flight spell from scratch, and I really find this easier than trying to recreate an existing spell. But I'm already trying to create a lot of spells, so I'd rather at least get the outline of what I know about Voldemort's unsupported flight before trying to create my own spell. As I held my wand, I passed my magic through my body, and when it got to my feet, I began to use magic to create a puff of smoke that along with its wind began to slowly lift me off the ground. I learned a while ago that I didn't necessarily need to do magic just using my hands or a wand, and I don't know if Voldemort realized the same thing as me and used it to create his way of flying, but I know that this is the fastest and easiest way I can think of to create my spell.
Riddle is really a genius when it comes to magic.
I thought. With smoke leaking down my legs, I started to control the air so it wouldn't lose control. Little by little, the smoke started to lift me higher and higher, but that was my limit, as I couldn't move in the air yet, as I easily lost control of the spell when I tried to move it too roughly. I knew that even if I could fly using this form of flight, this spell would still be incomplete, as I wanted to turn my body into smoke, and that requires a great understanding of both transfiguration and charms. Landing slowly on the ground, I stumbled forward a little, but managed to regain my balance quickly.
Damn, I still have to figure out how to stop this dizziness every time I use this spell.
I grumbled to myself. After standing for a while, waiting for the dizzy feeling to pass, I went to my spell journal that was on a table and jotted down the details of my last test.
Well, even with my unsupported flight being incomplete and imperfect, I can say that I'm moving forward with it at an acceptable speed.
I said, looking at a stack of notes on all the forms of flight and levitation I could find. In that pile of notes was even a parchment with information on how to make and enchant a broom.
Sigh.
I muttered. I then shrugged and walked back to the middle of the room.
Well, I still have a lot of free time, so I better not waste it.
I said, a bit of smoke leaking from my feet. Courtyard. After leaving the room of requirement, I went to get something to eat in the kitchens, and when I got there I saw that the kitchens had an extra elf, and that elf is obviously Dobby, who decided to spend his time helping the other elves at Hogwarts. I wasn't surprised that he was at Hogwarts, as I knew the emotions and magic at school were very good for him, not to mention that he could be close to his great Sir Harry Potter. After eating a small snack in the kitchens, I went to meet my friends who were on the central courtyard.
Hey,
I said, seeing that they were sitting in a circle talking, along with some of our friends from the other houses.
Hi, Ethan.
Susan answered me, with me sitting next to her.
what are they arguing about?
I asked, nodding to Stephen and Megan.
Something about soccer being better than Quidditch and vice versa.
Susan shrugged. I nodded and then decided to ignore they, as I've seen Megan arguing with someone about something, and I know how persistent she can be.
And you, where were you?
Susan asked me.
I was visiting the elves in the kitchens.
I replied.
Do you know where the kitchens are?
Susan asked, a little surprised.
Yeah, it's not like the kitchen is an inaccessible, mysterious place.
I shrugged.
Well, it's just that from what I've heard from the older students at my house, not many people know where it is or how to get into the kitchens. Well, it turns out that I'm a very good mystery solver.
I said, getting a confused look from Susan.
Sigh.
Hello, friends.
Luna, who had reached our group, said, sitting down on Susan's other side.
A little bird told me that Professor Lockhart was caught in a prank while passing Professor Vector's office. And now Filch and the Professor Flitwick are trying to unglue him from the wall.
As soon as Luna finished speaking, those who weren't so focused on Megan and Stephen's discussion turned to her, with the boys having a gleeful and cruel look while some of the girls had shocked looks.
Man,
Terry asked.
not enough.
Not enough, Michael, Justin, and I said, and then looked at each other in surprise.
Is he still trying to flirt with Professor Vector?
Lisa asked with a frown.
Sigh.
Susan said. I didn't know the twins invented a glue prank, I thought.
You know, I don't think it was a prank that hit him.
Luna whispered, approaching us, but we all heard. For some reason, no one doubted Luna's words this time.
You know, Professor Lockhart, you've been getting caught up in a lot of pranks lately. If you want, I can teach you some spells so you can defend yourself.
Professor Flitwick said to Lockhart with a
Friendly.
smile on his face.
It'll be just like before, when you were a student of Hogwarts in my house, and I had to teach you some spells so you could protect yourself from the older students. Haha, nay.
He said with a big smile that sparkled.
Yes.
Professor Flitwick agreed with a sarcastic smile.
Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I need to answer some fan mail in my office.
Lockhart said, turning to leave.
Why am I getting cold?
He asked aloud as he walked away from the corridor, waving to some students who were looking at him with shocked eyes.
Shouldn't we warn him that we had to rip the back of his clothes off to get him off the wall?
Filch asked in an incredible show of empathy, looking down at the lavender underwear with blue flowers that Lockhart was wearing.
Nah, he's a great wizard.
Chapter 162. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey ladies and gentlemen, here's the new chapter. Professor McGonagall's office. Pav third person. Knock knock.
Teacher,
Hermione called after knocking on the door.
come in, Miss Granger.
Professor McGonagall's voice came from inside the room.
You said you'd like to see me. Yes, have a seat.
Professor McGonagall said after Hermione entered the room and closed the door, pointing to the seat opposite her desk. As soon as Hermione sat down, Professor McGonagall began to speak.
So, Miss Granger, I called you here because I'd like to talk about your electives. My electives?
Hermione asked, confused.
Yes.
Professor McGonagall nodded.
Since you were so kind to hand me your form with the subjects you chose so far in advance, I could see that you chose.
As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Hermione's confused expression changed to one of expectation.
Yes, I didn't know which one to choose, and all these subjects seem to be so interesting and fun. I've even started studying some of them in the library.
Hermione said all this in one breath, her eyes shining. Professor McGonagall, seeing this, could only smile wryly inside, but on the outside she sighed helplessly.
Miss Granger, I'd like to warn you in advance that some of these electives will have their classes overlapping each other, and we cannot change your timetable to fit more classes, so it's unlikely you'll be able to attend all these classes.
Professor McGonagall said, and she could see the shine in Hermione's eyes starting to fade.
Really, there's no way I can see all the classes. You can even take my lunch break.
Hermione said, and the Professor McGonagall, resisting the urge to massage her temples and laugh at that last sentence. She then looked at Hermione, who had a pitiful look on her face.
Sigh.
She pondered. Professor McGonagall then looked back at Hermione and let a small smile play on her lips.
But luckily, I already knew that you would insist on studying all the electives.
She said,
Really, thank you, teacher. I won't let you down. I'll study every book I find in the library, and I won't let my grade be lower than an O.
Hermione said excitedly. She then looked at Professor McGonagall's bookshelf.
Do you have any books to recommend for me? I want an opinion from someone experienced, too.
Just as Hermione was about to continue her animated chatter, she noticed a few specific books that were neatly tucked away in a unique part of the bookshelf.
Do you read The Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson books?
Hermione exclaimed in surprise and a little excited.
Do you know these books?
Professor McGonagall asked a little excitedly internally too, forgetting that she was still working and that she was supposed to act professionally, especially in front of a student.
Do I know these books? I'm a big fan of them.
Hermione replied.
I bought the Aragon book the same month it came out, and I've been a huge fan of the saga ever since.
Well, I came across these books last year.
Professor McGonagall said, looking at the books with fondness and pride.
Really? I didn't know you liked these kinds of books.
Hermione said, surprised, but she received a raised eyebrow from Professor McGonagall in return. Hermione said, after noticing her poorly worded sentence.
Miss Granger, I'm a half-blood.
Professor McGonagall said.
And even if I wasn't, a book is still a book, whether a wizard wrote it or not. Oh yes, I forgot.
Hermione said, a little embarrassed, and when she received a questioning look from Professor McGonagall, she was quick to explain.
I read about you being half-blood in one of the books that talked about the current teachers at Hogwarts. I forgot this book existed.
She muttered.
Well,
Hermione asked shyly.
it's just that in all my books I try to get an autograph from the author, or whoever is being quoted in the book.
She said, looking at Professor McGonagall with puppy eyes.
Sigh.
Hermione quickly agreed.
Well, so are your Inheritance Cycle and Percy Jackson books already autographed?
Professor McGonagall asked.
No, and I think it's going to be hard for me to get an autograph from him.
Hermione commented, crestfallen.
What do you mean? Don't you know who the author of these books is?
Professor McGonagall asked with a curious look.
Well, nobody knows who the author is. He remains anonymous, and the only thing we know about him is his alias, Knight.
And that doesn't tell us much, Hermione replied, and then she saw Professor McGonagall look at her, with a strange look. But Knight is not an alias of the author, Professor McGonagall thought. Hermione then started looking at Professor McGonagall with narrowed eyes, as if she was analyzing something.
Wait a minute.
Hermione asked, and she saw Professor McGonagall's eyes widen slightly.
Aha, you know who the author is. I don't know what you're talking about.
Professor McGonagall said, keeping a stiff, serious look.
How old is he? Is he a wizard? Is he a she?
Hermione began her barrage of questions, looking at Professor McGonagall as if she were a police officer interrogating a suspect.
You won't be able to get any more information from me, Ms. Granger.
Professor McGonagall said, staring back at Hermione.
So does that mean I've already managed to get any information out of you? Heth, so you really know who the author is.
Hermione said with a victorious smile.
You're too smart for your own good.
Professor McGonagall said, her right eye twitching.
Now please, if you'll excuse me, I have some essays to correct.
She said, shooing Hermione away as she waved her hand towards the door. Hermione then stood up with the smile still on her face and turned to leave the room. She then opened the door, and as she was about to leave, she turned to Professor McGonagall.
What color is his hair?
Get out of my office, Miss Granger.
Professor McGonagall said, and Hermione quickly closed the door, and only after she heard Hermione's hurried footsteps disappearing did she relax in her chair.
Sigh.
She said, rubbing her temples, but with an amused smile on her face. Professor McGonagall then turned to the inheritance cycle books on her bookshelf.
Why didn't you reveal yourself as the author of the books?
She wondered, but then she shrugged.
Well, whatever your reason for remaining anonymous, you should have your reasons.
Chapter 163. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Well, I've already talked about my studies and training, and in the time that has passed, I've slowly advanced in each one. I found out from my parents' letters that Seal began to show more accidental magic. I also, through some old letters, remembered that Seal managed to do something that I've been trying to do since the beginning of the year, which is fly without a broom. I have not and will not try to copy her type of flight, as accidental magic works differently from controlled magic. Accidental magic does not obey or is controlled by the wizard or witch, but by the will of the magic itself, which wants to please its user. It's hard to explain, but from the theoretical books I've read, and from what I've analyzed for myself, the magic of children under 12 years old acts of their own volition to protect, cheer, or welcome the witch or wizard. You may be thinking that I got the age wrong, but in fact, magic still has a will of its own, and the wizards continue to show signs of accidental magic until the end of their lives. But it is less frequent when the child turns 12, not 11 as we've been taught to believe. But changing the subject and putting my training and studies aside, I'm getting ready for Christmas, as I'm going to visit the Flamels with my family. I've already packed the Philosopher's Stone in my suitcase, and I've prepared a short mental list of questions to ask them. I'm obviously not going to pass up this opportunity to gain knowledge with the two oldest people in the wizarding world, who are also probably two of the most experienced and knowledgeable people in magic. Perhaps talking to them will even allow me to understand what is missing from my self-created spells.
Hi, Ethan Knight.
Luna, who was sitting in front of one of the common room windows, said, turning to me as I'm walking down the stairs to the dorms.
Hello, Luna Lovegood.
I said to her, smiling.
Have you seen the boys?
I asked, not finding them in the common room and not feeling their magic in the dorms.
Oh, they're looking for the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room.
Luna replied, turning back to look out the windows.
Why are they looking for the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room?
I looked at her curiously.
And what are you doing with Nyx?
I asked, noting only now that Nyx was on Luna's lap, with a crown made of flowers on her head.
Because when I try to put any kind of clothes on you, do you try to attack me?
I asked myself, staring at Nyx with a raised eyebrow. Nyx seemed to know what I was thinking as she looked at me lazily and moved closer to Luna, making my eye twitch.
The boys are looking for the Hufflepuff common room because of a bet with Megan, and about Nyx.
Luna asked, not answering my question as she held up Nyx for me to see. I said, shaking my head helplessly with a wry smile on my face. Luna, hearing me agree with her, had a huge smile on her face and then turned around to go through her bag.
I'm glad you think she looks pretty, because I made you a flower crown too.
She said, turning to me with a blue flower crown in her hands.
You're lucky to be too innocent.
I muttered, sitting down across from her, picking up the flower crown and placing it on my head.
It looks great on you.
Luna said happily, and Nyx looked at me, and I could feel that she was enjoying this whole thing. I should have picked a toad, I thought, staring at Nyx.
Sigh, well, while the boys are doing boy stuff, would you like to play a game of chess with me?
I asked Luna, pulling out my wand and levitating a wizarding chessboard that was on a table next to us.
Well, yes, but you have an advantage over me.
She said, and I looked at her confused.
What advantage?
Isn't it obvious? Grizz blue flowers attract Nyxies, the strategy fairies, and you're wearing a crown of those flowers, so the fairies will help you.
Luna said, crossing her arms, and I felt like looking up with my magic vision just to see if these fairies are here.
Well then, in that case I can take the flower crown off, so we're evenly matched.
I said, my hand moving up to the flower crown.
Oh, no need.
Luna said, digging into her bag.
I'll put my grizz blue flower crown too.
She then took another flower crown from her bag.
How many of these do you have in that bag of yours?
I asked with a blank face.
Well,
She said innocently.
Sigh.
I said, putting Luna's fun little oddities aside. A little later. After a few rounds of playing against Luna, I started looking at the board wondering when it all started to go wrong. We've played 5 matches so far, and in all 5 I've lost to Luna in the most unusual ways I could think of. I've even started to think that the fact that she has several grizz blue flowers in her bag is attracting more Nixies than accepted by the international wizarding chess community.
And here I found my long-awaited opponent.
I thought, my chin resting on my hands.
What a strange smell.
I thought, feeling a bitter and slightly sour smell hit my nose. I then heard some shuffling, wet footsteps coming from outside the common room, and turning towards the passage I saw it open. As soon as the passageway opened, I saw the boys coming through it. They were all soaking wet and looking somber, and along with the smell it was easy to discover what had happened to them.
Have you had a nice walk to the Hufflepuff common room?
I asked, trying but failing to hold back my smile.
Whoever said the puffs are good is completely wrong.
Terry said, looking blank and frightened.
And me thinking Salazar was the cruelest founder of Hogwarts.
Anthony said, turning to look at me.
Ethan!
Anthony said, turning around and heading upstairs to his dorm room. Terry, who had heard Anthony, turned to look at me along with Stephen and Michael.
What the hell are you wearing on your head?
Michael asked.
and what the hell is covering your body?
I asked curtly back, causing Michael to shut up. Michael then turned and walked up the stairs behind Anthony, and Stephen was smart to keep quiet and follow the two of them. Terry, who was the only one remaining in the common room, looked at me, then Luna, and finally Nyx.
Well, that's not the weirdest thing I've ever seen, so meh.
He shrugged.
Checkmate.
Luna said, surprising Terry. He said.
See, Ethan, now the score is 6-0 for me.
Luna said victoriously. Could it be that I'm dreaming and this is all an illusion made by Helga Hufflepuff? Terry wondered, looking off into space.
Why don't you go take a shower, Vinegar Boy?
I asked dryly, and Terry lifted his arm to sniff himself.
Right.
Terry said, wrinkling his nose. He then turned around, and like the other boys went up to his dorm.
You know, my dad told me that Helga Hufflepuff was part of a dangerous organization that aimed to steal all the kettles in the world.
Luna said, and I started to open my mouth to say that this might not be true, but then I stopped to think.
That might be true.
Chapter 164. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The Christmas and New Year holidays have finally arrived. I had already written a letter to my parents telling them that we were invited to the Flamels' house, and this news surprised and excited my mother. Like me, my mom also read the books the Flamels wrote, and joining one thing with the other, she realized that the strange red stone she had seen was actually the Philosopher's Stone. With this new discovery of hers, she sent me a letter wanting to know what the hell I was doing in possession of such an important and amazing item, but I said I would explain it to her after I got back. I also sent another letter to the Flamels asking them to keep it a secret from my parents about how and why I had the stone, and amazingly they agreed very easily. But getting back to the vacation thing, I had already promised to write to my friends and even told Lily that I would try to find her in France, as she would be taking a trip there with her family. So that I could be carefree on this vacation, I also used a lot of my time to train or get ahead with some of my studies, and I also put a ward in the sinks in the girls' bathroom on the second floor, as a precaution. And I obviously didn't forget to leave a few dozen pranks ready in Lockhart's office and dorm, which happened to be pretty easy to break into. Professor McGonagall's office.
Hi, teacher. Did you say you'd like to see me?
I said, opening her office door as soon as she told me to come in.
Yes, I asked to see you, because I'd like to talk to you about your electives.
Professor McGonagall said, straightening a stack of papers that I noticed were the electives choice forms.
And what would you like to talk about my electives?
I asked.
Well, I noticed you chose only 2 electives.
She said, picking up a separate sheet of paper on the corner of the table.
Care of magical creatures and ancient runes.
She read.
Yeah, those 2 were the ones I picked. Is there a problem?
I asked curiously.
No problem, it's just.
She said, looking at me curiously.
Well, Professor Minnie, the other subjects that were left were arithmancy, Muggle studies, and divination. And between the 2 of us, none of them seem very cool.
I said with a shrug.
Are you sure? You can still change your electives.
Professor McGonagall said, looking at me uncertainly.
Professor, and I've read the books on Muggle studies. And I, as a Muggle-born, know more about the Muggle world than all the books you can find here at Hogwarts.
I said, holding up a finger.
Arithmancy and divination are on the same situation. They study fate, luck, and the future.
And let me guess, you don't believe in divination.
Professor McGonagall said.
On the contrary, Professor, I strongly believe in fate and luck, and I believe in predicting the future too, but I don't feel like studying about them. Because as it is said in the studies of these subjects, destiny and the future are unchanged. And I'd rather follow a destiny I don't know with my own steps than try to change or follow a destiny I know and end up messing it up.
I said, with Professor McGonagall nodding at my words.
Who would have thought that behind that mischievous and playful personality of yours would be a wise and mature person?
Professor McGonagall said, and I smiled at her at that.
Yes, thanks.
I said, but then I looked at her with a strained smile.
And the other reason I didn't choose divination is that I've already met Professor Trelawney.
Oh,
Professor McGonagall said, with a small knowing smile.
I think your motives are good enough.
She then looked at one parchment in particular, and following her gaze I saw that the parchment she was looking at was a letter, and that letter was a request to the ministry for 2 time-turners. Looking at this letter and remembering Professor McGonagall's insistence that I choose more electives, I realized what she was up to. Damn, I missed the opportunity to win a time-turner next school year, I mentally cursed.
Imagine the training time I'd save with an object capable of turning me back in time. Sigh.
I thought. Professor McGonagall saw me looking at her letter to the ministry, and she then looked at me with a strained smile.
Well, I think you've noticed, right?
She said.
Yes.
I replied with a wry smile.
A time turner would be of great help to me, 'cause I'm always busy. Playing pranks on Professor Lockhart.
No evidence, no accusations.
I was quick to respond as my mother had taught me, and Professor McGonagall shrugged.
Well, unfortunately, the criteria for asking for a time turner are pretty specific.
She said.
Fine, I'd probably use it to prank Lockhart more.
I shrugged, and Professor McGonagall looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
What? I don't care too much about punishments, detentions, or loss of points. And I know that almost or all of the teachers are enjoying and having a lot of fun with the pranks being played on Professor Lockhart.
As soon as I said that, Professor McGonagall looked away innocently.
Yeah, but back to the point. Unfortunately, since you declined to do more electives, I won't be able to order another time turner.
She said, looking at me apologetically.
Don't worry, Professor Minnie. I would probably give up as soon as Professor Trelawney predicted the first death.
I said, laughing.
Heh, I wish I had that same thought as you when I was choosing my electives in my 3rd year.
Professor McGonagall said.
Why, did your teacher also predict the death of students?
I asked jokingly, but I saw Professor McGonagall's dark gaze.
Did he predict?
I asked uncertainly.
No, he didn't predict who was going to die. He predicted who would be someone else's soulmate.
Professor McGonagall said.
And how can that be worse than predicting a student's death?
I asked confused.
It's worse because he always chose a single person to be the sole mate of several students.
Professor McGonagall sighed wearily as she recalled her old memories.
I will never forget the massive amount of love letters and confessions I received in my third year.
As soon as she finished talking, I looked at her pityingly as I tried to hold back my laughter, which I seemed to be failing as she started to stare at me with narrowed eyes.
Did I say something funny?
She asked.
No, it's just that I remembered something Stephen said in the common room.
I said, turning my face to the side and not looking at her. She said, obviously not believing me.
I want to see you laugh when you're a little older, and it's Valentine's Day.
With that sentence of hers, I started to look at Professor McGonagall strangely, but I decided it would be best if I kept quiet.
Well, now that the matter is settled, if you'll excuse me, I still have to review your mid-year exams.
Professor McGonagall said, waving her hand away as if she was warding off a dog, which caused my right eye to twitch. I then got up from my chair and went to the door, opening it.
You know, Professor Minnie, did any of your suitors back in high school ever try to flirt with you over a bowl of milk or some cat treats?
I asked, and not giving her a chance to answer, I turned and walked quickly out of her office, narrowly missing a spell that slammed into the wall beside me.
Why is it that every time I talk to one of these kids, I feel like I'm going to have to ask Poppy for a headache potion?
Professor McGonagall said, feeling a sense of déjà vu. She then leaned back in her chair and looked at nothing.
And how did that boy find out that someone has already tried to flirt with me using cat treats?
Chapter 165. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Knight's House.
So, Ethan, would you like to tell us why you got an invitation from the greatest alchemist in the wizarding world?
My mother, who was sitting on the couch across from me, asked, looking at me with her arms crossed.
And a better question is why you are guarding the Philosopher's Stone, which is probably among the most precious and important magical items in the wizarding world.
My father said, also looking at me with his arms crossed. After arriving home for Christmas and New Year's break, my parents immediately took me to the living room and started interrogating me, and meanwhile Seal is in the armchair looking at the whole scene.
Well, it turns out they lost their Philosopher's Stone, and by incredible luck and coincidence, I found it in one of Hogwarts' special rooms.
I shrugged.
Oh, and what room would that be?
My mom asked, bringing her face closer and looking at me like she didn't believe what I said.
The room of requirement, but more specifically, the room of hidden things.
I said, having no problem telling my parents about the room.
What room is this? I don't remember it being mentioned in any of the books about the castle.
My mother asked.
It's a secret room that only appears when someone really needs it, and the room of hidden things is a room that holds all of Hogwarts' lost and found items.
I said.
Probably the Flamels lost the stone at Hogwarts, and the elves found it and kept it in the room.
As soon as I finished talking, my mom and dad started looking at me with narrowed eyes.
So that means you're not involved in anything illegal, right?
My dad asked, and I felt my right eye twitch.
Yes, I'm not involved in anything illegal.
I said dryly, and my parents sighed in relief.
What the hell did you think I did to get the Philosopher's Stone?
I asked slowly. My father and mother then looked at each other and then turned to me.
Well, something that involved threats and bribes.
My dad said, and I looked at him scandalized.
How could you think your son would do something like that?
I asked, placing my hand on my chest. My father then started looking at me with a blank face. Third grade, elementary school, Professor Robert, my dad said.
You have a good point.
After that, I started explaining to my parents with a few little lies about how I was able to talk to the Flamels and also why we were invited to visit them. Impressively, what surprised my family the most was not the fact that I am in possession of an item that can give us infinite money and great longevity, or knowing that two of the most influential people in the wizarding world want to meet us. In fact, What impressed them the most was the fact that I talked to and even touched a phoenix. It may not seem like it, but in addition to our love of studies, my parents and Seal also shared with me the same passion for magical and non-magical creatures. So knowing that I saw and even touched such an amazing creature as a phoenix was a big surprise for them. And the surprises aren't over yet, as I haven't told them that Fox would be the one to bring Portkey to us. After this conversation with my family, we all went to sleep, as tomorrow morning would be the day we would take Portkey to go to France. Next morning,
We're not going to have any problems entering France this way, right? I mean, we're kind of entering another country without informing said country, and that's illegal as far as I know.
my mom said, knowing a lot about the law.
Well,
My father said, checking his suitcase for the last time.
but I don't think there are many people who would go against the word of two wizards as important as Mr. and Mistress Flamel. In fact, I think this trip having the chance to be illegal just makes it all the more exciting.
I said excitedly, earning two strange looks from my parents.
But then,
My father asked,
Do you remember the forms of magical travel that Professor McGonagall told us about on our first trip to Diagon Alley? Sue, we're going to try another one of those methods of travel.
I said, and I could see my father's face darken.
do we still have time to take a plane?
He asked.
Well, I don't think so, since our messenger has arrived.
I said, looking at our living room table.
What messenger?
My dad asked, but instead of answering, I just pointed at the table. Poof. And just as my father looked at me confused, a burst of red and gold flames shot through the air above the table, and out of those flames came Fox, who landed on the table while holding a letter and a large gold hoop. Approaching Fox, I ran my hand over his head, and turning to my parents, I saw them gaping at Fox.
A fiery bird.
Seal exclaimed excitedly, jumping out of the armchair and running towards Fox, looking up at him with eyes gleaming excitedly. Fox then looked into Seal's eyes, and after a while with the two of them staring at each other, Fox brought his head closer to Seal, who turned to me as if asking for permission. I looked at Seal, who was looking at me expectantly, and nodded my head, and right after that Seal then started petting Fox.
Is he?
My mom asked, pointing at Fox with a shaky finger.
A pterodactyl, yes it is.
I replied sarcastically. Pretending not to see the look my mother was giving me, I walked over to Fox and picked up the letter and hoop he was holding. Opening the letter, I started reading it, and in the end I saw that it was just an explanation of how Portkey was going to work and some other additional information.
So we're just going to have to wait until 10 a.m.
My mom asked, taking the cage from Nyx, who was looking at Portkey angrily.
Yes.
I said, looking at the clock and seeing that it was 9:54 a.m.
What about our bags? Are we going to have to hold them?
My father asked, seeing that we had a lot of bags.
Why don't we put these bags in one of my suitcase compartments?
I asked, as my suitcase compartments were the size of a normal room.
Okay.
My dad said with a shrug, and after that we busied ourselves with putting all the bags in my suitcase. I then shrunk my suitcase again and tied it to my chain, which I placed around my neck. When we finished, the clock was already showing that it was 9:59. Without wasting any more time, my family and I quickly placed our hand on the gold hoop, waiting for the Portkey activation time to arrive.
Thanks, Fox. There are some snacks on the table in my room for you.
I said to the phoenix, who was looking at my family. Fox then looked at me and I winked at him, to which he nodded. And without saying another word, the golden hoop in our hands began to glow. And a second later we felt a sensation of being squeezed and sucked in, and with one last turn we and Portkey disappeared, leaving only Fox in our living room. Fox then took off and flew to my room, and there he saw several packages on my bed that said for Lockhart. Chapter 166. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After Portkey activated, my family and I were taken into a large lighted hall, and at a glance I saw that Apparition and Portkey Point was written on one wall.
Damn it!
My dad cursed as he fell to the ground after we reappeared.
Urgh.
My mom said on the floor, holding her stomach. While my parents were suffering from the effects of traveling with a portkey, I was taking a deep breath, as even with the trip not affecting me as much, as it was the first time I used a portkey, I still received some of the negative effects of the trip.
That was fun.
Seal said, and with that I confirmed in my mind that my sister has an odd opinion about what's fun.
See, honey, I said they would love the trip.
I then heard a male voice laugh.
Yes, I can see how much fun they found the trip.
A female voice commented dryly. From the sensation these two people brought to me, and from the great, dense magic I could feel emanating from them, I easily discovered who they were.
Well, hello, Mr. and Mrs. Flamel.
I said, turning to the two voices and surprising myself a little. In front of me were two people who, unlike what the movie Fantastic Beasts had led me to believe, weren't old or fragile looking. Mr. Nicholas Flamel had long and wavy brown hair, a goatee and a mustache the same color as his hair, and blue eyes that sparkled in the same way as Headmaster Dumbledore's eyes. He looked to be somewhere between 35 and 40 years old, as opposed to the 600 years he should have looked like. He was wearing a black suit with an overcoat over it, and if I didn't know he was an alchemist wizard, I would think he was part of the French mafia. Mrs. Perenelle Flamel had long and straight blonde hair, an aristocratic appearance, and vibrant green eyes. Her aristocratic and noble appearance didn't hide her gentle personality, and the blue dress she wore only highlighted that.
Oh, so you are our benefactor, I believe.
Mr. Flamel was the first to say.
A little younger than I expected, but that just goes to show how amazing you are for what you've done.
He said, referring to the challenges that the Headmaster Dumbledore set to protect the stone.
Well, as you already know who we are, could you tell us who you are, our young benefactor?
Mrs. Flamel asked with a gentle smile, nodding to my parents behind me.
I'm Ethan Knight, second year of Ravenclaw.
I said, bowing exaggeratedly to them.
It's a pleasure to meet two of the great renowned names of the wizarding world from this century.
Oh, mon Dieu, G sways flat.
Mrs. Flamel said, and from what little French I've studied, I know she said she was flattered.
It's nice to see that young people these days still find us interesting, isn't it, dear?
Mrs. Flamel asked her husband.
Say it for yourself, honey. I always have been and will always be interesting.
Mr. Flamel said with false arrogance. He then turned to my parents and reached out to them.
And you must be the parents of our young benefactor, right? I'm Nicholas Flamel and this is my wife Perenelle, but you can call us Nick and Penny.
He said, shaking my father's hands and kissing the back of my mother's hand. Mrs. Flamel then came forward and greeted my father, and my father, just like Mr. Flamel, kissed the back of her hand, showing that our classes of pureblood norms and etiquette were good for something. Mrs. Flamel then went and hugged my mother, as if they were old friends.
Well, like you said, we're Ethan's parents.
My dad started to say.
I'm Joshua Knight and this is my wife Sarah Knight, and this little one here is our little girl, Celestia Knight.
He said, pointing for each one.
Hello, little one, I'm Penny.
Mrs. Flamel said as she kneeled in front of Seal.
I'm Seal, the Ethan's little sister.
Seal said, her chest puffing out in pride, and I turned away as my parents glared at me, knowing I was the one who taught Seal to introduce herself like that.
I'm not crying.
I said to myself, beaming with pride and satisfaction.
Hee, yes you are Ethan's little sister.
Mrs. Flamel said, ruffling Seal's hair, making her smile with satisfaction.
Well, since we've all introduced ourselves before we go to our residence, we'll just need to stop by the French Ministry of Magic to organize your tourist and visitor papers.
Mr. Flamel said, making my mom sigh in relief to see that we weren't breaking any laws.
Damn, just because I was prepared to run away from the French Aurors if they found us.
I grumbled, earning a confused look from Mrs. Flamel and a raised eyebrow from my mom.
Ha ha ha, I know how you feel.
Mr. Flamel said, walking to the exit of this great hall, with me and my family following behind him.
But we are not going to the ministry to allow you to stay in France. We are going there to get a permit so you can come back to visit France whenever you want. How?
My father asked.
Well, you can always come to France by no-mage means. But by wizarding means like apparition and portkey, you would have to ask permission from the ministry.
Mrs. Flamel began to explain.
We're going to the ministry to get to you a level 6 permit, which means you can always come to France by any means, without needing to alert the ministry. Amazing.
My mother said.
If you think this is amazing, you will be even more amazed to learn about the privileges of the level 11 authorization.
Mr. Flamel said, and he then continued.
The level 11 authorization allows the wizard who has it to go anywhere in the world, and it can only be obtained with permission from the International Confederation of Wizards. Wow!
My dad said.
Must be really hard to get one of these. Yes, it's a little difficult.
Mr. Flamel said, and as soon as he finished talking, he pulled out of his pocket a translucent sign with black letters that read.
Level 11.
Stop showing off, dear.
Mrs. Flamel said, patting Mr. Flamel.
Sorry, honey.
He said to her, turning to me and winking discreetly.
But changing the subject, here we are.
Mr. Flamel said. I didn't need to turn on my magic vision to realize that what he meant was that we'd arrived in front of a magical passage. The entry to the French wizarding community is very different from the other entries I've seen or read. While the other entrances try to keep a low profile, the entrance in front of me could be anything but discreet and inconspicuous. The passage was in a busy square, but I noticed that people weren't looking our way, and it was easy to see that the passage was enchanted with concealment spells. The passage itself was a large fountain of water that was being surrounded by vines and arches of water in front of us. And in addition to the water being a crystal blue and brilliant, the vines were decorated with points of light that made the scene magnificent and magic.
I always knew France was an extravagant place.
Chapter 167. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Is this the entrance to the French wizarding community?
My mother asked, looking out over the lit vines and the crystal clear water fountain in front of us.
This is one of the entrances, and here we call it portals.
Mrs. Flamel replied.
There are many mirrored portals across France, but only some are main portals, others are minor portals.
Yes, and the total number of main portals spread across France is 11, a number much loved by French wizards.
Mr. Flamel continued for her.
Why 11?
I asked.
Well, 11 here is almost the same as other magic, luck and fate numbers elsewhere in the world, like 7 in Great Britain, 9 in Japan, 4 in Russia, 5 in Korea, 3 in America, and 592 in Ireland.
He replied.
592, why such a specific number? I don't know.
Mr. Flamel shrugged.
You've probably been to Ireland already, right?
I asked and he nodded.
Well then, why didn't you ever ask anyone there about that number? Oh, Ethan, my boy, there are 2 things you should never ask an Irishman. The first is the meaning of the number 592, and the second is what happened in the election for minister in 1784.
Mr. Flamel said, putting his hand on my shoulder and speaking wisely.
Damn!
I thought.
But back to the subject.
Mrs. Flamel began to say.
These 11 main portals are spread out in the main and most important cities of France, and this portal is usually in the center of the city, surrounded by 8 minor portals, and this whole set we call Orchidee Luminous. Why the name?
My mom and I asked, even though I already had an idea why.
Well, if we put the portals on a map and look from above, the set will look like a flower, and our entrance is a little flashy, so putting that together.
Mr. Flamel replied.
The portal in front of us is the main portal of Paris, and it leads to the center of our community.
He then turned to us, handing my parents 2 coins.
To see the portal, a muggle would only need to have had some time of exposure to magic, and usually parents of wizard children can achieve this easily. However, to pass through the portal you will need to be recognized, and so these coins.
Mr. Flamel said, and he then turned to Seal.
I'd even give you a coin, but I know you're a big witch and you can go through the portal, so I'll give you this.
He said, taking from the inside pocket of his overcoat a small crystal ball that had a rainbow inside, much to Seal's happiness.
Well, now that we're all ready, let's go.
Mrs. Flamel said, holding out his hands and showing my parents how the portal worked. The portal's vines began to stir and curled around Mrs. Flamel, but that didn't bother her. She then began to walk forward, and the vines began to cover her along with the water, and in the end she disappeared among them. After she passed through the portal, my parents looked at each other, and then holding tightly to their coins they walked through the portal, with Seal in my father's arms. After my parents walked through the portal, only Mr. Flamel and I stood in front of the fountain, with him looking at me with an analytical gaze.
Sigh.
I said, turning to him.
I think I was too obvious.
He said, scratching the back of his head.
And please call me Nick.
Okay.
I said with a calm smile on my face.
And what would you like to ask me, Nick?
Well, actually, it's something I've been wanting to know since when you sent that letter to us.
He said. Nick then looked at me with a curious look on his face.
Why did you want to return the stone to us? Why didn't you keep it with you?
He asked.
Why should I keep your stone with me?
I asked back.
The philosopher's stone has an owner, and besides, it's not that important to me.
I shrugged.
Do you know about the things it can do?
Nick asked me.
Gold and immortality. None of that interests me.
I said.
I can get gold easily, and immortality doesn't appeal to me. What's the point of living for a long time with a lot of money if with a normal life I can already enjoy a lot of the life and world I'm living in now?
As soon as I finished speaking, Nick started to look at me with a calculating look, but then he broke into a sincere, happy smile.
I knew you were a good boy as soon as I read your letter.
He said.
And that's a very mature and intelligent thought, Ethan. Well, I'm from Ravenclaw.
I shrugged with a smile on my face. Maybe because I had a past life, it made me appreciate the few moments I can live, I thought.
Well, I think we better get going then. The others must be waiting for us.
Nick said, walking to the portal and putting his hand on the vines.
Yeah, maybe my mom is already thinking about what law violation I'm committing, and what defenses she's going to have to use in court to get me released.
I said, chuckling dryly.
Ha ha ha, yeah, probably Penny is doing the same.
Nick said, and we both knew the other was serious. So without wasting any more time, Nick and I quickly made our way through the portal, and upon reaching the other side we were met with two critical and curious glances.
I didn't commit any crimes this time.
Nick said to his wife.
It wasn't me.
I said to my mom, and with that my parents and the Flamels looked at me with an eyebrow.
What? That's the best excuse possible.
I shrugged. At my jokes, my parents just rolled their eyes in a good-natured way. Seeing that my joke had the effect of lightening the mood, I took the opportunity to look around. If I was expecting something extravagant from a French wizarding community, I wasn't disappointed. We were in a large hall in a crystal dome, and when I say big, I mean really big. Probably even if you stack 5 dragons on top of each other, you still won't be able to reach the ceiling. We couldn't see anything outside the dome, and the light that illuminated inside came from tiny dots of lights and crystal chandeliers that floated above our heads. On the ceiling, in the center of the dome, was a large crystal chandelier with ornaments of gold and other precious stones. The floor below us was made of white marble, with a large flower design in the center and a water fountain just like the main portal we entered, only much larger. There were also large marble doors that led in different directions, and above these doors were plaques with the name of the place these doors led to. That alone would make this place beautiful and wonderful, but the people and creatures that walked around the hall made the place look more magical. Looking around the dome, I could see some white wooden tables with some French ministry attendants and officials, judging by their attire.
Wow!
It's beautiful here.
My mother said in wonder.
Impressive, this is the most spectacular place I've ever seen.
My dad said, just as amazed as my mom.
Here's.
I muttered, feeling the magic in the hall.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you think that.
Nick said with a proud, satisfied smile on his face. He then turned to us.
But even so, let me be the first to tell you this.
Chapter 168. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Hey guys, here's the new chapter.
Where is this place where we are exactly?
I asked, feeling that my senses couldn't sense many things from outside the dome.
Well, it might not look like it because of the lighting, but we're underground.
Nick replied, and I nodded in understanding.
I can only imagine why. It must be difficult to hide a structure of this magnitude.
My father commented.
Well, in my experience, almost every ministry of magic and wizarding community in the world are hidden underground.
Mrs. Flamel said. She then turned to us with an air of mystery.
But make no mistake, this is just the boarding and information point for our community. There's still a lot for you to see.
With that said, the Flamels began to lead us to one of the marble doors, and above that door I saw a sign that read Sector D7 and
Commercial area.
in French.
Commercial area, we weren't going to the ministry.
I asked Nick.
Well, yes, we are going to the ministry.
He said.
But then why don't we go through that door?
I asked again, pointing to a door with
Sector B14.
and
Ministry of Magic.
written on the sign above it.
Because we can also get to the ministry by going through the shopping area. And on the way, you'll be able to see a lot of our French wizarding community.
Nick replied, stopping in front of the marble door. Nick then, without saying much, put his hand on the door handle, and instead of the door opening, Nick disappeared.
Wait!
My dad asked, blinking at the place where Nick should be.
Hee, don't worry. The doors are here for looks and charm only. They are actually portkeys.
Mrs. Flamel answered, but that answer only made my dad stare at the doorknob with a frown on his face. And I, seeing my father looking at the doorknob like that, could only shake my head at him.
Tempie.
I huffed, walking past my dad and looking at him mockingly. As I passed my father, I looked at him with a superior look and put my hand on the doorknob, and immediately I felt a sensation of being pulled by the belly button, and then everything around me started to spin. When everything stopped spinning, I balanced myself easily before I tripped, already getting used to the portkey's way of travel.
Well, I see you don't suffer much from the effects of traveling through the portkeys.
Nick said, standing by my side to help me if I needed it.
Of course, a little magical trip isn't enough to bring me down.
I said, but then I took a look around and marveled at what I saw. The shopping area of the French wizarding community appeared to be a larger merger of Diagon Alley and the Cathedral des Seraphins. And if that wasn't already amazing, the place still had that flamboyant and gorgeous style that only France could have. Everything and everyone around me carried with them a magical air, and I didn't say that just for looks. The streets, shops, and people looked totally different from the shops and people in Diagon Alley. The wizards and witches around me wore elegant and designer clothes, something to be expected, since France is also known as the country of fashion. The stores in the commercial area ranged from huge stores with whimsical and modern architecture to small but cozy stores. When I glanced at these stores, it felt like I was in a mall in my old life and world. Compared to Diagon Alley, which is an old-fashioned and simple place, here it seemed to be more modern, and it may just be my opinion, but the magic plus modern things makes everything more beautiful and amazing. And looking up, I noticed that we weren't underground anymore, as the sun was shining above us with a clear and blue sky, and I could feel the fresh air rushing past us.
I've only been here for a short time, but I've been impressed by so many things.
I muttered.
Ha, I know how you feel.
Nick said.
I've lived for so many years, and yet I can still find something in this big world to impress me.
I was going to say something else, but I felt some magical fluctuations coming from behind me, and I turned around and took a step to the side, only now noticing that a large, 3-foot oval platinum plaque was floating in the place where I had appeared, probably being the place where Portkey teleported us. Behind this sign, I could see that the shopping area stretched as far as my normal eyes could see.
I thought there would be another door on this side.
I shrugged. The first person to appear in front of us was Seal, who, showing incredible balance, did not fall or stumble.
Ethan!
She exclaimed, running up to me and hugging my legs.
Mom and Dad, they let me use the pool.
She said, jumping up and down, with me holding back my laughter as I saw her shuffling to speak Portkey.
Yes, I saw that, and you were amazing.
I said, patting her head. Shortly after that, my father and mother appeared, stumbling a little but managing to stay on their feet.
Why didn't wizards just make a regular door?
My mom grumbled.
If I have to use another portkey today, I'm going to take the wand of the first French wizard I see and shove it deep into your.
Wow, calm down, dear. Seal is here.
My dad said, but then he walked over to my mom and whispered.
But just in case you want some help.
Seal called out to me, turning to me.
What is Mom going to do with the wand of?
Oh look, Seal, a magic ice swan.
I said, pointing to a display in front of a magical store, luckily managing to distract Seal.
Well, I see you all arrived well.
Mrs. Flamel said as she was the last to arrive.
So, how are we going to get to the ministry?
I asked.
Please don't be another portkey.
My father muttered, clasping his hands in a prayer.
Ha ha ha, no, we're not going to use another portkey.
Nick said, making my parents sigh in relief.
The ministry, being one of the most important places in our community, has several entrances, and one of them is in the center of the commercial area. Here in France things are well organized.
I commented, earning a nod from Mrs. Flamel.
I've always thought so, but wizards, both in Britain and elsewhere in the world, are hard-headed people who can't listen to someone else's opinion, especially if this opinion goes against the concept of right and fair for them and also their traditions.
Mrs. Flamel said, and I could see Nick sigh wearily.
I wish all wizards were a little more open-minded.
Nick muttered, loud enough for us to hear.
Sorcières stupids, always thinking they're right, but we all know they only have a gros bâton enfants profondément entre ses fesses and.
Stupid wizard's a big stick thrust deep between your buttocks.
Nick!
Mrs. Flamel said in warning, preventing Nick from continuing his cursing. But from what I understand, Nick has a certain contempt for ultra-traditionalist wizards.
Sorry,
He said to us, an embarrassed smile on his face.
Don't worry, I'm the only one in my family who knows some French, so they must not have understood anything you said.
My mother said, and I looked away innocently.
good thing.
Nick said,
But that matter aside, we're not that far from the entrance to the ministry, so let's get going.
Chapter 169. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Bonjour les amis, here's the new chapter. It didn't take us long to get to the ministry, and it took even less time to get our permits. The ministry, like the commercial area and the Crystal Dome, had an extravagant and exuberant appearance. But after seeing these other places, the ministry paled in comparison to them. But I have to say that the ministry staff are very polite, something I can't imagine being the same in the British ministry. But moving on, after we got our permits, we accompanied the Flamels on a tour of the commercial area sites and even some important ministry points. I was surprised to see that few people recognized the Flamels, and those people who recognized them treated them with respect, and this was most obvious with some ministry officials. Something I had expected but still was impressed by was the fact that the Flamels seemed to have a lot of freedom to roam in the French wizarding ministry. At some point, Nick even wanted to take my family and me to one of the courts where a criminal was being charged with murder. And to my and my mother's misfortune, Mrs. Flamel stopped him. After our tour, the Flamels saw that it was almost lunchtime, so they took us to their house via portkey, much to my parents' dismay. Flamel's house. After we arrived at the Flamel's house, which looked like a simple, modern French house, my family and I stored our things in the guest rooms the Flamels had prepared for us. After that, Mrs. Flamel went into the kitchen saying he planned to cook us a special dish for lunch. And with that, my family and I went to the living room where we sat and listened to Nick tell some of his stories of his adventures around the world. And not surprising anyone, having lived for so many years, Nick had a lot of interesting stories to tell us. After a few stories, lunch was finally ready.
This food is wonderful, Mrs. Flamel.
My mother said, and that wasn't a simple compliment, as I also shared the same opinion as my mother. Even the Hogwarts elves' food is a little below the taste of the food that Mrs. Flamel prepared.
Oh, thank you. It's been a while since I've cooked for anyone, especially guests, so I wanted to try one of the dishes I learned in India in 1846.
Mrs. Flamel said with a soft, satisfied smile on her face.
And I told you to call me Penny. Being called Mrs. Flamel makes me feel old.
She said with a laugh.
But you're old.
But you're old was what crossed my parents' minds.
And you, Ethan, what did you think of my food?
Penny asked.
And don't measure your words. I enjoy getting both negative and positive reviews. It helps me improve where I went wrong.
She said. I started to think, rubbing my chin, causing Penny to pay a lot of attention to me.
The rice was cooked just right, and the soy and lemon sauce you used to season it combined, especially with the fish au gratin with Arabic pepper.
I asked, and Penny nodded excitedly, even bringing a little notebook from somewhere to jot down what I was saying. As this happened, my parents sighed beside me, knowing that when it came to analyzing and criticizing things, I got too involved.
These potatoes with orange zest gave a special touch to the rest of the dish. Overall, the food is perfect, but if I had to criticize something, it would be the lack of a lighter accompaniment, like a salad or a less seasoned sauce.
I said, nodding at my analysis.
And what kind of salad do you think would go best with the dish? A lettuce and tomato salad or a broccoli salad with white sauce?
Penny asked me with her notebook still in hand, a straight face on her face.
A lettuce and tomato salad would go better with this dish, but that white sauce would be welcome too.
I said, also with a straight face.
I see.
Penny muttered, jotting something down in her notebook. She then turned to me again.
I'm thinking of making a lasagna bolognese for dinner. Which one do you think would be a good side dish?
She asked me, and from there, we started talking and exchanging ideas about dishes and side dishes. It turns out that because I have such strong senses, taste included, I've developed a sixth sense for flavors and food, and that makes me the best person to analyze and criticize someone's food. Unfortunately, I don't know if at some point in my life I will be called to be one of the master chef judges. With everyone at the table then engaging in conversation, we finished lunch and the long-awaited moment of the day arrived. Time to return the philosopher's stone to its true owners. Going into the living room with my family and the Flamels accompanying me, I grabbed my suitcase from the chain around my neck and set it on the small table in the center of the room. Enlarging the suitcase to its normal size, I opened it into my second secure compartment, as in the first were the Horcruxes, which I decided to keep with many spells and wards protecting them. As soon as I opened this compartment, a red glow spread through the room. I then took the glowing ruby red stone in my hands and brought it in front of the Flamels, who were looking at the stone with soft smiles on their faces. The way the Flamels looked at the stone was not the same way one would look at a rare and precious item. They looked at the stone with feelings of longing and happiness emanating from them, as if the stone was a sentimental, symbolic thing for them.
I think this was the first time we've been separated for so long from our stone, right, honey?
Nick asked, taking the stone in his hands.
Yes.
Penny laughed. She then turned to me.
I really don't know how to thank you. The Philosopher's Stone has been with us for so long that it has turned out to be a very important item for our family, and I don't say that because of the gold it can create or because of the elixir. The feeling of importance we feel for the stone is more emotional and sentimental.
She said, a soft smile on her face.
Many people have asked me why in all these years I haven't created another Philosopher's Stone, but the truth is that for us, it is irreplaceable.
Nick said, placing the stone gently on the table. He then turned to me too.
And for you being able to return the stone to us, Ethan, I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
He said, bowing his thanks to me, with Penny doing the same. Seeing this scene, I panicked a little, not knowing what to do, and looking to the side I saw my parents in the same situation as me.
Please stand up. What I did may have been a big deal for you, but for me it was nothing, so you don't have to thank me.
I said, and unconsciously used some magic to slightly lift them up. The flamels then looked at me a bit surprised, both by my words and my display of wandless magic. They then quickly recovered and turned to each other. Looking back at me with a little smile, Nick was the first to speak.
You know, it might sound a little offensive and biased what I'm going to say, but with that personality of yours, I'd expect you to be in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, hee hee.
He chuckled, and I laughed along with him.
The Sorting Hat thought the same thing, but I still think blue suits me better.
I said, and my father, who had been silent all this time, decided to speak.
Mr. Flamel.
He corrected himself as he saw Nick looking at him with a raised eyebrow.
Sorry for the question, but what would you do if you couldn't find the stone?
My father asked.
Well,
Nick started looking at Penny.
if we didn't find the stone, we'd just live our lives until the time of our death, just like everyone else.
Wouldn't you try to create another stone?
My mother asked.
We could do that.
Penny said.
After living and experiencing as many things as we do, death becomes just another great and mysterious adventure.
Chapter 170. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. It's Morbin time. Here's the new chapter. The next day, after a delicious breakfast, the Flamels took my family and I on a sightseeing tour of the main sites of France, both on the wizarding and muggle sides. Touring France with the Flamels as guides was interesting. Every place we went, they had a story to tell. There was even a moment when they started to mention the changes that took place in a church, talking about the time it was founded, which was in 1653, about the year it was destroyed in a four wizards duel in 1795, until the year it was rebuilt in 1812. And it's amazing to know that, even being over 600 years old, the Flamels didn't act like old and experienced people. They just acted like anyone would act. Sometimes they even looked like a couple of teenagers. I thought that because they were so old, they would have some old-fashioned custom or style, but actually it seems that they managed to keep up with the modernity of the world. But changing the subject, the Flamels, to my surprise, decided they were going to teach me some of the things they've learned in their many years of life. They decided that by seeing that I am good at magic, and by listening to my parents talk about how I enjoy studying and that I am the best student of my year. They also said that I can consider it a thank you for returning the Philosopher's Stone to them. I could refuse, but I obviously wasn't going to miss this opportunity to learn more. And even with the Flamels telling me that they aren't as powerful wizards as Dumbledore and even some Aurors, and that they just had a lot of knowledge, I wasn't discouraged. In fact, it just left me with more expectations for their classes, as I don't really need to increase my magic or learn more powerful spells. What I need is knowledge. Maybe after these lessons, I'll even be able to figure out what's missing from my spells. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts with the teachers. Pav third person. Headmaster Dumbledore's office.
Well, with that we're done with our annual meeting.
Headmaster Dumbledore said, looking at all the Hogwarts staff in the office.
Does anyone have anything else to say?
He asked. The professors around him shook their heads no, but he noticed that Filch was a little frowning.
Argus, would you like to say something?
The headmaster asked.
GRH, these rude brats are making more and more of a mess. Every day I have to clean these corridors because of some prank of theirs.
Filch grunted grumpily. As soon as Filch talked about the pranks, all the professors and staff in the office could see that Lockhart shivered a little, and even his self-proclaimed
World's most beautiful smile.
ended up fading a little. Everyone also noticed the satisfied look that flashed across Professor Snape's face as he looked at Lockhart.
Yes, the pranks.
The headmaster said, with an amused smile on his face.
Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing who the students are who are doing these pranks, and even those that we have discovered, we can't do much about them other than give them some detention and a point reduction. But that doesn't stop them from playing more pranks the next day.
When the headmaster said this, Filch frowned even more, but he remained silent, knowing it wouldn't be a good idea to tell the headmaster some of his plans to punish students who prank and mess up his corridors.
And besides, pranks are usually harmless, and students just do them for fun.
Professor Flitwick said.
Hee hee, and they're really fun.
Professor Sprout said, laughing behind her hand.
Pranks make the school more lively, and even some of the more serious students sometimes have fun with some of those pranks the Three Musketeers do on the Great Hall.
The Three Musketeers.
Professor Snape muttered under his breath, having some negative memories about groups of students who like to prank.
That brings back some good memories.
Headmaster Dumbledore sighed with a nostalgic look, and some of the older professors shared the same look he did.
Well, since we can't resolve the pranks issue, so I guess the meeting is over, right?
The headmaster asked, looking at everyone over the top of his half-moon glasses.
Actually, Headmaster, I'd like to speak with you privately about a request of mine.
Lockhart said, smiling brightly.
Perhaps you would like to ask Albus for an autograph. I know he is quite famous, and a lot of people would like to have his autograph.
Professor Flitwick said, for no other reason than to irritate Lockhart, who hates being compared to anyone, and hates it even more when they say that someone is more famous than him.
Maybe he wants some tips about his upcoming classes, as Albus was already a Dada teacher in his youth.
Professor McGonagall said, hiding her smile, understanding what Professor Flitwick was doing. Some professors like Professor Sinister and Professor Kettleburn were trying hard not to laugh, mainly because they didn't expect Professor McGonagall to join Professor Flitwick in making fun of Lockhart.
Perhaps Professor Lockhart wants to ask some fashion tips from the headmaster.
Professor Snape said slowly, and no one knows if it was because Professor Snape was the one who spoke or if it was because of the scandalized look on Lockhart's face. But those professors who were trying to hold back their laughter started to laugh softly. Is there a problem with my choice of clothes? The headmaster wondered, looking at his red robes embroidered with green flowers. He then turned and looked at Lockhart's robes, looking him up and down, ignoring or not noticing that Lockhart was looking at him with an odd look, as if he just sucked on a very sour lemon.
My fashion sense isn't that bad.
The headmaster thought, mentally noting to himself that he should cut down on the amount of colorful and flashy clothes he had in his wardrobe.
Ahem.
The headmaster cleared his throat to get everyone's attention.
As none of you other than Professor Lockhart has anything to say, so I say the meeting is over and you can go back to what you were doing before.
He said, and with a few brief goodbyes, the Hogwarts professors and staff began to leave the headmaster's office one by one, with some of them whispering to each other. As soon as the last person left, the headmaster turned to Lockhart.
So, what is this request of yours that you would like to share with me?
He asked.
Well, I'd like to talk to you about a very special day that is coming.
Lockhart said, sitting boldly in the chair opposite the headmaster's desk.
Oh, and what day would that be?
The headmaster asked, a little curious.
Well, my dear fellow Order of Merlin, this special day is obviously Valentine's Day.
Chapter 171. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Flamel's house. I'm currently sitting in the guest room the Flamels prepared for me, reading Marcel's diary. I had a very productive day today, as Nick taught me a bit about alchemy, which in his words,
It's nothing more than a mixture of all magic and its subjects, be it potions, charms, transfiguration, or astronomy.
I was aware that alchemy blended everything we learned from these subjects, but Nick showed me that learning alchemy also required having learned at least a few Muggle subjects, such as chemistry and biology. Unfortunately, in this class I had with Nick, he only taught me a few theoretical things, unlike Penny, who taught me a lot of spells for daily use in practice, as I helped her make the food and clean the house from time to time. Penny told me it was fun to have guests at home, as she doesn't have many friends as they all either died or live far away and are busy. She even said that she liked the fact that I was a child even more, because she always wanted to have children or grandchildren to raise and care for, But one of the negative effects of elixir of life is that whoever drinks it for a long time ends up becoming sterile. Because of that, Nick and Penny never had any heirs, which isn't necessary since they're immortal, but Penny was still happy to be able to teach me, which is why she's not showing me flashy or destructive spells, but simple and basic spells, because those would be the first spells she would teach her children. Nick even told me that when he accepted Headmaster Dumbledore as a student and partner, Penny tried to pamper him like a child, and she still does to this day. And this is a scene I really want and need to see. But going back to the subject of Marcel's diary, I had already read a few pages of the diary earlier this year, but nothing that interesting happened, leading me to believe that my instincts had deceived me. But currently Marcel is in his last year at Hogwarts, and for some reason, I started to feel that the main event was about to begin. Asterisk asterisk. May 19th. I thought that after more than 6 years at this school, I would have managed to get my classmates to accept me. But it seems that pureblood thinking is so ingrained in their minds that no matter how kind I try to be, they'll still treat me like scum. The only good thing is that I realized a long time ago that when being nice and polite isn't the answer, cruelty and meanness are. I can still remember the fear in Morpheus' eyes when I bewitched his Quidditch team uniform to suffocate him. I knew he could have caused a lot of trouble for me with that, mainly because there were so many witnesses, but he preferred not to get the word out that a disgusting mudblood had bewitched him. He is part of my true family. This goddamn father of mine obviously abandoned me.
So Marcel is the bastard son of some influential wizard.
I thought, scratching my chin. The more I thought, the more the pieces fell into place. Marcel's life from the beginning, his life so far at Hogwarts, and the things he discovered.
I'm starting to get a little suspicious about something.
I muttered, going back to reading the diary. Asterisk asterisk. He.
Damn!
I muttered after a while.
So my suspicions were right, and that woman who delivered food and books to Marcel really was his mother.
Just by discovering this, I started to realize how bad and messed up Marcel's life is.
Sigh.
I muttered, leaning my head against the wall and looking up.
Now I can't even blame Marcel if he wants to become a Dark Lord.
As I thought, I realized that if Marcel's family, both on his mother's and father's side, are still alive through descendants, I can find them using my magic vision. Probably the magic will be very diluted, but even if it had been 1,000 years, there will still be that little remnant of an ancient magic, and it will be even easier to find since Marcel's magic is a little unique. With that in mind, I activated my magic vision and memorized every detail and feeling I could feel of Marcel's magic in the diary. Knock knock. As I deeply analyzed Marcel's magic, I heard someone knock on the door and I could feel Nick's magic on the other side.
Hey Ethan, your parents and I are planning to visit the Eiffel Tower. Would you like to come?
Nick opened the door and started to say, but he stopped at the end of the sentence. Turning to Nick, I saw that he was looking at me with a very shocked face, and that was strange, as even when I showed my skill with wandless levitation, the most I got from him was a satisfied smile and a raised eyebrow. I said, not knowing what to say.
Do you have the magic insight?
He exclaimed in surprise.
Do I have what?
I asked, confused.
The magic insight.
Nick repeated, entering the room and closing the door.
The magic insight? I don't even know what the hell it is.
Just as I was about to deny it, I realized what Nick was implying.
Oh damn!
Chapter 172. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
So you and Penny can see the magic, and you call that ability magic insight?
I asked with Nick nodding at me.
Yes, this is a skill that we developed, and it's very, very rare to actually find someone with that same skill, especially someone so young.
He said.
Well, maybe I'm just very special.
I said with mock arrogance, making Nick roll his eyes playfully.
But you know, when I first read your books, I was glad to see that you and Penny seemed to see the magic the same way I did. but I didn't expect it to be that literal. Hahaha, I know how you feel. Even though we've lived for so long, the amount of people that Penny and I have encountered with this skill are very few.
Nick said, and a thought flashed through my head.
Is one of those people the headmaster?
I asked.
Oh no, Albus has already tried to learn this skill of ours, but it's not something you learn, it's something that awakens in you. Unfortunately, Albus couldn't awaken the skill, but thanks to his attempts he got a better understanding of magic, to the point of being able to feel it.
Nick said, and I nodded in understanding, as I already knew about the fact that the headmaster was a little more sensitive to magic than other wizards and witches.
But you know, I can understand why you'd think Albus would have that ability.
Nick started to say.
With this thing about the greatest wizard alive, the Dark Lord's defeater, he's expected to have an ability as incredible as this. Yes, and then there's the fact that his eyes are always twinkling.
I said with a little grimace.
Ha.
Nick laughed good-naturedly.
I understand you, those twinkling eyes sometimes irritated me too.
Nick then looked at me and started to think. After a while he put his hands on my shoulders and looked at me with a serious face, but with a calm smile on his face.
You know, Ethan, every wizard and witch who has the magic insight has always been involved at the center of some important event in the world, both wizard and muggle. Penny and I think awakening magic insight is a way for magic to tell us that wizard who awakened it will do big things in the future.
He said.
And the headmaster wasn't one of those people.
I muttered, making Nick sigh.
I know, I also expected Albus to have this ability. But magic insight doesn't choose a hero or a great wizard, it chooses someone who will change the world, whether in a positive or negative way.
As soon as Nick said that, I looked at him questioningly.
This may surprise you, Ethan, but I've seen more bad people awaken magic insight than good people.
With that phrase from Nick, I looked at him with wide eyes, realizing who the person he is talking about is.
Are you implying that Grindelwald had magic insight? Yeah, that's what I meant.
Nick nodded.
Well, damn.
I muttered and Nick nodded. I then sighed, planning to think about it another time.
You know, Nick, now that I know this ability is so old, I started to think the name it was given is a little bad.
I said with a mischievous smile on my face, trying to change the subject.
Ha, I know, but that was the name everyone decided to use, and now we can't change it anymore.
He said, but then he looked at me.
And speaking of name, what was the name you gave your magic insight?
Magic vision.
I said proudly.
And you still want to judge the name we gave?
He asked with a blank face, to which I shrugged. I then put my hand on my chin in thought.
Nick, how did you realize I had magic vision on? I know when the skill is activated, it just makes my eyes a little bright, and I trained hard to hide this bright, so there's no way you could have seen it.
I asked, since even the headmaster couldn't feel or see when I used this ability.
Simple, I recognize the signs when someone is using magic insight.
He shrugged.
Call it a sixth sense.
He said with a small smile, and I could see him looking at me with his blue eyes twinkling. Looking at me with magic insight on, I could see Nick's eyes widen slightly.
Mon Dieu, I always knew your magic was dense, but apparently I was underestimating you.
He said.
Thanks.
I scratched the back of my neck, a little embarrassed by the compliment, but then I thought of something.
Hey Nick, I can't see my magic very well because it's in my body, so can you tell me what color it is? And its characteristics.
I asked.
The color of your magic.
Nick asked, confused.
Yes.
I replied, and then I saw Nick grimace.
Ethan!
He said, and with that we fell into an awkward silence.
Oh.
Was the only thing I managed to say.
Ethan!
Nick called me, looking at me with a straight face.
How does your magic insight?
He asked. I had already realized that my magic vision was probably not the same as magic insight, so I started to be cautious, mainly because sharing my abilities with others is not a smart thing to do. However, I could only sense Nick's confusion, curiosity, and concern for me, and my instincts were telling me he was trustworthy, so I decided to tell him most of the things I'd discovered about my magic vision.
Well, that's interesting.
Nick said, tapping a finger on his chin as he thought.
From what you've told me, I can say with 100% certainty that your ability isn't magic insight.
When Nick said that, I puffed out my chest a little proudly. Because who wouldn't want to know that they have a powerful ability that is the final version of an ability that many important witches and wizards have had?
Hee hee, and I thought I could give you some tips on how to use your magic insight, but now I know I'm not worthy of it.
Nick said, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly.
In fact, you would be the one who could give you some tips on how to use magic insight. Well, what counts is the intention, right?
I asked, smiling at him.
Yes.
Nick said, smiling too. He then looked at his pocket watch.
Oh, we got too involved in the conversation. Probably Penny and her mother are thinking that we ran off to terrorize some poor innocent soul.
HMPH. No person is a poor innocent soul if I say they aren't.
I said, looking at Nick with an arrogant and powerful look.
Of course, O mighty Lord, holder of the magic vision skill.
Nick said sarcastically, bowing slightly to me.
Glad to see you know your place, old boy.
I said, and then Nick and I looked at each other for a few seconds before we both started laughing.
Huh, it's been a while since I had this fun.
Nick said, standing up and wiping a tear from his eye.
Well, then I guess as a nice guest, I have to teach the old man here how to have fun, right?
I said, and then started laughing evilly as I rubbed my hands together. Should I stop him? Chapter 173. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the Flamels, my family and I tour of the Eiffel Tower, we headed back to the Flamels' house, where Nick told Penny about my magic vision, with my permission of course. Penny was just as surprised as Nick, to the point where I had to sit in a chair for nearly 2 hours answering her questions about my ability, with her jotting down every little bit of information. The difference between magic vision and magic insight is that magic insight is not as powerful or useful as magic vision. Magic insight can only see magic as a large orb of light, where sometimes when a wizard reached a relevant level of power, that orb of light acquires some different characteristics. Nick said that when he looked at the headmaster's magic, he felt like he was looking at a great, warm, comforting sun. Those who have magic insight also cannot see the magic of some items if they are too old, unless the item contains a lot of magic in it. Knowing that the Flamels couldn't help me develop my magic vision discouraged me a bit, but then I was happy again, as I remembered that my skill is more special than a skill that is already considered very special. It was as if in a world where there were only 7 cars, I got a plane. As the Flamels found out about my ability, they decided that I could learn some more advanced things, nothing too over the top since they wanted me to enjoy my vacation. I also haven't forgotten that I have to try to get Nick to take me to Beauxbatons, since I want to see what another wizard school is like. And I also have to pay a visit to Lily, who sent me a letter saying that her family was making a stop here in Paris before heading to the city of Lyon. Other than that, I still have to read Marcel's diary more, as I want to try to find out who his father is and what family he belongs to. July 2nd, 1758. I've just arrived
Home.
after another year at Hogwarts, and for the first time in a long time I felt excited to be back. As my family no longer tormented me since my 4th year, as I learned that if I can't use spells to re-educate them, then I might as well use some potions. I think now I also don't need to think about them as my bloody family anymore, since they're not even my real family. But back to the main subject, now that I'm out of Hogwarts, I'll be able to look for my mother, and when I find her, I'll have a lot of questions I want her to answer. A part of me is relieved to know that the muggles I've lived with for so long aren't my family, and that the one who is my real mother has been quietly watching over me. But also another part of me is terrified of knowing that she only took care of me to keep her conscience clear, or because she feel that this was the minimum of her obligations as a mother, and that she actually doesn't love me and doesn't want to have anything to do with me. I don't know what I'm going to do if I find out that even the person I care about most in this world sees me as just another nuisance. No longer tormented me since my 4th year, as I learned that if I can't use spells to re-educate them, then I might as well use some potions. I think now I also don't need to think about them as my bloody family anymore, since they're not even my real family. But back to the main subject, now that I'm out of Hogwarts, I'll be able to look for my mother, and when I find her, I'll have a lot of questions I want her to answer. A part of me is relieved to know that the muggles I've lived with for so long aren't my family, and that the one who is my real mother has been quietly watching over me. But also, another part of me is terrified of knowing that she only took care of me to keep her conscience clear, or because she feel that this was the minimum of her obligations as a mother, and that she actually doesn't love me and doesn't want to have anything to do with me. I don't know what I'm going to do if I find out that even the person I care about most in this world sees me as just another nuisance.
What?
I wondered.
Is Marcel actually a greengrass?
I thought, obviously shocked at this new information.
It really could make a great Mexican soap opera with Marcel's life.
Marcel's life has so many plot twists and surprises that if it were a movie, no one would leave the theater at the end because they would wait for the post-credits scenes.
And I was thinking of looking for someone who had a connection with Marcel, but ironically, one of the first people I met when I arrived at Hogwarts was someone from his family. In fact, I hadn't even arrived at Hogwarts yet.
I thought, remembering my first conversation with Daphne Greengrass when I boarded the Hogwarts Express.
Wait,
I realized.
A pureblood boy from one of the families that most believe in pureblood being raised by muggles, ending up in Slytherin, and being despised by his colleagues purists.
Come to think of it, Riddle and Marcel's story is getting more and more similar. The only thing different is that Riddle managed to manipulate those around him so that he was on top, and Marcel, even being a genius and someone as cunning as Riddle, only managed to stay at the bottom of society. Sometimes it's hard not to believe that Slytherin is a dark wizarding house. There you either have to be an idiot purist to stand above the others, or you are put in a situation where the pressure is so great that at some point you will end up exploding.
In these moments, I realized that Sorting Hat was wrong in saying that Harry would do well in Slytherin.
Chapter 174. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After reading Marcel's journal, I decided I needed some time to think and relax, so I went downstairs to the living room where my parents and the Flamels were talking. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, I grabbed a cup of hot chocolate that Penny offered me with a smile, and then I listened to their conversation. At some point in their conversation, I got bored and decided to play around with my wand a bit, make the cookies that were on the plate on the table dance. While I was playing with my magic, my parents and the Flamels watched my little show amused.
You know, one thing I've noticed is that none of you have questioned us so far as to why Ethan is using magic outside of Hogwarts, without getting any warning.
Nick said, causing my parents and I to look at him.
well,
My mom said, realizing only now that they'd probably warnings about magic are only given when a wand is used.
And I thought because we're in France, Britain's wizarding laws would be void here.
My father shrugged. The Flamels didn't question me because they know I can see the wards that covered the house. They also asked the French ministry for a permit for me that allowed me to use magic freely, as long as I didn't do magic in front of muggles or use very destructive magic other than in private places.
Well, you're almost right. The reason he doesn't get any notices about magic outside of Hogwarts is that we got him a permit, and also our house is surrounded by wards, and one of them prevents the ministry from monitoring it.
Nick said, waving his wand and casting a spell on the living room wall. Right after that, from where the spell hit, some blue and gold symbols and runes began to appear on the wall of the room.
And these, my dear friends, are our wards. Some of them are my beautiful wife's creation.
He said, and with my magic vision I could see every detail of the wards, something I've done before, and every time I analyzed the wards I was even more impressed.
Wow, this is beautiful.
My mom said, as the only time she saw a ward fully activated and visible was the day the goblins installed wards in our house.
What do these wards do?
My father asked in wonder, but he heard no answer. My dad and mom then looked at the flamels and saw Nick looking at them with a wry smile on his face as Penny looked away a little embarrassed. And I, who had already analyzed the wards a little, could understand the reason for their reaction. Penny then took out her wand and summoned a book that was on the living room shelf. Picking up the book, she put it on the table and dragged it over to my parents.
Well,
She said. My parents, who looked at Penny strangely, took the book and started reading it, and each page they read made their faces turn blue and pale.
a ward to make all the bones in the body disappear.
My mother asked, scared.
Twisting all the invaders' tendons.
My father said, as scared as my mother, since he's a doctor and knows how painful this ward must be.
I have to ask Penny to teach me how to ride this ward.
I thought.
Is there a spell that does the same thing as this ward? I can ask Nick later.
Most of the time these wards are off, Penny was quick to reassure my parents, which seemed to work.
Most of the time. The last time I saw these wards deactivated was in 1858.
Nick thought, not daring to say it out loud. My parents, after listening to Penny, continued to read the book.
A cleaning ward.
My mom asked, and hearing her, I turned around in surprise to look at Penny.
Is there a cleaning ward here? So why do we still clean the house every day?
I asked, and Penny just turned to me with a happy smile on her face.
Well,
She said, and I felt my eye twitch. It's fun, even though it's small on the outside. This house has so many rooms that sometimes I almost feel like I'm at Hogwarts, I thought. Following day. Street of presentations and shows of France. Everyone come and see, mystical and mysterious creatures which alone can terrorize a city. They are known for having origins in Greece with voices that enchant anyone. With a simple song they can win 1,000 hearts. Come see the Sirens Gracia show. Where my family and I walked, we could see and hear people screaming to draw attention to their shows and performances. As my family and I didn't want to waste our time in France, the Flamels decided to take us to the Street of Presentations and Shows, also known as Avenue des Chansons, Avenue of Songs, which is basically in Street Avenue where at every corner we can find amazing magic shows. This reminds me the Circus Arcanus from the second Fantastic Beasts movie, I thought.
You wizards never cease to amaze me.
My dad commented, lifting his finger and popping a golden soap bubble, which turned into a crystal rose.
hee, this is just the street performances. We didn't make it to the main events.
Penny said, pulling my mom by the arm and heading down the street. My dad and Nick then looked at each other and shrugged, going to follow the two of them, but then I called my dad.
Hey Dad, I'm meeting a friend of mine here so you can go without me. Then after I talk to my friend, I will meet you.
I said to my dad, who looked at me.
Fine, but don't take too long or your mom might be worried.
He said, and I nodded.
Can I go with you, Ethan?
Seal asked me, tugging at the sleeves of my shirt.
Please.
She said, looking at me with those damn puppy eyes. I then sighed and turned to my father.
Sigh, it's okay, Seal, you can go with your brother. But behave yourself and don't forget to listen and obey him, okay?
He asked, crouching down in front of Seal, who nodded quickly with a giant smile on her face. After saying that, I took Seal's hand and started walking towards the hangout Lily had talked about, which was in front of a big red souvenir shop.
Hey, Ethan.
I heard someone call out to me, and turning around I saw Lily running towards me. Arriving in front of me, Lily hugged me, and before I could say anything, she started to tell me about how your vacation has been so far.
Brother, who is she?
Seal asked me, looking at Lily with a frown. Hearing the cute voice beside me, Lily turned to Seal, only noticing her now.
Who is she?
Lily asked.
Seal, this is Lily, a friend and colleague from school. And Lily, this is Celestia, my younger sister I talked about.
I said, but instead of seeing the two of them greeting each other as expected, I saw two of them staring at each other with frowns on their faces.
But what the hell is going on?
I wondered, eyeing the two of them, who were looking each other up and down analytically and competitively.
HMPH.
The two then huffed and looked away. I, who was between the two of them, could only look at them strangely, deciding not to think too much about their interaction, as I know women can be very confusing at times. Today I woke up feeling like I was forgetting something important.
If you don't remember, then maybe it's not that important.
Chapter 175. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
My mom says there are some magical creatures here that are very rare to find in Britain.
Lily said, holding my arm as she guided me to a large museum-like structure, and meanwhile Seal was clinging to my other arm pouting.
Like which creatures?
I asked.
I don't know.
Lily said happily.
My mom never told me, and I never asked.
With that response from Lily, I simply looked at her with a raised eyebrow, which she shrugged.
I know you like magical creatures, so I thought you might like to see some rare creatures.
She said, and I smiled at her.
Well, maybe I like it a little.
I said, and this time it was Lily's turn to look at me with a raised eyebrow. Arriving in front of the place, I saw that there was a large, decorated and colorful sign written, Zoo des Creatures Magiques Rares et Specials de Maître Augustin, abbreviated to Zoo MA. Master Augustine's Zoo of Rare and Special Magical Creatures. Paying a total of 4 galleons per person, Lily, Seal, and I entered the zoo, and the first thing we noticed was that the place was more organized than expected. The interior of the place was well lit and had a very long corridor, and on each side of the corridors were cages, boxes, and glass cases with several animals inside. Interestingly, for each species of animal, their cages had a different appearance to suit their narutal habitat. Most of the creatures that were at the entrance to the zoo are common magical creatures such as plimpies, nifflers, clabberts, and diricals. Of all the Class X and XX creatures that were in the first sector of the zoo, the only ones that looked interesting were the nifflers for their ability to find and steal anything shiny, and the diricals, who are known to muggles as dodos, and who has a teleportation ability similar to the apparition. The deeper we went into the zoo, the more strange and interesting animals we saw.
Look, Ethan, I've read about this creature.
Said Lily, pointing to a water horse.
Yes, Lily. He's a Class XXX creature called the hippocampus.
I said, approaching the big glass aquarium and putting my hand on it. With my hand close to the glass, the hippocampus inside the aquarium seemed to have sensed me, as they approached the glass and stared at me. With some of my beast talk, I passed some positive feelings on to the hippocampus, who neighed happily before they started swimming around the aquarium, as if they were dancing.
Some people compare hippocampus to hippogriffs, but in fact the two are completely different. Hippocampus are also calmer and more cheerful and easily tamed. It's a mystery to me why they're considered Class XXX.
I said, and I could see Lily looking back and forth between me and the hippocampus with a look of wonder.
How did he make them dance?
Was the question on Lily's mind. We then continued with our tour, where we saw some auguries, some mooncalves that had a habitat that was enchanted to a ways be at night, and a couple of F-whoopers who luckily were bewitched with silencing spells.
Ethan, what creature are those?
Seal asked me, pointing to some horses with wings.
Those are winged horses, and it's usually their colors that help us distinguish their race.
I said, and then pointed to a brown winged horse.
That one is an Ethonin, that gray one is a Granian, and that big horse Palomino with white wings is an Abraxan.
How do you know so much about magical creatures?
Lily asked me.
Well, I'm a Ravenclaw known for.
Lily continued for me. She then took a look around us.
Are there only horses here?
She asked, and I laughed a little.
Maybe this is the area for the horse-like creatures.
I said with a slight smile on my face, shrugging my shoulders. I then felt some feelings and emotions of calm and purity, and I easily recognized which animal was transmitting these feelings.
Well, I don't know if you want to see another horse, but I have a feeling you'll like this one.
I said, and then started taking them to another habitat. Arriving in front of a habitat that resembled a forest, I saw a pure white creature approaching the railings that surrounded the habitat.
Wow, how beautiful.
Lily said in wonder. Seal, who was beside me holding my hand, started jumping around happily with an excited smile on her face as she pointed at the creature that was in front of us.
Brother, that's a.
She started to say, but I finished for her.
Yes, Seal, he's a unicorn.
I said, smiling at the creature. At the same time, I felt sad to see him trapped in a cage, even though I know it's safer here than most forests of the world.
And unicorn.
Seal exclaimed happily, walking to the front of the bars, but I held her back.
Calm down, Seal. Unicorns don't like to be approached so suddenly.
I said, and then put Seal behind me as I calmly approached the unicorn. Arriving in front of him, I looked around to see if anyone was watching us, luckily finding no one. I then brought my hand closer to the bars and let the unicorn decide whether to approach it or not. Not a second after I stretched out my hand, the unicorn in front of me came over and laid his head on my mom, and I started petting him.
See, now you can get closer.
I said, turning to the girls, only to see that Lily and Seal were standing next to each other, looking at me in wonder with a twinkle in their eyes and their mouths half open.
Ethan.
Lily asked me, causing me to stop abruptly. I then turned to look at her slowly, but I could only see innocence and curiosity in her eyes.
Why did you ask that?
I asked, confused.
Well, you're known for being kind, you look great, and animals love you.
She asked me back.
You know, maybe I'm a princess.
I said, shrugging my shoulders. As soon as I said that, I saw the two of them looking at me with their eyes wide open and huge smiles on their faces.
This is amazing.
Lily exclaimed.
I didn't know unicorns let men touch them.
She continued.
Maybe I'm a special case.
I said.
But I also saw the hippocampus dancing for you.
I said, rolling my eyes playfully at Lily.
Brother.
Seal, who was quiet, approached me and tugged at my shirt.
Yes, Seal.
If you're a Disney princess, does that mean I'm one too?
She asked, looking at me expectantly and innocently.
Yes, Seal, you are a wonderful princess.
I said, and Seal broke into a huge smile, before turning to look superiorly at Lily, and I could see Lily's right eye twitch. Seeing this scene, I let out a little huff, and Lily turned to me pouting, and I had to resist the urge to laugh.
Well, girls, we don't have all day, so let's get on with our ride.
Chapter 176. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. December 25th. On this Christmas morning, we could see a cheerful little girl tiptoeing to a bedroom door, trying to be silent.
Hi, Big Brother won't be waiting for that.
Seal thought, turning the door handle slowly. As soon as she turned the knob fully, she opened the door and peered into the room through the small crack in the door. Looking at the bed and seeing a person-shaped bulge under the covers, Seal broke into a huge smile and walked into the room.
ETHAN.
Seal screamed happily, running towards the bed with the intention of jumping on it. But before she could jump, a pair of arms caught her from behind and lifted her off the ground.
Tusk, apparently you never learn, do you?
I asked, holding Seal, who turned her face to look at me with a pout.
You're supposed to be sleeping.
She said, annoyed, and I laughed, placing her on the floor and lightly pinching her puffy cheeks.
And let you wake me up by jumping on me. Nah.
I said.
Now why don't you wake up Mom and Dad so we can open our presents?
Ooh, true.
Seal said, and she then started laughing with a mischievous look on her face. She then skipped out of my room while humming, and I for some reason felt sorry for my father.
I created a monster.
I thought, sweating, but with an inexplicable feeling of pride in my chest. Living room.
You got more presents than last time.
My mom commented, looking at the pile of things I had next to me.
Well,
I shrugged arrogantly.
So why haven't I seen your ability to make friends at your muggle school?
My father asked, and I placed a hand on my chest painfully.
That was a low blow.
I said, and he shrugged with a smile on his face.
I'm glad to see you got so many nice presents.
Nick said, glancing at a blue scarf and eucalyptus leaf necklace Luna gave me.
But well, I guess there's still room for one more present.
As soon as he said that, Penny used her wand to summon a box that was wrapped in green wrapping paper.
But you guys already got me a present.
I said, pointing to an enchanted formal wear set and a thermos of infinite hot chocolate.
We know, it's just that you can consider this present as compensation for returning the stone to us.
Penny said.
But, yes, we've told you that the lessons you're getting are compensation, but we don't think that's enough.
Nick said, and before I could argue he continued.
And you're not going to refuse our present, Rigth. Sigh, with you saying that, it's hard for me to refuse.
I said with a wry smile on my face.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Penny said with a smile on her face. She then took the present and handed it to me, and I took it with a curious look.
We didn't know what a good present to give you, but with the little time we've spent with you, we've had a little idea of what we think you'd like.
Penny said with a little nervousness and anticipation.
Don't worry, I'll be happy with any present I get from you.
I said with a slight smile, which seemed to calm Penny down. Without further ado, I tore open the wrapping paper and saw that the box the Flamels had given me was actually a small trunk enchanted with a shrinking spell.
Hit your wand 3 times on the lock.
Penny told me, and that's exactly what I did. As soon as I gave the trunk's lock the 3rd tap with my wand, I saw it increase in size, reaching the size of a school trunk, and automatically it opened.
Is that what I think it is?
I asked, looking in surprise at the contents inside the trunk. The trunk was completely filled with books and diaries, and I recognized the titles of some books as being very old and limited books.
Some of these books were written with our help, and some we got as gifts from the authors themselves.
Nick said, picking up a book entitled
The Tales of Beetle the Bard.
Which surprised me a lot, as I knew the importance of one of the short stories in this book.
And some of these other books are of our own making, and there's even some journals that we've written in our lives, with our stories and some studies and spells.
Penny said, which made me look at them wide-eyed.
What?
My parents also looked at the Flamels a little surprised.
I didn't think you guys would even give him your diaries.
My dad said, and I turned to look at him.
Did you know?
I asked.
They asked our opinion on what to get you.
My mom said, with my dad shrugging his shoulders with a faint smile. I then turned back to the diaries and then looked at the Flamels.
Sorry, but I can't accept these diaries. They're yours.
I said.
Ha ha ha, don't worry about the diaries. Some of them were just gathering dust in our library, and some of those diaries are just copies.
Nick said, which made me feel a little more relaxed.
But why do you want to give them to me? These books alone are worth far more than any compensation, and along with these diaries.
I said, and I wasn't saying this out of humility, but because I knew how much these books and diaries were worth.
Well, Ethan, you might think these sheets of paper are a big compensation, but for us that's still not enough to thank you for what you've done.
Penny said, which made me duck my head in thought.
And besides,
Nick started, catching my attention.
We feel it's worth handing them over to you, as we have faith that you'll do great things in the future.
He said, looking at me with a smile and eyes shining, and I understood what he meant. Lowering my head, I started looking at the trunk lost in thought. I then sighed and lifted my head to look at the Flamels.
Heh, with so many good points, I guess I can only accept this present and say thank you.
I said, a slight smile on my face.
You don't have to thank us.
Penny said, coming over to me and hugging me tightly.
Air.
I said dramatically.
We're wizards, we don't need that much air.
Penny said, squeezing me even tighter to my parents' and Nick's amusement.
But that doesn't make any sense.
I thought, wondering if it would be wise to use the apparition to escape this death grip. Guest room. Back in my room at the Flamels' house, I sat on the bed looking at the trunk at my feet, lost in thought. What I was thinking was that with these books and journals, I would have a better chance of completing my plans and goals for this year. Reading a few pages of the books and journals with information about spells, I found some that could help me against the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. If I couldn't beat the basilisk with these spells, at least my chances would be bigger. Sound spells, a spell that could cause small but strong earthquakes, and some offensive spells that I was sure would kill many magical creatures, but I don't know if they would work on the basilisk's tough skin.
Too many things to think about, and I haven't even finished creating my unsupported flight spell.
I thought with a sigh, throwing myself back on the bed and staring at the ceiling. I then looked to the side and saw Marcel's diary on my pillow. Calmly, I picked up the diary and looked at it.
Well, at least I'm almost done reading this diary.
I thought, opening the diary to the last page I had read.
And if I start now, maybe I'll finish reading it today.
Chapter 177. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Marcel's diary continued to tell about his life until his final year at Hogwarts, talking about Marcel graduating from Hogwarts with above-average grades, with me knowing he could very well have gotten the best grade of his year. The other information that was in the diary talked about how Marcel lived his life after Hogwarts, and happily he managed to get away from that goddamn adoptive family of his, and he began his search for his mother. Knowing his mother's name should help in his quest, but apparently either she was really a little-known foreign witch, or Marcel's father somehow managed to erase any information about her existence. Judging by the dirty information Marcel found out about his father, I'm leaning more towards the second option. All the things Marcel's father did on the sly, in my mind, made me think he might as well have become a Death Eater or an acolyte of Grindelwald had he been born in another time.
Heh, and to think that the wizarding government has been corrupt and dirty since ancient times.
I thought, not able and not even trying to contain my contempt. I then went back to reading the diary, only to my confusion the next page was all blank.
Huh, what the hell?
I muttered. I went to the next page and just like the previous one, it was also blank. I then leafed through the diary and saw that all the following pages were also blank.
Has Marcel stopped writing in his diary? What happened?
I mentally asked myself. Just as I was going to reach for my wand to see if there were any concealment spells in the diary, I felt some magical fluctuations coming from the blank pages. With a look of curiosity on my face, I turned on my magic vision, and with it, I could see that those blank pages were actually enchanted, and the magic in them was so strong that it made me realize that all the magic I had felt from the diary came from them.
What did you do, Marcel?
I asked no one in particular.
Why did Marcel enchant only these pages? What is so different and special about them?
I wondered. Before I could think of an answer, before my eyes and with my magic vision on, I saw the blank pages of the diary turn pitch black, and then I felt a sensation of being pulled into the diary.
Wait, is that diary a Horcrux?
I thought, closing my eyes and breaking the connection to the diary. I then, without much thought, threw the diary away. As soon as I felt the connection break and felt my magic settle, I looked down at the journal I'd thrown on the floor.
Damn, that was close.
I thought, but then my mind started working and I realized something.
Wait, it doesn't make sense, and it's not even possible that this diary is a Horcrux.
I thought, realizing that I was a bit hasty with my actions, mainly because of my last encounter with a Horcrux.
The diary doesn't have the same corrupted magic from the Horcruxes, and I had no reaction to touching it in all this time. And besides, my senses didn't alert me to any danger coming from the diary, quite the opposite.
Towards the end of my analysis, I went back to looking at the diary on the floor, and getting up from my bed I began to cautiously approach him. When I was in front of the diary, I reached my hand out to it, with my magic vision turned on just in case. And just as I expected, nothing bad or strange happened, and even Marcel's magic in the diary remained the same.
Well, while Marcel's magic isn't the most pure, clear, and light magic I've ever seen, it's also far from the most corrupt, dirty, and dark, at least not at the level of someone who made a Horcrux.
I thought, picking up the diary and holding it in my hands. Returning then to my bed, I opened the diary curiously. Since now I knew the diary didn't pose any danger to me, I was curious to know what that feeling of being pulled was all about. Opening the diary to the blank pages, I held it up and looked at it, but strangely nothing happened.
Funny to think that the weird thing here is the diary isn't trying to pull me into it.
I thought. I then thought of something and decided to turn on my magic vision. And just then the same phenomenon happened, with the pages being completely dyed black and me feeling myself being pulled into the diary. This time, I didn't try to break the connection and let the enchantment on the diary continue. With a small feeling of dizziness and lightness hitting me, I saw the world around me spin with flashes of white and black lights. And as soon as those flashes stopped, I suddenly found myself standing in a large circular room with many bookshelves on the wall, with parchment and other magic items thrown around the room.
Oh,
I muttered to myself, watching my hand go inside a lamp and blur it, as if it were a mist.
I'm in a memory, like in Riddle's diary.
I said, looking around carefully.
The last pages are not Marcel's everyday notes or information. They are Marcel's memories.
I said, surprised that I didn't know such an enchantment existed, but even more surprised to find that Marcel knows about it and used it in his diary.
Damn headache.
I heard someone grumble, and looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a tall man with curly black hair that reached his shoulder length. This man also had a long beard and dark circles under his eyes, highlighting his gray eyes. The man wore shabby, baggy clothes, and if I hadn't noticed his dragon-hide boots or caught a glimpse of the wand holster on his wrist, I'd have thought this man was homeless. The man approached a half-open box that sat on a table next to several dirty cups of coffee.
Damn, my supply of headache potions has run out.
He cursed. The man then sat down heavily in a chair and pulled his wand from its holster, and with it, he summoned one of the few clean cups that were in the cupboard and a kettle that was on the fireplace. Approaching the man, I stopped in front of him, looking at him with analytical, curious eyes.
Marcel.
I said, and the man raised his head.
Huh.
I said eloquently, pulling away from Marcel.
Can he hear me?
I wondered, but then I saw him get up from his chair and walk over to me, and when I was ready to pull out my wand, I heard the man speak again.
Finally you're here, you stupid bird.
Marcel said, passing through my body and becoming a blur of mist, taking shape as he passed me. Looking back, I saw that he was actually talking to an owl, which was carrying a large package.
If I'd known it would take so long to arrive, I would have ordered elsewhere.
Marcel grumbled, picking up the package and handing some pieces of bread to the owl, which took off right away. Marcel then unwrapped the package, and placing its contents on the table, I saw that Marcel had bought several things. 3 books, various potion ingredients, a few other items I didn't know what they were or what they were for, a wand and vials containing some types of liquids.
What the hell is Marcel trying to do?
I wondered, with an odd look on my face looking at 2 of the vials I recognized, knowing they were unicorn blood and some other creature's blood. Leaving these items on the table, Marcel picked up one of the 3 books that had a dark red cover and approached his bookshelf, where he picked up a journal and a quill with his coffee cup levitating behind him. He then began to look at the book with concentration. He muttered, and then to my surprise, I saw his eyes light up. Right after that, I heard him speak, but he wasn't speaking English anymore, and it didn't take a genius to find out that he was actually speaking the language that was written in the book. And the surprising thing was that he learned this new language in seconds just by looking at a book.
Does he also have the magic insight? But how did he learn a new language so easily? Is he just like me and also has a special ability?
Chapter 178. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Even though I was very surprised by Marcel using magic insight, and with many questions running through my mind, I still kept watching to his memories, hoping to find some answers. The memories passed quickly, with often skipping days or weeks, and in one of those many memories I saw how Marcel added his memories to this diary. At the end of a day, in which Marcel spent the whole afternoon reading the books he had ordered, I saw him pick up his diary, which happens to be the same diary I am in possession of now. Marcel used his wand to pull a silver thread like a mist from his head, and I knew those were his memories. He then placed the memory in the diary where it was absorbed. I still don't know what spell, rune, or enchantment Marcel used to make the diary store and display memories, but what I've seen here shows just how smart and determined Marcel is. Not only did Marcel achieve this feat, he also spent day and night studying and taking notes about his experiments, but I didn't know what for. I heard Marcel speak. He was at a workbench with various items around him, most of them for potions or nursing. Was what Marcel was doing now an attempt to divide?
Sigh, if only this language was a magic language.
I thought.
Where am I going wrong?
Marcel muttered in frustration. He then picked up one of the books that had a black cover with blue accents and a drawing of a crow on the front.
It can't be the enchantment.
He wondered, but then I saw his eyes widen.
Wait!
Marcel exclaimed. He then got up quickly and ran to his bookshelf, where he picked up two small books with black covers with dark red accents.
Magic blood, magical blood.
Marcel muttered, flipping through the pages.
I found it.
He said.
Hate and anger, rancor and suffering, pain and revenge. Many things are capable of awakening a latent desire in a wizard, but only the worst and strongest feelings can allow them to use all their magic and the blood of their enemies to his advantage.
Marcel muttered, quoting an excerpt from the book, and as he did, I was looking at the title of the other book.
Curses of Body and Soul, by V. Kristovich.
I muttered, recognizing the name of somewhere.
Isn't that the name of a Russian dark wizard from the 11th century?
I thought, but I decided to put that aside and continued to pay attention to what Marcel was saying.
Magic, just like when we were children, will act based on our emotions, and with that, it will itself become the executioner of the one our negative emotions were directed at.
Marcel then stopped to catch his breath, and I looked over his shoulder to read the book with him.
Chapter 23, Blood.
I muttered.
With your magic recognizing the target, with the right equipment and preparations, and with certain conditions met, the blood and flesh of the one we want to see pain will be cursed, and that curse will run through your soul and your offspring, thus making the curse an incurable virus that will hit the enemy's entire family.
Marcel continued reading. Another name given to these curses, which annihilated many families and kingdoms, is
Blood malediction, Marcel and I said together, with him gaining a satisfied, excited look and me gaining a terrified look. What?
I asked out loud. And before I had time to reflect on what I'd just seen, Marcel's memories shifted again.
Very quick and not very painful.
Marcel said, crossing something out of his journal. I quickly looked around and saw that we weren't at Marcel's house anymore. We were in a closed place like a chamber or a cave. It's hard to explain as the place was dimly lit and I was paying attention to other things. In addition to some items, ingredients, and books that were scattered around a table, this chamber also had several cages with many magical and non-magical creatures. In the center of the chamber was a stone platform with some runic symbols carved into it. On that blood-stained platform lay a wolf cub and a large wolf, which was probably one of his parents, obviously dead. It didn't take long for me to understand what was going on.
You worm!
I growled, glaring at Marcel, even though I knew everything here was a memory and he couldn't see me or hear me. From the amount of blood on the altar and the many empty cages with traces of other creatures, it was easy to discover that this family of wolves were not the first creatures Marcel sacrificed in his experiment.
Even though the effects weren't what I wanted, at least now I know how to eliminate one part of the blood and how to awaken the other.
Marcel said, a happy smile on his face as he burned the wolves' bodies at the altar.
Just wait for me, Mom, I'll still find you.
Marcel said to my momentary confusion. He then looked at his journal.
And wait for me, Daddy, I'm still going to destroy your life and everything you've built.
He said with a sadistic look on his face. Following his gaze, I saw something that startled me. The journal had several notes on blood maledictions, talking about how to cast them, what the criteria were, and what effects these curses would have on the affected family. Holy shit.
You're a crazy bastard.
I said, trying to remember when that kid who loved to read under a tree became a sadistic psychopath.
How can someone like you have the magic insight?
I started to say, but then I remembered what the Flamels had told me about magic insight.
You know, Ethan, every wizard and witch who has the magic insight has always been involved at the center of some important event in the world, both wizard and muggle. Penny and I think awakening magic insight is a way for magic to tell us that wizard who awakened him will do big things in the future.
He said.
And the headmaster wasn't one of those people.
I muttered, making Nick sigh.
I know, I also expected Albus to have this ability. But magic insight doesn't choose a hero or a great wizard, it chooses someone who will change the world, whether positively or negatively. Well,
I said.
The big thing Marcel is going to do, or rather did, was create and annotate all these blood maledictions. And for some reason, I'm pretty sure these curses didn't just remain stored and noted in this diary.
As I thought about the ramifications of what Marcel just did, I started to think about something.
Wait!
I said to myself.
Come to think of it, I don't doubt that Herpo the Foul was one of the people who awakened the magic insight.
I said to myself.
Things are only going from bad to worse.
Chapter 179. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The memories continued to pass, with Marcel doing more and more experiments and tests on many creatures in an attempt to create a blood curse that is satisfying to him. The creatures and magical creatures he used as guinea pigs ranged from common birds to house elves, and I had already lost count of the amount. With each experiment I watched, the more I lost the little sympathy and pity I felt for Marcel, to the point where I kept watching the memories just to see what his goal was, willing him to fail. I knew I was being very spiteful, but it was hard to resist as I had to see so many poor, unhappy, and innocent creatures dying in the cruelest and most painful ways possible, just for him to complete his revenge.
What?
I heard Marcel, who was looking at some containers that held his own blood.
Did I make it?
He said.
He did make it.
I asked, a little surprised.
Yes, I did it, yoo-hoo.
He shouted excitedly, holding the vial of his blood carefully and expectantly.
Wait!
Marcel wondered, calming his excitement and looking at the vial.
This is not how the blood is supposed to react.
He said with a frown. As I looked at Marcel as he started fiddling with his equipment to analyze the blood, the memory began to shift, and then I found myself standing on a deserted road that led to a house on top of a ridge.
So this is where she is.
Marcel, who was beside me, wondered, holding his vial, the blood in it moving towards the house. What Marcel had been studying all this time besides the blood malediction was a way to track down his mother, and the way he found it was by using blood. However, the problem was that Marcel didn't have any blood samples from his mother, so the way he thought of solving this problem was to use his own blood to track her. He then studied how to split his blood and activate the part that belonged to his mother, and that was another reason he studied the blood maledictions, as this curse sought out and attacked the blood of a specific family. While I was lost in thought, I looked at Marcel and saw that he was trying to straighten his clothes to make himself more presentable.
Well, Marcel, you've been waiting for this moment all these years.
He muttered. Marcel then took a deep breath and started walking towards the house, with me following close behind. Knock, knock.
Excuse me, does Mrs. Traceley live here?
Marcel called after knocking on the door. Knock, knock.
Mrs. Traceley.
Marcel called again a little louder after 1 minute had passed, and no one had opened the door. After another 1 minute had passed, Marcel activated his magic insight and looked inside the house. As the memories were Marcel's vision, I could see what he saw with his magic insight, so I wasn't surprised to suddenly see the magic all around me.
I'm always surprised when I see how basic the magic insight is compared to magic vision.
I thought.
Strange.
Marcel muttered, looking at a spot inside the house. That spot was someone's magic, and the magic was a little weak, like it was fading.
Damn, Marcel and I said at the same time, understanding what was happening.
Marcel, without thinking twice, pulled out his wand and tried to open the door, but the door wouldn't open because of a locking spell that was on it. He then used a low-powered explosive spell and destroyed the door. Entering the unscrupulous house, Marcel ran to where the weak magic was. Arriving in front of a door, he pulled out his wand to destroy it, but then he thought for a while and decided to open the door normally. After the door opened, Marcel walked into what was a bedroom with some old furniture that was dusty. And lying on the bed inside the room was an elderly lady, who slowly turned her head to look at the invader.
Marcel.
The woman asked in a weak voice. Sniff asterisk.
Yes, Mom.
Marcel said, not stopping the tears from falling from his face when he saw that his mother recognized him after so many years.
My son.
Isabel said with a soft smile on her face, reaching out her old and wrinkled hands to Marcel. And he, wasting no time, ran to his mother and took her hands, feeling that they were cold and fragile.
Yes, I came, Mom.
He said, crying, falling to his knees.
I tried to look for you for so long, I swear I tried.
I know, my son, I believe in you.
Isabel said, using one of her hands to wipe a tear that was running down Marcel's cheek.
Lift your face, let me look at you.
Marcel, listening to his mother's request, wiped the tears from his face with the sleeve of his robe and lifted his face to look at his mother.
Hey, you have my eyes.
She said with a thin smile, which almost made Marcel cry again. And I, who was watching this scene, could only look at this family of two with a sad smile on his face and a worried look, as Isabel's magic was getting weaker and weaker, but I didn't know if Marcel noticed or if he was just ignoring it. The mother-son duo then started talking about Marcel's time at Hogwarts and afterwards, with Marcel putting aside the bad things he had to go through and the dark things he did. Marcel's mother also started talking about her youth, her adventures at Hogwarts, her family, and the time she spent taking care of Marcel on the sly. And they both decided it was better not to speak on one particular subject, which was about the greengrass, which was a relief. With them talking, time passed, and before either of us knew it, it was night.
Marcel.
Isabel said.
What do you mean, Mom?
Marcel asked.
I know you've noticed.
She said, and Marcel looked at her in panic.
No, Mom, you still have time to live. I've studied some healing spells and I have some potions with me. I can help you and... Marcel!
Isabel called, causing her son to look at her.
You don't have to try to save me. I know I'm dying.
She said.
But then why didn't you seek help?
He asked, but then he saw his mother's sad, reluctant look.
It was him, wasn't it?
Marcel asked, gritting his teeth.
You don't have to worry about that.
Isabel said, putting a calm smile on her face and running her hand over Marcel's cheeks. It was obvious that Marcel wanted to argue, but he must have realized that it wasn't worth spending those last few moments of his mother talking about his shitty father.
I know I can't ask you not to be sad about my death, but know that I've only lived so far just to have one last chance to see you and talk to you.
She said, surprising Marcel.
Sniff, I also just lived my life thinking about meeting you, Mom.
He said, gently taking her hand that was on his cheek, squeezing it lightly.
I'm glad to hear that.
Chapter 180. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As Marcel held his mother's hand, she started coughing, causing him to look worriedly at her.
My son, I have some requests.
She said, shaking Marcel's hand.
I want you to live your life with no regrets. I want you to be happy, maybe get a girl and have a family, venture into world, or do something that makes you happy.
Yes, Mom, I promise.
Marcel said, crying and smiling at his mother.
I also want you to promise me that you won't go looking for your father, and that you won't try to do anything to him either.
Isabel said, taking Marcel by surprise.
Mom!
Marcel started to say, but was interrupted by Isabel.
Marcel, please promise me. He doesn't deserve your time, and I don't want you to destroy your life seeking revenge or justice.
she asked, looking at him calmly with her eyes filled with tenderness.
Yes, Mom, I promise you.
Marcel said with a forced smile and tears on his face.
Good.
His mother said, smiling. She then began to slowly close her eyes.
Marcel, no matter what you did or do, I will always be your mother.
I love you too, Mom.
Marcel said between his sobs, closing his eyes and holding Isabel's hand against his forehead. And I, who was looking at Isabel, saw her open a slight smile with her breathing slowing, until she stopped breathing and I couldn't hear her heartbeat anymore. Marcel, who was still holding her hand, felt his hands go limp, and he didn't look up because he knew what that meant. Looking at this scene, I felt my cheek get wet, and running my hand over it, I realized I was crying. I didn't know what to think or how to react. It all happened so suddenly that I didn't know if I should feel sorry for Marcel, or if I should be angry at the shitty life they both had.
Damn!
I thought, looking at the floor and letting my tears fall. After about 20 minutes with Marcel on his knees holding his mother's hand and crying, I saw him get up. He looked at his mother and bent down to kiss her forehead, looking at her with a slight smile.
Thanks for everything, Mom.
He said, taking his wand from its holster. He then started to leave the house, and after I took one last look at Isabel, I followed. Arriving outside the house, to my surprise, Marcel used a spell to set the house on fire. But unlike an ordinary fire, this fire was pure white and didn't seem to be hot. As I could feel in looking at the grass around us, I saw that the fire wasn't burning anything alive either.
Now you're free, Mom.
He said, looking at the ash that flew towards the starry sky. Marcel then looked up with a slight smile on his face, wiping away his tears, clasping his hands in prayer.
I never prayed for you or even believed in your existence, but please, if anyone is up there, take care of my mother.
Marcel said. After finishing his prayer, Marcel took one last look at the house. He then turned around and started to walk away from the house covered in white flames. I also prayed for Isabel, wishing she had a good life in her next reincarnation. Finishing praying, I quickly followed Marcel, and I saw that he was clenching his hands into a tight fist. Turning to look at him, I saw that Marcel had his hair covering his face, but I could still see the look of hate and anger he had, and I'd never seen someone with such a hateful look in their eyes before.
I'll make you pay, Sebastian.
Marcel thought. The memory I was in began to crumble into mist, and I knew I was going to another memory. In this new memory, Marcel was bent over a table jotting something down on a parchment. Looking around, I saw that we were back in his lab. But the memories kept passing, with one showing Marcel arriving at the lab with a cage of rats, another showing him casting spells on a target. Each memory showed Marcel busy with his projects, until finally a different memory appeared. This time we were on a trail in a forest, and I didn't understand why he had come here. But all the pieces fell into place when I saw that there was a ward in front of us. Marcel then took from his pocket a vial of blood and a compass, and by the vial of blood I understood what he was doing.
So he's finally going to take revenge on the greengrass.
I thought, looking at Marcel, who was putting the compass on the floor in front of him. The compass then blinked for a few moments before a hole formed in the ward in front of Marcel. He passed the ward, and I could see that on the other side of it was a big fancy mansion, with a huge garden with some harmless magical creatures strolling through it. But after going through that ward, another ward was waiting for us, but to my confusion, Marcel walked through it calmly.
Which?
I asked myself, approaching the ward and studying her.
Is this a recognition ward? How did he get past it?
I wondered, but I didn't have much time to think, as Marcel was making his way through the garden towards the mansion. Upon reaching the doorway, Marcel cast a disillusionment charm and another spell that allowed him to pass through the door as a ghost. After entering the mansion, he used his magic insight to search for the Greengrass family, and he found it, seeing more than a dozen magical signatures in the room and wasting no time he making his way there. Greengrass Manor living room.
Congratulations, son. Your proposal being accepted by Weisengamot makes you one step closer to winning the position of Chief Warlock.
A lady in her 70s with blonde hair and almond eyes said to a man also with blonde hair and eyes green.
Thank you, Mom, and with that our family is one step closer to becoming the most influential family among Sacred 28.
The man said with a happy but calm smile on his face. He then hugged a woman who was beside him and ruffled the hair of a little boy who was between them.
And that's thanks to you too.
He said, kissing the forehead of the woman who was supposed to be his wife.
No, this is all your own effort.
The woman said, but the man tried to deny it.
Oh, just accept the compliments already. We're here to celebrate your success, not to listen to your 1,000 words of love.
An old man said in mock disdain, with a proud look looking at the blond man. Those in the room laughed at the blond man who was looking away in embarrassment. But that moment was interrupted by the sound of clapping. Clap, clap, clap.
Amazing, what an exciting moment.
Marcel said, canceling the disillusionment charm, drawing the attention of the family, who turned in surprise in his direction.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
Chapter 181. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
Oh, how sad to hear that you forgot about me.
Marcel said with an obviously fake sad look.
I thought you would remember your great friend and housemate that you tormented and even tried to knock headlong down the stairs at Hogwarts.
As soon as Marcel said that, the man's face gained a look of recognition before being replaced by a frown.
Marcel!
He growled.
Hello, Rochard.
Marcel said, a cheerful, friendly smile on his face, as if a dozen wands weren't pointed at him.
Let me guess.
Rochard said, but Marcel just laughed.
Ha ha ha, you think you're very special, don't you?
He said dismissively.
What you did to me at school for me was just a little kid trying to get attention.
Marcel said, pointing to Rochard's back. Turning their faces in the direction Marcel pointed, Rochard and his family saw that he was pointing at Sebastian.
What?
Rochard asked, confused.
What do you want with? Shut up, don't disturb our reunion.
Marcel said, pulling out his wand quickly and disarming everyone in the room with a simple wave while at the same time silencing Rochard. He then turned to Sebastian with a happy, expectant smile on his face.
I've waited a long time for this moment.
As soon as he said that, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, and Sebastian looked at Marcel angrily. Rochard glared at Marcel, but because of the silencing spell he couldn't speak, not that he needed to, as his mother spoke what was going through his and everyone else's minds in the room.
What nonsense are you talking about? You can only be delusional if you think Sebas is the father of someone like you.
She yelled, which only made Marcel's smile grow even wider.
If you don't believe me, just look at your precious husband's face.
He said.
Don't talk nonsense. I never had another child, and my husband would never cheat on me. You're just a delusional madman who...
Enough, Callista.
Sebastian said with authority, surprising his wife and the others in the room.
What, but...
Callista started to say, but a look from Sebastian silenced her. Sebastian then began to walk towards the front of his family, with firm and calm steps, stopping a few steps away from Marcel.
What do you want, Marcel? Money, part of the inheritance, recognition.
He asked, but the answer he got was Marcel chuckling.
Do you?
Marcel asked after catching his breath.
Enough talking nonsense. Tell me what you want and let's get this drama over with.
Sebastian said, but then Rochard, who had the silencing spell cancelled, called him.
Dad!
He asked uncertainly.
Oh, your father never mentioned me or my mother to you. That's a shame.
Marcel said with joy as he saw Sebastian's face contort.
Come on, Dad, tell him about how easily you abandoned me and about how you left my mom alone to die. Stop bullshitting, Marcel. We're not here to listen to your sad life story.
Sebastian said.
Say what you want to, keep silent and get out of here. And who said you have something I wanted?
Marcel asked, tilting his head in confusion.
If you think that by giving me some alms and gold you will get me to keep your infidelity and your fatherly failure a secret, you are very much mistaken. You don't have a choice. I'm still giving you the choice to get out of here unharmed with something. In a few moments, the wards will activate and they will recognize an intruder, and then a signal will be sent to the ministry, and then you'll only leave here to go to Azkaban or the cemetery as a dead body.
Sebastian said.
Oh, how nice of you.
Marcel said calmly.
And don't worry about the wards, they won't activate. What do you mean?
Sebastian asked, frowning.
Well, your wards only recognize trespassers that aren't on your whitelist or aren't a greengrass.
Marcel said, and then he grinned.
And guess what?
As soon as he said it, Sebastian's frown deepened, for he knew Marcel was right.
Damn!
He growled. Sebastian, knowing he had no other option, and knowing he was dealing with someone seeking revenge, quickly pulled out his wand that had been stowed away all along and cast a string of spells on Marcel. Marcel, seeing those spells heading his way, just deflected them with the tip of his wand as if they were nothing.
You know, if you were younger, I might even have a problem, but now I just see a weak old man.
He said, dodging a bone-breaking spell and blocking a blood-boiling spell. Marcel was fighting with his magic insight turned on, so it was easy for him to duel against his father, who no longer had the same power he had at his peak. At some point, the other members of the Greengrass family, who knew how to duel, picked up their wands from the ground and also started casting spells on Marcel. Marcel didn't seem to care about the other opponents, and I could tell he wasn't being repressed, quite the contrary. He even seemed relaxed while dodging spells and defending himself. Even in an 11-on-1 duel, Marcel was slowly dominating them all, and it made me realize that Marcel wasn't just another scholar. If his goal was world domination, he would have managed to become one of the worst dark wizards the British wizarding community had, just like Grindelwald and Riddle, but that's probably just my guess as I've never seen the other two Dark Lords duel. Watching this one-sided battle, I was wide-eyed, both from seeing Marcel's power and knowing that I wouldn't be able to defeat even one of the adult Greengrass.
This is getting boring.
Marcel muttered, and then with a quick shake he disarmed Callista, a young man who looked like he'd just graduated from Hogwarts, and two men. Then he swung his wand down as he waved his hand to create a barrier to protect himself from the other spells.
Wandless magic.
I muttered, surprised, as I hadn't seen Marcel use wandless magic in his memories, even though I knew he could. Returning to the duel, the ground below the Greengrass family began to shake, knocking some of them off balance, giving Marcel time to disarm them. The only one who stood his ground was Sebastian, who kept casting dark spells on Marcel.
None of them noticed that Marcel isn't trying to kill them.
I wondered, but then I thought they were probably too focused on the battle to realize that.
Avada Kedavra!
Sebastian exclaimed, but Marcel simply levitated a vase to defend himself from the spell.
Tusk, tusk.
Marcel said, and then he started to increase the intensity of his spells. Under Marcel's relentless and powerful attack, the rest of the Greengrass family could only defend themselves, with more and more people being defeated, and even those who had already been disarmed picked up their wands from the ground to enter the duel again, only to be defeated and disarmed again.
Crucio!
Rochard yelled, but against his expectations, Marcel quickly disarmed him.
Cool, my turn.
Marcel said, casting the torture curse on Rochard, who couldn't bear the pain that was coursing through his body and began writhing on the floor while screaming.
Rochard!
Sebastian yelled, and then he started an offensive against Marcel, who smiled excitedly. The duel between the two continued, with Marcel's obvious advantage.
Expulsa!
Marcel exclaimed, dodging another killing curse and sending Sebastian flying.
That was fun, Dad.
What?
Rochard asked, confused, what do you want with? Shut up, don't disturb our reunion, Marcel said, pulling out his wand quickly and disarming everyone in the room with a simple wave while at the same time silencing Rochard. He then turned to Sebastian with a happy, expectant smile on his face. I've waited a long time for this moment.
Rochard.
Sebastian yelled, and then he started an offensive against Marcel, who smiled excitedly. The duel between the two continued, with Marcel's obvious advantage. Expulso, Marcel exclaimed, dodging another killing curse and sending Sebastian flying. That was fun, Dad, he said, using his wand to pull Rochard towards him. What? Callista muttered, having recovered from a stunning spell that hit her, only to see her child in Marcel's hands. Rochard, she yelled, catching the attention of Sebastian, who was lifting himself up off the floor with his hand gripping his right side, groaning in pain. He looked over and saw Marcel crouching beside his son, raising his wand high.
No!
He shouted, but it was too late. Marcel then tapped the tip of his wand on the ground, and around the two of them a large, translucent red barrier formed.
Well,
Chapter 182. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter.
let him go. My son has nothing to do with what happened to you and your mother. This problem is between you and me alone.
Sebastian yelled, glaring hatefully at Marcel.
Oh, it looks like you care for at least one of your offspring.
Marcel scoffed in disdain.
But I'm sorry, I promised my mother I wouldn't do anything to you.
He said with a sadistic smile. Marcel then turned his gaze to Rochard, who was still recovering from the effects of the Cruciatus curse.
Nothing against you, brother, only against your family.
Marcel said, ignoring Rochard's frightened and angry look. Marcel then raised his wand and began reciting an incantation, pulling some items out of a bag that was tied around his waist and throwing them on the floor. Meanwhile, the other greengrasses outside the barrier were trying their best to destroy the barrier, but it seemed to absorb all the spells thrown at it. And I, who was still with my mind thinking about the battle that just happened, turned my gaze to the barrier, analyzing it minutely.
Damn it!
A man with a short beard and glasses growled.
Evada! No!
Sebastian yelled.
What? Why not, brother? You know no barrier can stop a killing curse.
The man said.
I know Julius, but don't you think that after all the things he's done, he hasn't prepared a counter-meditate against the unforgivables?
Sebastian asked.
So what do? We can't leave Rochard with that madman in there.
Julius asked angrily.
And you think I don't know that?
Sebastian said, frustrated. As they discussed how to get through the barrier, Marcel's ritual was almost over, and we could see that some of the items Marcel had brought had melted or turned to dust. Rochard, who was still at Marcel's feet, saw that the items that had turned to dust and melted began to walk across the floor, forming a runic circle with him at the center. Marcel then took another vial from his pocket, from which he drank the contents and spilled the rest on the floor. He took another vial out of his bag and poured the black liquid inside onto the floor as well, and the two liquids came together and started heading towards Rochard.
Marcel, stop it. I'll do what you want. I'll take the blame for your mother's death, and I'll let you kill me if it makes you feel any better.
Sebastian screamed in despair.
Have.
Marcel said with an amused smile. Those who were still trying to break through the barrier were startled by Rochard's scream. Looking at him, they could see that there were black veins running through his body, with blood leaking from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth.
Rochard, what are you doing with him?
Rochard's wife asked in tears, covering her son's eyes as he clung to her, shaking.
What am I doing?
Marcel asked innocently.
It's actually quite simple to understand.
He said, opening his arms theatrically.
Cursing our family.
Sebastian repeated, but then he understood what Marcel was doing.
A blood malediction.
He exclaimed.
Ding, you nailed it.
Marcel said in mockery.
No.
Sebastian muttered helplessly, and those of the family who knew what a blood malediction was reacted the same way.
Ha 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 ha, yes. Your whole damn family will suffer and perish in time, just like you did to my mother.
Marcel chuckled madly, looking at Rochard, who writhed in pain in front of him, with the Greengrass family looking helplessly at him, knowing there was nothing they could do to stop the ritual. Marcel then pointed his wand at Rochard's wrist, causing black mist to come out of it, and then at his own wrist, slashing it. Blood began to trickle from Marcel's wrist to the floor, where it spilled into the ritual circle. The black mist that came out of Rochard then began to enter through the cut on Marcel's wrist. Marcel's veins then began to pulse, and they turned black like Rochard's.
You know what's funny, Sebastian?
he said, stunning Sebastian.
What? No, don't kill him.
He screamed.
Haha, don't worry.
Marcel said, earning a startled look from the Greengrass family and a confused one from Sebastian.
But even so, the curse still needs a sacrifice.
He said, causing Sebastian to look at him even more confused, but seeing Marcel's sadistic smile, he understood what he meant.
You're going to kill yourself.
He said, looking at Marcel in horror. Hearing that, I, who was watching everything carefully, turned to Marcel in shock.
What?
I said.
Yes.
Marcel scoffed.
I'll go out with a bang.
He said. Damn it, so this is how he died. He wasn't defeated or arrested.
Ugh.
Marcel, who was standing there calmly, grunted in pain, falling to his knees on the floor.
Damn, this hurts like hell.
He said, laughing painfully. Marcel continued to recite the incantation, throwing more and more items and ingredients at his feet in the ritual circle. And I started to look at the scene with a sad look, knowing that Marcel's life until now was just for this moment. Marcel's veins began to swell, and from his eyes, nose, and ears, black blood began to flow. I could tell he was in pain, but that didn't take the satisfied smile off his face.
I hope you all suffer a lot, and know that this is all your fault, Sebastian. Live with it.
Marcel said before squirming, throwing his head back. In the silence that followed in the room with everyone looking at Marcel, knowing there was no way to stop it, only Marcel's heartbeat could be heard. The beats were loud, and over time they started to get faster, with Marcel grunting in pain, refusing to scream.
Mom!
I heard Marcel's voice, but he didn't say anything.
I hope you forgive me for everything. Where is that voice coming from?
I wondered, looking around, but the voice was coming from everywhere.
I know I wasn't a good wizard.
The voice continued, and I turned to look at Marcel, only to see him smiling and looking off into space. This voice.
No matter where you are, or where I'm going.
Ella!
Chapter 183. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As soon as the mist passed, I didn't find myself back in my room, but on top of a hill. Looking around, I saw that there was also a big tree beside me on top of this hill, and looking closely at it, I realized that it looked like the tree Marcel described in his childhood. The same tree he spent his days sitting under its shade, reading the books his mother gave him.
It's beautiful here, right?
I heard a voice say behind me, and turning quickly, I saw Marcel looking at the view with a calm smile on his face.
Is that another memory?
I asked out loud.
No, that's not another memory.
Marcel replied, surprising me and causing me to quickly pull out my wand, pointing it at him defensively.
What the hell?
I asked.
Did you just answer me?
Ha ha ha, yes, I answered you.
Marcel said, still with the same calm smile on his face.
But.
I asked, still on guard and a little agitated and confused.
Oh, do you know about Horcruxes?
Marcel said, a little surprised, which only added to my wariness and nervousness, and Marcel seems to have sensed that.
Don't worry, I'm not a Horcrux.
He said.
That's what a Horcrux would say.
I said, and he laughed.
I may have done a lot of bad things in my life, but I'm not despicable enough to create a monstrosity that is a Horcrux.
He said, but I scoffed at the part where he said he wasn't despicable enough to create a Horcrux.
If you're not a Horcrux, then what are you?
I asked.
Well, you can say I'm like a magical portrait.
Marcel said, and I looked at him in surprise.
How did you do it?
I asked.
The question should be, how have wizards never thought of this?
He shrugged, and I couldn't argue with that.
But you're not here to talk about memories and portraits.
He said.
The reason you're here is quite simple.
He said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly.
Amazing, you keep surprising me.
I said sarcastically.
Hell, sorry.
He said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
I guess I just didn't want to be forgotten.
Marcel said, sighing.
You know what you're saying doesn't make any sense, right?
I asked, but then something else came to my mind.
Wait!
he said, and my eye twitched.
Jokes aside, the truth is that after some time passing a copy of my memories to keep in the journal, I decided to test a different method, since this one was tiring and I forgot to do it at times. And tell me, oh great genius of magic, what method was this?
I asked in disdain, which he ignored.
I just had to enchant the diary to get my memories automatically, without me having to be around.
He said, and I looked at him in surprise.
How? Well, I don't recommend this method to anyone, but I basically connected the diary to my mind. And the reason I don't recommend it to anyone is that the mind connected to the object would eventually deteriorate, and it's impossible to break the connection.
He said, grimacing.
Fortunately, I wasn't worried about my mind deteriorating, as I didn't intend to live long.
Marcel shrugged.
Well, that's an unorthodox method.
I commented.
And maybe, if you spent more time studying magic instead of torturing innocent creatures, maybe you'd find the solution to your problem.
I looked at him and said with a little of venom in my voice. Marcel looked at me with a small frown that then turned into a sigh.
I know, and I can understand you being angry after seeing everything I've done.
Anger is not enough to describe what I felt when I saw you torturing an elf, just for your revenge.
I spat, and Marcel looked at me sadly.
Everything you did in search of revenge didn't make you any different from your fa. Yes, I know,
He said, and I looked at him in surprise as I didn't expect him to admit it so easily.
when I started down this path of revenge, I already knew what I was going to become, but at that moment I just didn't care anymore.
This sucks.
I muttered.
I agree.
Marcel said, laughing deprecatingly. He then looked at his hand and saw that it was disappearing, and I looked at mine and saw that the same thing was happening to me.
Looks like that's as much as this enchantment can take.
Marcel said, and I nodded, understanding that the enchantment is not permanent.
Look, I know I can't ask you for anything, and I know you're mad at me, but I wanted to make one last request.
He said, and I looked at him for a while.
Sigh.
I asked, and Marcel smiled.
I'd like you to free the Greengrass family from blood malediction.
He said, and I stopped in shock.
What?
I asked.
I want to free the Greengrass family from blood malediction.
Marcel repeated.
Wait, if you want to free them from the curse, then why did you curse them in the first place? You might as well have tortured Sebastian and ended it all without harming anyone else.
I said.
Because I wanted to see him suffer from the guilt. I wanted him to die knowing that his family's deaths would be his fault.
Marcel said, lowering his head.
Do you?
I asked, gritting my teeth.
The amount of people I've killed is an unknown number to me, but the time that has passed.
He said, and before I could ask him how he knew this, he replied.
Magic.
I asked.
Yes.
He said, and I lowered my head, lost in thought.
I accept.
I said after a while.
I will free the Greengrass family from the curse, but I won't say it was at your request.
I said, and Marcel nodded.
This is what I deserve.
He said. He then approached me, and in his hand, a diary with a black cover and red details appeared.
Here, take it.
What is it?
I asked, taking the diary. I then flipped through a few pages of it, and I saw that it was the same journal Marcel used to jot down his blood malediction and his spells.
You should already know what this is and what to do with it.
He replied.
And before you ask me how you're going to take it to the real world.
He said with a playful smile on his face.
Sigh.
I said, and he nodded at me.
Thank you for fulfilling the request of someone like me, even though you're doing it for the Greengrass family and not for me.
He said. He then looked at me and opened his mouth to say something, but then he closed it again.
Sigh.
I said, and he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly.
I have another selfish request for you.
He said, and when he saw me nod, he continued.
Could you go up to this hill in Allspur Field and put some flowers for my mother? I'm sure she's been waiting a long time for this, and she'll be happy to receive some flowers.
Yes, even if you didn't ask me to. I was already planning to do some homage or tombstone for her.
I said, and Marcel smiled at me.
I know.
he said, and then the landscape around us began to distort.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. Yes.
I said, looking around. I then turned to Marcel.
Even after all you've done, I still hope you've found peace and happiness wherever your soul is.
I said, taking him by surprise.
Thank you.
He smiled, slowly disappearing.
You're going to be.
He said, and I was surprised since I hadn't told him my name.
Hey.
I laughed, nodding ironically.
Goodbye, Marcel Traceley. Goodbye, Ethan.
Chapter 184. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. As Marcel finished speaking, I felt the space around us distorting, and the last thing I could see was the tree on the hill before the whole place turned to gray mist, and I felt myself being pulled into the real world. The memory, or wherever I was, started to crumble, and then I suddenly went back to my room, and I realized that the journal Marcel had given me in the memories was now in my hands. The first Marcel's diary I was holding started to burn, with smoke rising from its pages.
Damn it.
I said, and thinking quickly, I summoned an iron vase and threw the diary inside, letting it burn.
Sigh.
I wondered with some confused emotions in my chest, looking down at the journal in my hands. Knowing that Marcel was the one who cursed the Greengrass family with a blood malediction was something unexpected, especially when I think about the fact that one of my classmates is from the Greengrass family, and that family is part of Sacred 28. It's obviously not common knowledge that the Greengrass family suffers from a blood malediction, but with some in-depth research into the family, it's easy to figure this out. However, I also know that it must be a disgrace for the Greengrasses that they, a family of purebloods, were cursed. Being cursed by a bastard son of the family must have been a very bad event for the Greengrasses' reputation, and I have no doubt they did their best to hide that fact. But leaving that aside, I took the new journal Marcel had given me and opened it. The journal, as I said before, was filled with notes about various blood maledictions, and looking at the last few pages I found other types of curses and spells. Some of them were the same ones I saw Marcel create in his memoirs, and the curse that stood out the most to me was the one specifically named.
Greengrass?
Looking closely at the notes on how to cast this blood malediction, I was surprised by what I read.
Damn!
Was the only thing I managed to say, mainly because the list of ingredients and criteria needed to create the ritual are something worthy of a dark wizard.
I didn't expect those things Marcel used in the ritual to be this.
I muttered. Some of the things that are required to do for the ritual to work could result in any witch or wizard being imprisoned in Azkaban for at least 50 years, and that's a positive estimate.
Sigh.
I said, looking at my bedroom window and seeing that it was already dark.
I think I'll go downstairs to get something to eat, and then I'll go to sleep.
I thought, taking the new journal and putting it in my suitcase and disappearing with the remains of the old diary. January 4th.
Well, it was a pleasure having you with us this Christmas and New Year's. These were probably the most fun and interesting days we've had in decades.
Nick said, his arm around Penny's waist.
Yes, and you should visit us another time. Otherwise, we'll come after you.
She threatened playfully.
Especially you, Sarah. Merlin knows I haven't had such intelligent female companionship in a long time.
She said.
Don't worry, I'll come visit you again.
My mom said, with a disgusted look on her face.
Okay, I can make Nick come up with another method especially for you.
Penny said, and Nick looked at her strangely. What I am, some sort of inventor vassal, he thought, not daring to say it out loud.
Could you do that?
My dad asked Nick hopefully.
Well,
he said.
Amazing.
My dad whispered, looking at Nick like he was a deity descending into the mortal world, and my mom and I both rolled our eyes at him.
And you, Ethan, come visit us and tell us about your time at school and how the British wizarding community is doing.
Nick said with a wry smile.
Okay, but you're also going to have to tell me what wizarding communities were like back in the day.
I said with a smile, and Nick nodded at me, smiling too.
Come here.
Penny said, coming up to me and hugging me tight.
Write us some letters and use Fox to deliver them. He has to do some exercises since I bet he just stays in that office eating lemon drops.
Yes.
I said, trying to speak and breathe, but with her tight hug it got a little difficult.
And so are you, Seal.
Penny said, this time turning to the little girl in my mother's arms.
Yes, I'm also going to write a really big letter.
She said, opening her arms to emphasize the size.
Yes, I know you will.
Penny said, patting Seal's head. As we were saying goodbye, the hoop in our hands that was the portkey started to glow.
Well then, I guess our time together on this vacation is over.
Nick said, and I nodded.
Yes, and I had a great time here. And again, thanks for the invite.
I said, reaching my hand out to Nick, who simply pulled me into a hug.
Next time we'll show you other amazing places, so leave your schedule free for the next vacation.
He said, also talking to my parents.
Okay, and next time, as a thank you for the books and journals you guys gave me, I'll bring you both a copy of the books I've written.
I said, earning 2 surprised looks from the Flamels.
Did you write a book?
Nick asked.
Actually, I wrote some, or more precisely, I'm still finished writing 2 sagas.
I replied.
Oh, and what are these sagas?
Penny asked curiously, and the hoop my family was holding began to glow even brighter.
One of them is called Inheritance Cycle, and the other is called Percy Jackson.
I said, and I saw Penny look at me with wide eyes.
Wait, what?
Penny exclaimed, but to her unhappiness the portkey had already been activated, and my family and I were teleported away.
He's a boy full of surprises, right?
Nick said with an amused smile on his face.
But,
Penny muttered, looking off into space with her hand stretched out in front of her as if trying to grab something.
Sigh.
Nick thought. Knight's house. After portkey activated, my family and I found ourselves standing in our living room, with my dad leaning on his knees and my mom leaning on the couch with one hand while the other held Seal.
I hate porkies, they said. Look on the bright side, at least it wasn't a night bus.
I said, opening my suitcase and taking out the other bags inside.
True.
My mom agreed.
Phew.
My dad commented, plopping down in his armchair. I don't know if it was because of fatigue or if it was because of the turbulent trip.
I think we have to unanimously agree that this vacation turned out to be the best we've had so far.
that I have to agree.
My mom said, putting Seal on the floor, who grabbed her small suitcase and ran to her room.
Princess, lunch will be in 1 hour.
My mother yelled, and we could hear a scream deep inside saying,
Yes, Mom.
She's getting more playful every day.
My dad said, and he then turned to look at me.
And whose fault is that?
He asked rhetorically. And I, like the good person that I am, started to whistle innocently.
You know, maybe we can ask Nick and Penny to show us other magical communities on Ethan's next vacation.
My mom said, sitting on the couch.
That would be amazing. I'd like to see what the wizarding community in Africa is like.
My dad said,
If the French and British communities are already so amazing, what will the others be like?
He asked aloud.
Probably even more amazing.
My mom said.
And that, my dear parents, is all thanks to magic.
I said, opening Nix's cage, who came out stretching before jumping onto the couch to lie down. Lazy cat, I thought, rolling my eyes.
Well, long live the magic.
My dad said, raising an imaginary glass to toast.
Long live the magic.
Chapter 185. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After talking a little more with my parents, and after having lunch with my family, I went up to my room to unpack and put away my things. Arriving at my room, I saw that of all the prank gifts I had left for Lockhart, none were left. I'd prepared pranks to last through the end of the year if used sparingly, something I obviously wouldn't do, and apparently Fox wouldn't either.
There were over 100 gifts here.
I wondered. Meanwhile at Hogwarts. Boom.
Kaya. Huh, what was that?
Professor Sprout asked Professor McGonagall. Currently, the two of them were in Professor McGonagall's office having an old friends chat, enjoying the fact that they had some time to relax since they didn't have to teach classes these vacation days. But that time was interrupted when a loud noise and an effeminate scream sounded through the castle.
My beautiful hair.
A cry of desperation sounded shortly thereafter. Sigh, the two teachers sighed, looking at each other wearily.
How is it possible for him to get caught up in so many pranks? And there aren't many students at school who could be doing this.
Professor McGonagall said, rubbing her temples.
The Weasley twins aren't even at school.
Professor Sprout said.
And neither does Ethan.
Professor McGonagall commented.
Ethan Knight, what does he have to do with it?
Professor Sprout asked, confused, and Professor McGonagall turned to look at her with a blank face.
Sigh.
Professor McGonagall thought, shaking her head with a wry smile on her face. Boom.
Kaya. Serious, again.
The two teachers said at the same time, resisting the urge to palm their faces. They then looked at each other, and with no other choice they got up and left the office, and walking down the corridors in the direction they heard the noises, they arrived in front of Lockhart's office. In front of the office, there were 3 more students who were spending Christmas at Hogwarts. The students were looking into the office through the open door, and the 2 women ignored them and looked into the office as well.
What the foo?
Languid.
Professor McGonagall said unconsciously, causing that student who was about to curse to close his mouth. The Lockhart's office was painted all over neon orange, from his portraits that looked at each other in horror to the carpet on the floor. And Lockhart himself was looking at himself in his mirror, one of the many he had in his office, trying to fix his hair, which was now a blue-tipped mohawk. He also had a tattoo of a dragon around a skull on the left side of his face, and if we ignored the fact that his robes were also neon orange, he'd look like an 80s punk.
I'm too old to deal with this.
Professor McGonagall said with a weary sigh, turning and walking out of the front of the office.
Me too.
Professor Sprout said, following after her and ignoring her desperate colleague Professor. The students, who saw the two turn and walk away, looked at each other before shrugging and continued to look at Lockhart, who was crying as he caressed his face in the mirror. And while all this confusion was going on top of a large statue in the corridor was a hidden flaming bird looking at it all with amusement. He then took flight and disappeared in a burst of flame, appearing in an abandoned room on the far side of the castle. The room was the size of a regular classroom, and scattered around it were more than a dozen wrapped gifts of different colors, sizes, and shapes. Fawkes then chose the biggest gift that was there, took it in his claws, and in another burst of flame apparated with the gift, vibrating happily. Back to school. After spending the last few days of vacation with my family, taking advantage of the fact that it was just the 4 of us, the day has finally come for me to return to Hogwarts. I met the boys on the express, and the trip went smoothly, with us talking about our vacation, with me deciding to hide the fact that I had visited the Flamels and just telling them I was in France.
So Ethan,
Terry asked me, leaning towards me, and as he did so I looked at him with obvious contempt on my face.
I've heard that France has a lot of beautiful and famous models, like Louise Lavallini, who appeared in Magi et Mode magazine's spring issue 75.
Anthony said, and this time Terry and I looked at him strangely.
How do you even know the magazine issue? The autumn edition with Lena Del Caselli is much better. The flowered dresses on the 5th page are the height of fashion.
I think it wasn't hard to figure out who the second sentence was from.
You guys are perverts.
I said, this time glaring at Terry as well.
Thank you.
They said proudly, and I palmed my face.
At Hogwarts,
Hey Ethan.
someone called out to me, and turning around I saw it was Harry.
Hey.
I said, but then I realized something.
Wait.
I asked.
Yes.
Ron replied, confused.
So you didn't spend Christmas here at Hogwarts?
I asked again.
I was going to spend Christmas here, but Ron insisted I spend Christmas with your family.
Harry replied, and Ron beside him was smiling happily as he nodded.
Oh, and how was it?
I asked, turning and walking towards Terry and Anthony, who were waiting for me a little further down the corridor for us to go to the Great Hall, with Harry and Ron following me.
It was very fun and exciting.
Ron replied with a twinkling eye.
And now my chess win count against Harry is 76-0.
As soon as he said that, I turned to Harry with a pitying look, and he just nodded with a sad smile. I said, but then I realized something. Wait.
How are you?
We're fine.
Ron shrugged. Terry then looked behind them, and missing someone, he turned to the boys questioningly.
Where's Granger?
He asked.
Oh well.
Ron shrugged.
It's probably something involving the classes.
Harry said, and the boys nodded.
Secret? What secret?
I wondered, but then I shrugged it off too. With Professor McGonagall.
Please, teacher, tell me who the author is.
A brown-haired girl said, or more accurately, begged.
I already told you, Miss Granger. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Professor McGonagall said.
I know you know.
Hermione said.
You don't know that I know.
Professor McGonagall retorted.
I know you know.
No, you don't know. Yes, I know.
You don't know.
I know. Miss Granger, shouldn't you be heading to the Great Hall to celebrate the New Year's banquet with your friends?
Professor McGonagall asked, rubbing her temples.
And shouldn't you also go to the banquet as a professor and head of Gryffindor?
Hermione asked back with a raised eyebrow.
Touché.
Next day, after morning classes, I was walking through the corridors heading towards the Great Hall when I saw Lockhart leaning against one of the corridor walls talking to 3 seventh-years girls. From what I could hear of the conversation, he was bragging about his conquests while he was flirting with them, and of the 3 girls, only one wasn't being fooled by his sweet words. When the second lunch bell rang, Lockhart had to say goodbye to the 3 girls, and then he turned to leave, but not before flashing them a wink and giving them his signature annoying smile, making those 2 innocent or dumb girls sigh dreamily with silly smiles on their faces. Lockhart started walking towards me, and as soon as he passed me, I discreetly pulled out my wand and cast a spell on his shoes, and in the next second his shoelaces came to life and started attacking him. Satisfied with my work, I turned to leave, only to find Professor Snape at the end of the corridor staring at me. Professor Snape then walked towards me, ignoring the 3 girls who were looking at Lockhart in surprise and shock, and looking between me and the bound and gagged Lockhart who was floundering on the floor. He let a small twitch appear on his lips, but I was wise to keep quiet. Looking at me one last time, he walked past me and continued forward, ignoring Lockhart on the floor, but with my enhanced hearing I could still hear him say,
5 more points to Ravenclaw.
very quietly. Looking at Professor Snape's back as he disappeared down the corridors, I could only shrug.
Apparently, resentment towards idiots makes people friendlier.
Chapter 186. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. I knew I was taking too long to solve the basilisk problem, so I decided to spend all my free time at Hogwarts thinking and coming up with a simple and easy way to kill him. Well, simple and easy is easier said than done. I'd already caught 2 of Hagrid's roosters without him knowing, and I'd studied and learned the sonorous spell from the Flamel's books, planning to use both of them to kill or at least stun this age-old snake with deadly eyes. I had no faith that a crowing of a rooster could kill the basilisk, at least not the one in the Chamber of Secrets, so I also planned to make some potions to help me. Draft of Living Death is going to be one of the potions that will help me face the basilisk, and normally I would have a little trouble brewing a Newt-level potion, but thanks to Nick's teachings my potion brewing has become smoother. I still think I'll make a few mistakes here and there when creating it, but after a few tries, I'll probably be able to make a few bottles of Draft of Living Death that are at least almost perfect. Another good thing is that I knew a spell that could turn liquids into mist, so I won't need to make the basilisk ingest the potion, I'll just need to make him breathe the mist. With all that, I was pretty sure I was ready to face the basilisk, or at least as ready as the little time I have will allow me. But before I went ahead with my crazy and maybe suicidal plan, I needed one last thing. I wasn't sure if I would be able to get the sword of Gryffindor out of the sorting hat, and I needed something to contain the basilisk's venom, as that was the easiest and fastest way to destroy a Horcrux, which is why I made a request to Nick before I left France. I knew that even with the goblins respecting me, they would not give or sell me anything made with their goblin silver, which is why I had asked Nick to see if he could get from any of his contacts a dagger made of goblin silver. He was initially surprised and curious at my request, but he didn't ask too much and said he would try to get the dagger for me. Even though he didn't ask me for an explanation, I still said that I wanted a dagger for self-defense reasons in case I lost or couldn't use my wand, also talking about my mastery of martial arts. And about goblin silver, I simply said that the absorptive effects of silver interested me a lot, and that it would be useful for many things, with potions and alchemy being some of them. And why did I ask for a dagger and not a sword or something like that? Well, the answer is simple. Unlike the sword, I could hide and carry a dagger with me anytime and anywhere. It would probably be weird if I walked around the castle with a sword in my back, which is stupid and flawed, or around my waist. If Nick doesn't get the dagger for me by the end of February, I'll have to go ahead with my plan, using some sturdy and enchanted vial to store the basilisk's venom when he's killed. So until the end of February, I just have to keep doing what I've been doing this school year, which is having fun with my friends, training, studying, and playing pranks on Lockhart.
Hey Hagrid, can you tell me how tough a dragon's skin is?
I asked the half-giant who was preparing some rocks.
Well, the answer depends.
Hagrid said, scratching his beard.
A dragon's skin is very tough, but some spells and special items can cut it, but only when the dragon dies and when the skin is being used to create clothes. If the dragon is alive, is the skin more resistant?
I asked, as this information was not in any book.
Yes, and this has already been proven by some scholars and some dragon keepers. As for the reason, they say it's because the dragon's skin and its stamina are intimately connected with the dragon's life, and some even say it's because they are connected to his magic.
Hagrid replied. He then began to look up in thoughts.
You know, a lot of the magical creatures I've seen or read actually have amazing magical properties, but generally they're stronger when they're alive. Unicorns are an example.
He continued.
So you mean it would be easier to cut a dragon's skin if it's already dead or its magic is weak?
I asked and Hagrid nodded.
Assuming the dragon is alive and with very strong magic, what spells are usually used to cut its skin? And how long would that take? That's a question I won't be able to answer. Any strong slashing spell can hurt a dragon, but the only cases where anyone in their right mind tried to hurt a dragon was being supported by 10 more wizards.
Hagrid asked with a suspiciously raised eyebrow.
No reason. From what I've read, one of the toughest things in the wizarding world is a dragon's skin. So I was just curious to know if there was any spell capable of causing any damage to a dragon.
I shrugged my shoulders and Hagrid nodded, quickly accepting my lie.
Well, in that case, I'd like to tell you that even though a dragon's skin is tough, its eyes aren't.
Hagrid said.
Just the eyes. What about the inside of a dragon?
I asked curiously, since generally the inside of any being is more fragile than the outside.
HMPH.
Hagrid huffed.
The inside of a dragon. The inside is almost as tough as the outside.
As soon as Hagrid said that, a frown appeared on my face before I went back to a calm face.
Damn, so that means a basilisk probably has its organs and interior as tough as the rest of its body.
I thought, frowning in thought.
But well, I guess you won't have to worry about that. The chances of you seeing a dragon are almost nil.
Hagrid said, and I looked at him blankly.
Azula.
Was the only thing I said, which made Hagrid stop in his tracks.
I said almost.
Hagrid said, not daring to look me in the eye.
Besides, Azula was just a baby, so she doesn't count.
And if you could keep her until she grew to adulthood, would you keep her?
I asked, already knowing the answer Hagrid would give.
Of course.
Hagrid replied promptly. And if you had the chance to have another dragon, would you take it?
Who do you think I am? Of course I would, it's a dragon.
Hagrid said, almost offended by my question.
How could I not accept a creature as cute and beautiful as this, who needs all the love and affection I can give?
As Hagrid continued talking about the 1,000 reasons he would agree to take care of a dragon, I simply looked at him with a raised eyebrow. And Hagrid, after realizing I wasn't saying anything, turned to me, only to see me staring at him.
Almost nil, right?
Chapter 187. Leave a comment and a review, your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After my morning classes, I went to the Forbidden Forest where I could read and study outdoors peacefully. As the room of requirement, even though it was a secret and calming place, it was still a stifling place after being in it for so long. I had the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and an animal anatomy book in hand, with the intention of understanding more about the body of a snake. Thanks to watching a lot of Animal Planet in my past life out of boredom, I knew there was a specific point on a snake's body that was a weakness for them. I didn't know if a basilisk would have that weak point, but I couldn't rule out that plan. I knew that a basilisk shouldn't be as fast as a normal snake, mainly because of its weight and size, so I already had an advantage against it thanks to my agility and speed. With those thoughts in mind, I sat under a tree in the same clearing where I played with the little unicorn foal on weekends. Opening the books to the marked pages, I started to read them, jotting down a few things in my journal. The weak point or Achilles heel of a snake, according to what was written in the book of Animal Anatomy, was a point that was between its neck and its back. By pressing this point, the snake would lose all sensation in its body, with only its head able to react. However, because the point was very close to its head, the snake wouldn't be able to make many moves. The pressure applied at this point also causes the snake to unconsciously open its mouth, and it is with this method that some scientists and experts extract venom from snakes to produce medicines and cures. And that's why in the Muggle world the snake is the symbol of health and healing, which is ironic, since in the wizarding world the snake is the symbol of evil and the dark side.
Now I just need to think of a way to hit that point on the basilisk. But that's easier said than done, since I don't even know if that weak point is on a basilisk either.
I thought, closing the book and leaning against the tree behind me.
Why couldn't things be simpler?
I wondered.
What could be simpler?
I then heard someone speak behind me, causing me to turn around in fright. As I turned around, I saw that crouching beside me, looking at me curiously, was Luna.
Luna, what are you doing here?
I asked, loosening the grip I had on my wand.
How the hell did she manage to approach me without me noticing?
I asked myself, calming my heartbeat.
Me? Well, I wanted to take a walk to get some fresh air.
She said, smiling at me innocently.
In the Forbidden Forest.
Yes.
She replied, still smiling.
You came looking for a crumplehorn snorkack, didn't you?
I asked with an empty face.
Why did you find any? Where is it? Do they like chocolate or do they prefer caramel?
Luna started asking me, and I couldn't help but smile at her, because without even needing legilimency, I could tell she was just trying to get my attention off the subject that was stressing me out.
Haha, no, Luna, I haven't found any crumplehorn snorkacks, but when I find one I'll let you know.
I said, smiling.
Well, it's a shame, so I brought these sweets for nothing.
She said, taking a lot of sweets from the pockets of her blue dress, and I looked at her strangely. Looking at her as she was fiddling with her sweets, something came to my mind and I cracked a small smile.
Well, I don't know if the crumplehorned snorkack would like these sweets, but I know one creature that does.
I said, getting up off the floor and wiping the dirt off my pants.
Oh, which creature?
Luna asked.
Secret!
I said, a mysterious smile on my face. I then started walking through the forest with Luna following close behind.
Is the creature deep in the forest?
Luna asked, bouncing around as she looked around with interest and curiosity.
Or are you suffering from a rackspurt's infestation?
Hey, don't worry about the Raxperts, I'm safe from them.
I said, pulling a necklace made of butter beer caps from inside my shirt, which was a present from Luna.
Oh,
Was the only thing Luna said to me, with a happy smile on her face. We then continued to walk and talk, and I learned that this was Luna's first time in the Forbidden Forest, which is a surprise since I thought she was going to try to come to the forest on her first day of school.
We're almost there.
I said, and after a few more steps I stopped, with Luna stopping too.
I know you're hiding there.
I yelled at the forest, and Luna looked around as if trying to find something. Just after I screamed, we heard rustling from behind some large bushes. Luna was looking in the direction of the sound with a curious look, and when the creature appeared, she got a surprised look.
is this?
Luna Kamekua Dizer,
The Strow, yes he is.
I said, turning to see Luna looking at the Thistral with a look of wonder. I then held her hand, catching her attention, to which I only gave her a reassuring smile. And I then, still holding Luna's hand, approached the Thistral, who just let out a small amused snort and waited for me. Coming in front of him, I caressed him with my free hand, and he rested his head in my hand satisfied.
Arch, this is Luna, and Luna, this is Arch.
I said, introducing each other.
Hi, Arch.
Luna said with her usual cheerful personality, and Arch neighed happily at her. I then started to lift Luna's hand that I was holding, and under Luna's questioning gaze, I started to bring her hand closer to Arch's head. And to my surprise, after seeing my action, Arch decided by himself to bring his head closer to Luna's hand.
Well, I think he liked you.
I commented amusedly, letting go of Luna's hand.
Yes.
Luna replied with a happy smile, but I could see a little sadness in her tone.
Luna.
I called, looking at her with concern. She then turned to me, and seeing my worried look, she answered me.
I've read about this Strauss before, and I know the criteria needed to see them.
She said, looking at Arch with a sad smile.
How did you know?
She asked me, and I knew what she meant.
I've seen you looking at a picture that you always carry with you.
I said, which was true. I already knew about Pandora's death from having read the books, but I only found out some time ago that Luna had a picture in which she appeared to be 5 years old and was sitting between the legs of a blonde woman who was smiling happily looking at the camera.
Oh,
Luna said, putting her hand over the pocket of her dress where the photo should have been.
I've heard you talking about your dad, but you hardly ever talk about your mom, and I may not be a mind reader, but I can see you get sad when you look at this picture. So I added 2 plus 2.
I kept talking.
And I've also seen you looking out the common room window at the Thestrals that are near Hagrid's enclosure. So I assumed you'd already seen someone die.
After I finished speaking, Luna looked down and I felt some confused emotions coming from her. She then lifted her head and turned to me.
it's been 2 years since she died.
Luna started to say, and I just looked at her waiting for her to continue.
She was amazing, smart, and the best mother in the world.
Not letting Luna continue, I brought her into my arms, and I could feel her shake a little and many feelings of sadness and pain hit me, but Luna didn't shed any tears.
I'm sure no matter where your mother's soul is, she sure is very happy with the amazing daughter she raised and cared for.
I said, saying words of comfort to Luna.
You are strong.
As soon as I said that, I could feel my shirt was a little wet, but I didn't care and let Luna cry as much as she wanted. Arch, who had been quietly watching, approached us, and showing how smart he was, he placed his head in Luna's palm in a form of silent support. Luna, seeing this, stopped crying and pulled out of my embrace, looking at Arch with a soft smile on her face.
Thank you.
She whispered to him. She then turned to me with a big smile on her face, probably the happiest and truest I've ever seen on her face.
And thanks, Ethan.
She said, and I smiled softly at her.
That was nothing, and you're my friend.
I said.
A crazy and weird friend.
Luna asked with a playful smile.
Hey, yeah.
I said amusedly.
And besides, any friend would do the same in my place.
I said.
Maybe, but you did it, so thanks.
She said, and I could only smile at her. Nay asterisk. Arch, who was being ignored, wanted to get our attention. Luna, to calm Arch, put her hand on his head and began to caress him.
I'm curious about something. Why is his name Arch?
She asked me.
Well, his name comes from archai upke, which means beginning in Greek.
I said, looking at Arch satisfied with my naming creativity.
Beginning.
Luna asked, cocking her head to the side in confusion.
Yes, but you can also consider that his name means a new beginning.
Chapter 188. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Room of Requirement, Laboratory.
A pinch of powdered oak leaves that have been under a storm for 72 hours. Where the hell am I going to get this?
I asked myself with a strange look. I was making more preparations to face the basilisk, and I was reading some of the potion recipes that were recorded in Marcel's journal. One of these recipes was for a potion that would cause extreme dizziness and weakness in anyone ingesting it, but the ingredients weren't something I could get easily or quickly.
I think in my entire life, I've never seen it rain more than one full day, let alone 3 days, and even more a storm.
I said to myself, rubbing my temples.
Sigh.
Saying that, I turned to the next page, only it was just another potion that served to torture someone, and that wasn't what I wanted. I then continued flipping through the pages, looking for some spell or potion that might help me. I found some useful spells, but there were few potions that could help me, and even the ones that could help me needed ingredients that there was no way I could get or order so easily and in so little time. Unfortunately, then I had to put aside the potions from Marcel's journal, but with that I could concentrate on creating the draft of Living Death, which is a difficult and complicated potion. I'm good at potions, but this potion requires a lot of patience and time, which I didn't have. And there's also the fact that this potion isn't usually potent enough to have an effect on a creature like a dragon, and it's probably the same for a basilisk, so because that I'll have to modify it. Knowing that modifying a potion is a very difficult thing, I decided to use a small book that contained some notes from one of the best potioners of that era. And so I took from the supply cabinet one of the old potions books that had the signature of someone called the Half-Blood Prince, who is also known as Severus Snape. I've already read most of the notes he had left in the book, and I can only say that Professor Snape really is a genius, perhaps even on the level of Riddle and of Headmaster. Perhaps if he had devoted his life to studies and potions, he would have been someone far more famous in the wizarding world. An amazing potions master, a great duelist, and a powerful wizard who can create his own spells. But all that was wasted by his fixation on Lily Evans and his many jobs as a spy. But back to the subject, after giving up looking for potions in Marcel's journal, I started to get the ingredients in my bag to make the drafts of Living Death. The ingredients for this potion were easy to come by, as every apothecary in Diagon Alley had them. Taking my high-quality potion brewing materials from my suitcase and placing them on the table, I started brewing the potion. This was not the first time I brewed this potion, and in my first 4 attempts I managed to create acceptable potions, far from the perfect potions I need. After these 4 attempts I kept trying, until I managed to make the draft of Living Death which according to the description in the books, was perfect or close to perfect. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted a potent and powerful potion that could take down even the strongest of creatures, so I started modifying it. It took me 4 tries to make the normal potion perfectly, so it was no surprise that my attempts to modify the potion were even more difficult. I changed some ingredients, added others, prepared some of the ingredients differently than described in the book instructions, but none of these changes brought a pleasant result. Some of these changes actually made the potion a little more potent, but the difference was barely noticeable, and I only noticed it thanks to my senses and my magic vision. Other changes created potions with entirely different effects or even exploded, which led me to visit the hospital wing a few times.
And if I add to the sloth's brain the paws of a dead panda when it was in hibernation, maybe it will increase the sleepiness and sluggish effect.
I muttered, grabbing more ingredients and vials to test. My journal already had many pages with many notes, and around me there were many vials or leftover ingredients that were scattered around.
Now the question is, do I crush, cook, or cut the pause? Crushing might cut the effect or dilute it, but I also think that if I put more than one paw in the potion it can get too creamy, breaking the effect of the asphodel.
I commented to myself as I put the other ingredients in the cauldron, at the same time taking one pickled adult panda paw from a large glass jar. Deciding it would be best to cook the paw whole, I waited for the right moment to add it to the potion. Tossing the ground sloth brains into the cauldron, I immediately added the panda's paw, and chamomile broth harvested in the fall that were dipped in owl saliva. As I stirred the potion, following the steps that were in Professor Snape's book and in my journal, I activated my magic vision and began to see the potion's magic being brewed. When I noticed that the potion was starting to become unstable, I would stir the potion or add goat hair, which served to stabilize the potions without changing the effects, something I discovered with the flamels. Unlike expected, the potion, instead of reaching its pale lilac color, acquired a violet hue, but in my last anti-clockwise stir the potion began to darken, turning to magenta. The smoke rising from the potion was purple in color, and the scent itself was making me drowsy, but I transferred some magic through my body and quickly the effect wore off.
If the smoke alone can make me drowsy, even though I am already resistant to the effect of many potions, I can't even imagine what would happen to anyone who ingests the potion directly.
I said, looking satisfied at the potion, not forgetting to note it in my own journal the changes I've made. I didn't intend to share my recipes, as many of them are dangerous and I could be declared a dark wizard, but writing them down can also be considered a hobby of mine. Going back to the potion, I poured the liquid into 4 vials, and after that I cleaned the cauldron and tidied up my workbench. When everything was clean, I got more ingredients to make another batch of my new potion. I also decided to name the potion,
The Curse of the Evil Queen.
obviously in honor of the evil queen's poisoned apple from Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. With this potion, I had one more guarantee against the basilisk, and now I just needed to continue my training by increasing the power of my spells until the goblin silver dagger arrives. Gryffindor Common Room, 9 p.m. Pav Harry. After Ron and Hermione had gone to their respective dorms to sleep, I continued in front of the common room fireplace, staring into the burning flames with a tired look on my face. I wasn't alone in the common room, but the few and only other students in the room were studying at a few tables away from me. I couldn't sleep, which had been normal since the end of last school year. I tried in every way to ignore the nightmares, but they were persistent. But sometimes, the nightmares I had were different from what I was used to. Usually I have nightmares of Quirrell's face blaming me for his death, but other times my nightmares are just darkness with a woman's voice in the background begging someone to be spared before everything disappeared in a flash of green.
Harry,
I heard someone call out to me, and turning around I saw that Hermione was standing on the first few steps of the stairs leading to the girls' dormitory in her pajamas, looking at me with concern.
Hi.
I replied with a tired look. I then turned back to the fireplace, and Hermione came to sit beside me.
are you still having trouble sleeping?
She asked worriedly.
I'm not having trouble sleeping.
I denied, but Hermione just looked at me critically.
Sigh.
I said.
Harry, you've been having trouble sleeping for months.
Hermione said, putting her hand on my arm in concern.
And a little nightmare doesn't do that.
It's nothing, Myoni. I'm just thinking about the final exams.
I said, but even I didn't believe this lie.
You need to talk to Madame Pomfrey. You might be sick.
Hermione said.
I'm not sick.
Then you should speak to Professor McGonagall or the headmaster. Perhaps they can help you.
She insisted.
Hermione, I'm fine, just a little tired.
I said, and when I saw her open her mouth, I interrupted her.
Look, you don't have to worry, and if the nightmares continue, I'll talk to someone, okay?
When I finished speaking, I looked at Hermione, and she looked like she wanted to say something else, but she held back.
Sigh.
She said, and I smiled softly at her.
Fine, I'll talk to you if the nightmares continue.
I said. I then let out a fake yawn and turned to Hermione.
See, I'm already sleepy.
I said, getting up.
I'm going to my dorm to sleep. Don't stay up reading late.
Chapter 189. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. The month of February arrived, and with it also came the third match of this Quidditch season, which is the match between my house, Ravenclaw, against Slytherin. Compared to last year, my team was under more pressure as the entire Slytherin team had a Nimbus 2001 for each player, and even the fact that we saw them lose to Gryffindor didn't lessen that pressure.
Calm down, Clark. You walking around won't bring our victory.
Roger said, sitting on one of the locker room benches holding his broom, but I could see his leg moving with nervousness.
How can I calm down knowing they have brooms that outrun ours in speed?
Hilton said, still pacing.
The only people with brooms fast enough on our team to match their Nimbus 2001 are you and Ethan. And you too are chasers.
What Hilton said made sense if we looked at things logically. The Slytherin team had the best brooms on the market in their possession, and apart from them, I was the only one in the entire school to also own a Nimbus 2001. And meanwhile, Roger had a Nimbus 2000, with him having gotten it as a Christmas present from his parents. Seeing the entire team reflect on what Hilton had said, I looked at them with a tired look.
I understand that a fast broom is a big differentiator in a match, but could you at least not look like someone who is going to a funeral?
I thought, shaking my head. Seeing that the team's morale was low, I rolled my eyes and went to my locker.
If all of you are already so depressed and downcast just because of a few brooms, then wouldn't it be easier for us to just give up the match? It's no use playing if no one here believes we're going to win.
I asked with a small frown as I opened my locker, causing the team to turn to me.
We haven't given up yet, Ethan.
Christy said, and I just turned to look at her with a raised eyebrow.
It's not what it looks like.
I commented.
Sigh, I knew our winning streak was going to end at some point.
Dylan said, and Christy, who was next to him, gave him a little slap on the head.
We didn't lose.
She said to Dylan.
And we're not giving up either.
She said that part looking at me.
Yeah, we haven't lost yet, Dylan.
Roger said, frowning.
We can't forget that even with these fast brooms, Slytherin still lost to Gryffindor. And if I have confidence to beat the Gryffindor team, then I also have confidence that we can beat the Slytherin team.
As soon as Roger said that, the team started looking at each other, and realizing that what he said made sense, the morale of some of the team members started to rise. And as Roger spoke, Hilton was looking at him with an analytical gaze but with a small smile on his face, nodding to himself, but it was hard to know what he was thinking.
And about having fast brooms,
I said, closing my closet door with a slam, and when the team turned to me they saw that I was holding 2 brooms in my hands.
Oh, you still have your Nimbus 2000.
Isabel said, looking at the broom in my left hand.
It's not just the Nimbus 2000 I have, Issa.
I said, swinging the other broom.
Your Nimbus 2001. Yes, we know you have it.
She said, rolling her eyes.
Ahem.
Patrick cleared his throat to get Isabel's attention.
Issa.
Yay.
She asked, turning to him, only to see Patrick signaling something with his eyes. Looking in the direction Patrick was looking, Isabel's jaw dropped.
Hi.
She said smartly. Isabel and the rest of the team were looking at a broom that was leaning against the wall, and that broom was my 2001 Nimbus that I had been using up until now.
If that's your Nimbus, then that means
Hilton started to say.
That I have 2 Nimbus 2001s. Yes, I have.
I replied with a mischievous smile on my face.
You rich little jerk.
Patrick said with an excited smile on his face, which I just shrugged. Ignoring Isabel, who was still looking between the brooms with a shocked look, the whole team started to applaud and celebrate, completely forgetting the fact that just a few minutes ago everyone was already certain of our defeat. As the team cheered, I nodded to Roger, who nodded back with a smile. as he was the only one who knew I had another Nimbus 2001, as he'd seen me putting it away in my locker before this match.
Heh, now I'm sure I'm making the right choice.
Hilton thought, looking at the team with a satisfied look, or more accurately, looking at Roger and me. Ravenclaw Common Room. The match, unsurprisingly for me, ended with Ravenclaw winning, with Hilton catching the snitch after 40 minutes of play with the help of Nimbus 2001. It was very funny the face the Slytherin team made when they saw our team enter the pitch with 2 Nimbus 2000s and 2 Nimbus 2001s. Arriving at the Ravenclaw Common Room, we all started to celebrate, as it looked like the cup would be won by us again. And in between the celebration, Stephen ended up finding out that the Nimbus were mine, and that I was the one who lent them to the team, and that's why he called me Broom Dealership. And after explaining the name to the non-Muggleborns, everyone in the common room started calling me Broom Dealership as they laughed, ignoring my twitching eye.
Hey, Ethan.
I heard someone call me, and turning around I saw that the one who called me was Penelope.
Hi, Penny.
I said, smiling at our dear 6th grade prefect.
Sorry to interrupt your celebration, but the headmaster would like to speak with you.
She said with an apologetic look.
Would the headmaster like to speak with me?
I asked aloud with a raised eyebrow.
Did he find out that you're the one playing these pranks on Professor Lockhart?
Anthony asked, and those around us who heard this either looked at me in surprise and shock, or simply raised their eyebrows before shrugging.
So are you the culprit?
Penelope asked accusingly and surprised.
No evidence, no crime.
I quickly said,
And besides, are you going to believe something Anthony said? He probably doesn't even know what day it is.
I said, and Anthony frowned as he looked at me, but he just didn't say anything because he didn't really know what day it is. She said, pointing at me with narrowed eyes.
Being watched by a pretty girl all the time, that's a blessing.
I said playfully, and I could see Penelope's eye twitch, but I knew from her emotions that she wasn't angry, she was actually amused.
And he calls us perverts.
Terry whispered to Anthony, who nodded, but I decided to ignore these two idiots.
Well, I believe you know the way to the headmaster's office, right?
She asked and I nodded.
Good, the password is truffled apples, don't forget.
As soon as she finished talking, she turned and left, probably going to monitor someone or going to study for her NEWTS, something I always see her doing.
She didn't even say goodbye.
I said with a hand on my chest in mock suffering.
I think I already know why the twins' brother hates you.
Sue said laughing.
Ronald, why would he hate Ethan? Aren't they friends?
Stephen asked confused.
No, she's talking about the brother who has a dick up his ass.
Michael said, but Stephen just looked at him cluelessly.
Sigh.
Stephen said in realization.
And why would he hate Ethan? Urgh.
Gryffindor Common Room. Pav third person.
What are you doing?
Percy asked in an authoritative voice.
Urgh.
George replied confused, looking at the parchments and books on the table and then at Percy.
And what are you writing?
Percy asked with narrowed eyes, looking suspiciously at the twins.
Our care of magical creatures, S.
Fred said, looking strangely at his twin.
Does Percy need glasses? Maybe he is under a lot of pressure with his responsibilities as a prefect. Yes, maybe that's it.
While the twins were having a silent conversation with their eyes, Percy, who was in front of them, got tired of waiting for an answer and took one of the parchments from the table in front of him.
You're probably writing a recipe for some new prank, aren't you?
He said, and then began to read the contents of the parchment. But the more he read, the more he realized that the parchment really was just the twins' homework. But not wanting to give up, he put the parchment back on the table and picked up one of the ink bottles.
HMPH, maybe you guys aren't creating a new prank, maybe it's already done.
He said, inspecting the open ink bottle closely. Meanwhile, the twins just looked at each other without understanding.
Maybe this ink is made with.
Percy, who had the vial in front of his face, sneezed, and the ink from the ink bottle ended up spilling on his impeccable uniform and his precious prefect badge. He then looked down at his robes with a horrified look, and without another word he turned and ran to the Gryffindor men's room, forgetting that he could clean himself with a simple cleaning spell. And the twins, who saw their brother hurriedly leave, looked at each other with a raised eyebrow.
George! Yes, Fred. I think that's enough homework for today. I agree with you, Fred. Would you like to prepare some pranks for the upcoming Three Musketeers performance?
You know very well what my answer is, my dear brother.
So that's a yes. Clearly.
Chapter 190. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead, patreon.com/c7nx. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Headmaster Dumbledore's office.
What does the headmaster want to talk to me about? I don't remember doing anything to get his attention.
I thought, ignoring the fact that I've been tormenting Lockhart since the beginning of this school year, and that the headmaster probably knows it. After walking a bit through some secret passages, I arrived in front of the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to his office and spoke the password.
Truffled apples.
I said, and the gargoyle moved away to show the stairs leading up to the office. When did I finish going down the stairs? A door was waiting for me, but I just looked at it knowing that the headmaster was in the office already feeling his magic and having already seen him with Atlas. I also knew that the headmaster liked to surprise people who came to his door by pretending to be omniscient.
Come in, Ethan.
I heard him speak from inside the office, and wasting no time I opened the door and walked inside. The office hasn't changed much since my last visit. The only thing different was that there were more knickknacks on the shelves.
I hear you'd like to speak with me, headmaster.
I said, sitting down in the chair across from his desk, nodding slightly at Fox.
Yes.
He said, but then he took a bowl from his table.
But before that, would you like some lemon drops?
He offered.
Thanks, but I already ate some sweets in my common room.
I declined.
Oh yeah, you were probably celebrating Ravenclaw's victory in today's match.
The headmaster nodded.
Well, in that case, then there's more left for me.
He said, popping a lemon drop into his mouth.
Sue.
I asked, looking at the headmaster curiously.
Oh, I was just curious to know how your Christmas break went.
He said, looking at me with a knowing smile. As soon as he said that, my eyes widened for a moment, but I quickly went back to maintaining my calm demeanor.
Heh, I should have expected that the headmaster would find out about my visit to the Flamels.
I thought, smiling as I shook my head wryly.
Well, my vacation was a lot of fun.
I said with a smile.
I see.
The headmaster said with a small smile. He then got a serious look, and putting his hands together and putting them in front of his face as he leaned his elbows on the table, he asked me.
Tell me, Ethan, why? Why what?
I asked back without understanding.
Why did you risk so much just to get the Philosopher's Stone?
He said, and I stopped as I looked at him lost in thought.
Why not?
I asked my own question.
Because the stone was already under strong and secure wards.
The headmaster said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
But I managed to get the stone.
I said.
Yes, but you've probably already discovered the mirror's secret, right?
He asked, and I nodded slowly.
So you know the stone was never in any danger of being stolen, so I repeat my question. Why?
Because at that time, I didn't know that the stone would be kept in the mirror, and I didn't even know about the enchantment secret.
I replied.
Ethan!
The headmaster said, and I hid some of the pride and satisfaction that rose in my chest at hearing him call me the smartest student in Ravenclaw. Looking at the headmaster, who was patiently waiting for my answer, I stopped to think. As I thought, I heard a light and calm song, and looking to the side I saw that it was Fox who was singing. Smiling slightly at Fox, I turned to the headmaster with a serious look.
The truth, headmaster, is that I chose to take the stone because I didn't have any trust in you.
I replied, and both Headmaster Dumbledore and the former headmasters and headmistresses in the portraits who were pretending not to pay attention to the conversation looked at me in surprise. After I said that, the headmaster started looking at me silently, thinking about something.
You said you didn't trust me, right? So now you do.
He asked me and I shrugged.
Trust is something very important and hard to get.
I said.
I respect you, and I know you're a good person.
He said, and then looked at me over the top of his half-moon glasses.
What has changed?
From the beginning of our conversation, I could feel that the headmaster was confused, curious, and a little happy for some reason I don't know. But as soon as I said I didn't trust him, I could feel a little disappointment and sadness. I knew the headmaster was someone who liked to keep secrets from others, and he was a chess master treating many people like pawns, even against his own will, but when I said I didn't trust him, I wasn't telling the whole truth. I knew that if there was anyone at school, hell, even in the entire wizarding world that I could count on in bad times, the headmaster was definitely that person. I only said that thing about trust because I wanted to see how he would react, and his reaction and the feelings that came from him didn't surprise me.
You know, headmaster.
I said.
Fox.
The headmaster repeated in surprise, turning to look at his feathered companion who had his head under his wings scratching his right side. Feeling a gaze on him, Fox stopped scratching and looked at us slowly, with one of his feathers he'd just plucked in his beak. Fox made a noise as he cocked his head to the side in confusion.
How did Fox change your mind about trusting me?
The headmaster asked, confused.
Well, I know this might sound a bit cliché.
I said, and the headmaster looked at me surprised and a little curious.
And if I trust Fox unconditionally, why wouldn't I trust his companion?
I said, and Fox, who heard what I said, vibrated before flying from his perch to my shoulder. Reaching my shoulder, Fox started rubbing his head on my cheek, conveying feelings of joy and satisfaction, causing me to chuckle lightly. The headmaster, who was watching all this, just opened his mouth in surprise, before closing it and letting a small smile appear on his lips.
Heh, I didn't know you two were such good friends.
He said, but then he looked at Fox critically.
But I should have suspected someone was corrupting him, and that someone could be you.
As soon as he said that, I looked at the headmaster confused.
What do you mean?
I asked.
Before I answer that question of yours, could you tell me if you recognize this package?
The headmaster asked, taking a small package that was wrapped in green gift wrap from one of his desk drawers and placing it on the table.
Oh.
Was the only thing I could say, and Fox on my shoulder covered his face with his wing in shame.
So I see you recognized it.
The headmaster said, with an amused look on his face. Realizing that I was caught in the act, I did the only thing I could have done in this situation.
It was all Fox's idea.
Chirp.
Yeah, it was your idea.
I said, ignoring the scandalized look I was getting from the phoenix on my shoulder. The headmaster, who was watching a boy and a phoenix argue, only looked at the scene with an amused look. After I managed to bribe.
How did you find out I was the one who took the stone?
I asked, since I was pretty sure that neither Fox nor the Flamels had tell anything to him.
Well, I just needed to bring out my inner Sherlock to solve this little mystery.
The headmaster said with a proud look on his face.
Nick sent me a letter saying he had recovered the stone, probably after you returned the stone to him. And no, he didn't mention his name, he just said that his benefactor had paid them a visit and that he is someone amazing and kind-hearted, just as I had predicted.
He continued.
I'm used to being called awesome.
I said with a hand on my chin, but what I got was a blank stare from the headmaster and a peck in my ear, courtesy of Fox.
As I was saying.
I said, but the headmaster shook his head.
No, because coincidentally on this vacation, at least 10 students went to spend Christmas with their families in France.
He said with a wry smile.
So how?
I asked, now curious, and in answer to my question, he just looked at the prank present on his desk.
Fox may have many skills, but being discreet is not one of them.
The headmaster said.
And I also realized that of all the students who went to France, you were the most skilled and the most likely to have broken the rules to steal the stone.
I think.
I said, looking slightly at Fox, who looked away as he.
So I guess next time I have to choose my partners in crime better.
I commented.
Next time.
The headmaster asked with a raised eyebrow.
Oh look, it's too late, headmaster. I think you'd better go to sleep.
I said, getting up from my chair, startling Fox, who flew back to his perch.
My dorm is right next door, and I'm the headmaster.
he said with a raised eyebrow.
Well, in that case, then I'll be on my way.
I said, letting out a long, drawn-out yawn. I then went to the door and opened it.
Until our next meeting, headmaster.
And as soon as I finished talking, I walked out, leaving behind a headmaster who was looking at the place where I had been with an amused look.
HMPH, do you still have any doubts that this kid would do well in whatever house he was in?
The sorting hat that was quiet all this time asked the headmaster.
He's definitely a very interesting student.
Chapter 191. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. It's been a few days since I had that conversation with the headmaster, and nothing very interesting has happened since that day. After my visit to the headmaster's office, I realized that our conversation only generated more questions in my mind. And I also noticed that the headmaster didn't ask some questions that would be obvious to ask in that situation, such as, how did I know the stone was in danger, or why did I trust Fox? I don't think he asked any more questions because he was already convinced with my answers, or because he didn't want to put me up against the wall, especially after I said I didn't trust him before. I also wanted to ask him some questions, but I knew this was not the right time to bring up certain matters. But changing the subject. As I said before, nothing very interesting happened after the conversation with the headmaster, and my days here at school went on as normal. I still trained regularly, and sometimes my training was so extreme that I barely had the strength to move afterward. My current training consisted of training my agility and reflex, and the power of my magic and spells. I still trained in my martial arts, but not as much as I used to, as I knew my fighting proficiency was at a more than satisfactory level, especially against untrained wizards. And in that time, I also got good news from Nick. He sent me a letter saying that an old friend of his was getting rid of some items, and among those items was a dagger made of goblin silver. I don't know what went through Nick's friend's mind for him to discard a goblin silver dagger so easily, but well.
So Ethan, how did you meet Arch?
Luna asked me as she caressed Arch with a happy smile on her face.
We met on my first visit to the Forbidden Forest in my first year.
I replied.
I was just leaving the forest when he showed up, and just like any normal person would when they saw a strange and frightening creature, I approached him and then we became friends.
As soon as I said that, I gave Arch a light, playful pat, who neighed in agreement.
Oh.
Luna said, and I sensed that she was disappointed, which made me look at her curiously.
I thought your meeting with him would have been more lively, adventurous, and dangerous.
She said.
Oh.
I said, with me and Arch looking at Luna strangely.
If you want to see a lively, adventurous, and dangerous encounter, then I'll take you to the acromantula nest deep in the forest.
I huffed, rolling my eyes playfully.
Is there an acromantula nest here?
Luna asked with anticipation in her voice, which caused me to look at her warily. Seeing how Luna looking at me with her innocent eyes shining with anticipation and excitement, I realized my mistake. Telling a rather peculiar girl who has a great love and appreciation for magical creatures that there was a nest of class XXXXX creatures nearby was irresponsible and stupid of me.
Hey.
I asked, sweating as I looked away.
You said.
Luna said, looking at me confused. Seeing that Luna was waiting for an answer from me, I used my last master-level move.
Oh look, a crumplehorn snorkek.
I said, pointing behind Luna.
What, where?
Luna asked, turning quickly, only to see nothing.
Oops, my mistake, I think it was just a squirrel.
I said, scratching the back of my neck as I laughed awkwardly.
On.
Luna said, crestfallen, before reverting to her usual cheerful self.
Maybe the crumplehorn snorkek just got away too fast.
She asked me, cocking her head to the side curiously, totally forgetting the subject of the acromantulas, causing me to sigh in relief.
Nah, I'm still safe from them.
I said, patting my chest where my necklace of butterbeer caps was.
Maybe the effect of your necklace is wearing off.
Luna said, lost in thought.
Well, I think the only way I can help you would be if I made another one for you, only with more butterbeer caps. Or,
I said with a wry smile on my face.
what would I do without a friend as kind and caring as you?
I asked jokingly.
Maybe more friends.
Luna replied, which caused me to stop and look at her confused, but then I understood that she meant that I don't have friends anymore because I am her friend.
HMPH.
I huffed, crossing my arms.
I think the amount of friends I have is enough.
I said.
Are you sure?
She asked me.
Having lots of friends must be a really good thing.
She said, and I could feel a little sadness and longing in her tone.
Yes, I'm sure. I already find it hard to keep my sanity with the friends I have. If that number increased, I could end up going crazy.
I said amusedly.
Hee hee, but aren't we all crazy?
She said philosophically, and then we both looked at each other before we started laughing.
Phew.
I said.
Welcome to my world.
Luna answered me. She then continued petting Arch while lost in thought, and I stared at her waiting for her to speak.
You know, I'm really happy to have you all as friends.
She said, smiling peacefully.
Especially you.
Especially me.
I asked, confused.
Yes, since it's just because of you that they're all my friends too.
She said, and I frowned at that.
Listen, Luna, they're your friends too, and
I know they're my friends, but I also know it's because of you that they accepted me into their group.
She said, still with a smile on her face.
I'm not saying they're forcing themselves to be my friends, but that day in the common room, it was you who took the initiative to talk to me, and it was you who introduced me to them.
well,
I said, even though I knew one of the reasons was pity as well.
Are you sure you weren't just looking for someone crazier than you?
She asked me with a mischievous smile on her face.
as if that were possible. Have you seen Anthony and Terry? They seem to share the same neuron.
I said, laughing, and Luna laughed with me.
Yes.
She said, tapping her index finger on her chin with a light smile.
And besides, you don't have to worry about why we made friends with you.
I said with a shrug.
Maybe they'll even reply that, if possible, they'd like to have you accompany us to our classes instead of Michael, just to spend more time with you.
Or maybe just to spend less time like Michael.
Luna commented, and I laughed a little.
Yeah, I won't deny that maybe. That could be one of the reasons too.
I said, smiling. After that conversation of mine with Luna in the Forbidden Forest, I remembered that her birthday was coming up, or more specifically, her birthday was only 2 days away. With that in mind, I decided it would be nice to have a little surprise party for her, having all of our friends as guests. I was hoping that a surprise on her birthday would make her happier, and make her realize that she had friends and people to trust besides her father. Furthermore, we also couldn't forget the fact that this would also be her first birthday without her family, as well as another birthday without her mother, so I wanted to make this day fun and special for her. Now, I just needed to figure out what to get her as a present. I think I already have an ideal present for her, but I don't think it's a good enough present. I could ask her what present she would like to receive, but I'm sure her answer would be that she would like a picture of a crumple-horned snorkack as a present.
Sigh.
I thought.
Maybe even killing a basilisk, or casting a patronus corporeal isn't as difficult as choosing a good present.
Chapter 192. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. February 12th.
So you want to throw a surprise party for Luna?
Lisa asked me and I nodded.
Yes, her birthday is coming up, and since we're friends with her, it would be nice if we made a little surprise party to celebrate.
I said, and I could see my friends look at each other. In the common room with me were Terry, Anthony, Stephen, Michael, Sue, Lisa, Padma. I tried to find Mandy and Morag, but they were probably somewhere in the castle gossiping.
Well, I'm in.
Terry said.
I too.
Padma said.
But how many days until her birthday, exactly?
She asked.
Actually, her birthday is tomorrow.
I replied, and my friends looked at me wide-eyed.
What?
Lisa exclaimed.
Her birthday is tomorrow, and you're only telling us now about throwing her a surprise party.
Well, it's just that I was busy with some matters, so I didn't have time to talk about her birthday with you guys.
I said, scratching my head in embarrassment.
Sigh.
Sue asked.
Well,
I said with a shrug.
That's true, but still, if we'd had more time, I might even have got her a present.
Sue said.
well, I don't know what would be a good present for Luna, but I'm going to ask Professor Flitwick to help me make something for her.
Stephen said.
I know she's just like Ethan and likes magical creatures.
Terry commented.
I think I'll ask Professor McGonagall to transfigure a small figurine of some animal for her.
That would be a good idea.
Padma said, tapping her chin in thought.
I can see if I have any books on magical creatures in my stuff.
Lisa said.
I was saving it for Ethan for his birthday, but since it's kind of his fault that we don't have presents for Luna, I think he can do without this present.
As soon as Lisa said that, I looked at her with a betrayed look, but she answered me with her own gaze, so I could only turn my head to the side while mumbling.
Tisk, now in addition to homework, are we going to have to occupy our time planning a surprise party?
Michael frowned.
If I had known about the birthday in advance, I would have started planning this party myself a long time ago.
Well, we didn't know her birthday because she never told us, and because it didn't come to my mind to ask.
Sue shrugged.
Yes, but we should have asked since we know each other's birthdays and our friends' birthdays from the other houses.
Anthony said, and Michael turned to look at him.
Wait, do you know what day everyone here has a birthday?
He asked.
Not everyone's, but at least I know my friends' birthdays.
Anthony replied.
You're weird.
Michael said, earning a confused look from Anthony.
That's not weird, I also know all my friends' birthdays.
Stephen said.
Me too.
Lisa said, and Sue, Stephen, and Padma nodded.
Serious?
Michael asked, unconvinced.
Yes.
Stephen said.
Terry's birthday is July 28th, Anthony's June 15th, Lisa's November 7th.
Padma's is May 25th, Ethan's is April 9th, Stephen's is January 3rd.
Lisa continued for Stephen.
And Sue's is the 5th of September.
Terry finished. And I also know the birthdays of the twins, Harry and Ron, Ginny, Susan, Hannah, Justin, Megan, Cedric, Neville, Leigh.
Okay, I get it. You know everyone's birthday at school.
He said, rolling his eyes. He then stopped to think and started looking at us.
Wait, why didn't you mention my birthday?
He asked. We all then started looking at each other with an unspoken question in our eyes. We then went back to looking at Michael with uncertain looks. Anthony asked.
That date doesn't even exist.
Michael exclaimed. He then palmed his own forehead while muttering something about regretting not asking Sorting Hat to put him in Hufflepuff.
For your information, my birthday is March 1st.
He said, but when he turned to look at us, he saw us ignoring him as we talked about what to do for Luna's surprise party.
Ugh.
Hogwarts kitchens.
Maybe I'll ask the twins to help buy some sweets and drinks in Hogsmeade.
I thought, scratching the pair in the portrait, opening the entrance to the kitchens. Entering the kitchens, I saw that the elves were busy cleaning and cooking, but as soon as they saw me, they all stopped what they were doing.
Master Ethan, Sir Ethan. What would Master Ethan like? Would Master Ethan like a cake?
One of the elves asked, pulling his ears shyly.
Or maybe some cookies?
Another offered.
Mops has made some sweets that Master Ethan might like,
Said Mops, a little elf, offering a plate of some muffins topped with icing and sugar.
As if anyone would like your sweets. Blinky's sweets are so much better.
One of the elves said, her chest puffing out with pride, looking haughtily at Mops.
Even the creatures of the Forbidden Forest don't like their sweets, so how would Master Ethan like it?
Mops retorted.
What did you say?
Blinky asked, tugging at his imaginary shirt sleeves, advancing on Mops. Before the First World War of the Elves could start, I placed my hand on top of the heads of these two quarrelsome little elves. I knew that as soon as I walked into the kitchen, the elves would start this little competition of who would serve me first, something I'd gotten used to seeing.
Calm down, guys, and hello to you too.
I said with an ironic smile on my face, since this same scene was common but it was still funny. Sometimes I think they love me more and have more loyalty to me than to the headmaster, but I blame the recipes I teach them through the beast talk connection.
I'm here because I'd like to make a request for you.
I said, catching the attention of all the elves.
Would Master Ethan like to make a request for Gailey?
An elf with short, pointy ears and yellow eyes said excitedly.
Yes, I'd like to ask you guys to make me some sweets and snacks, and also a big birthday cake.
I said, and seeing that the elves were paying attention to me and were excited at the prospect of having to do some work, I started talking about the foods I would like them to make, as well as the taste of the cake and its decoration. At some point, I even saw some elves put on some glasses and pull out a notebook to jot down my instructions.
Now I can cross off the cake and snacks.
I thought. Room of requirement, room of hidden things.
It's still as messed up here as ever.
I commented, using my skills to track the magic of the one I came looking for.
Hi, Dobby.
I said, reaching a corner that had several clothes and sewing machines, surprising the little elf who stopped sewing and ran to hug my legs, something he did every time he saw me. I knew it was strange for an elf to show so much affection, even Dobby, but even Linley acted that way with me, and I knew it had to do with my beast power and my connection to them.
Hello, Sir Ethan, sir.
Dobby said happily.
Do you need Dobby's help with something?
He asked.
Why do you always ask that question when I come to see you?
I asked, rolling my eyes good-naturedly.
Can't I just want to come see a friend of mine? Does Sir Ethan consider Dobby a friend?
The big-eyed elf asked in surprise, before his expression changed to a tearful.
Dobby is not worthy of Sir Ethan's friendship.
I said, stroking the weeping elf's head.
But changing the subject, this time I'm really here because I want to ask you a favor.
I said, and Dobby stopped crying to look at me curiously.
What favor, Sir Ethan, sir?
He asked.
I would like to ask for your help to prepare a friend's birthday party, and also to help me with a present for her.
I said, and before I could even explain the rest of my request, Dobby nodded his head quickly.
Of course, Dobby will help Sir Ethan, sir. Dobby would also be very happy to help prepare Sir Ethan's friend's party.
He said, and I smiled at him.
Fine, but let's save the party prep for later. Now let's talk about the gift for Luna.
Chapter 193. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. February 13, Luna's birthday.
Is this okay?
Terry asked, standing on top of a chair that was on top of a table, holding a light blue banner that said,
Happy birthday, Luna.
Move a little more to the left.
Susan said, holding up a box with some decorations.
Like this. Yes, now a little higher, and lower your side a little, Justin. Now that we're doing this, a question came to my mind.
Justin said, arranging the banner as per Susan's instructions.
Why don't we use magic to do this?
He asked.
That's a good question.
Terry said.
Because doing it with our own efforts makes it all more symbolic and sentimental.
Sue, who passed behind Susan carrying a chair, said. Justin then looked around the room at all of our friends who were helping to organize and decorate the room.
More symbolic and sentimental than that.
He asked.
Keep quiet so we can get this over quick. My arms are already going numb from holding this banner.
Terry said, taking out his wand and casting a glue spell to stick the banner to the wall. When they finished sticking the banner to the wall, they climbed down from the chairs and went to Susan's side, looking at their finished work.
Phew!
Terry said, greeting Justin with a high five.
It's a little crooked. Is this banner strong?
Justin asked.
Why the question?
Terry asked back.
Because I'm thinking of using it to hang myself.
Justin said, a blank look on his face.
We arrived.
Fred said, opening the door to the classroom we were in, carrying some boxes.
and with an amazing order of sweets from Honeydukes and some butter beers from 3 broomsticks.
George continued, also carrying some boxes.
Good, put the butter beers on that table, and the sweets you put next to Lily, she's organizing them.
I said, using my wand to levitate some crystal globes across the classroom to light up the place.
Whistle!
Fred said, just now looking around the classroom.
Yeah, it even makes me want you to organize my birthday next year.
George said jokingly.
Sorry, but there is a long waiting list to hire the Hogwarts decorations and parties service.
I said jokingly.
And who would be on that list?
George asked.
Currently, we have the Bloody Baron's birthday, followed by the giant squid's birthday.
I replied.
Damn, those are some really important birthdays.
Fred said, finished arranging the butterbeers on the table. When he finished arranging the drinks, he pulled out his wand and cast a cooling spell on them. Knock knock. As we continued to tidy up the room, someone knocked on the door.
Who will be?
Stephen asked, going to open the door.
It's Neville and Ron.
I said, not even looking at the door.
How do you know that?
Terry asked, but then I looked at him with a raised eyebrow.
You know what? Never mind.
He said.
You guys are late.
Stephen said as soon as he opened the door, looking at the 2 boys in front of him who were a little dirty.
Maybe we would have arrived just in time if someone hadn't asked us to pick up dry leaves in the woods.
Ron said, looking slightly at me.
Oh, did you manage to find many leaves?
I asked, walking over to them.
Lucky for you, Nev is really good with plants.
Ron grumbled, handing me a bag.
I still don't know how you managed to mistake wild grass for dry leaves.
Nev said, also handing me a bag.
Sorry, oh great herbology genius.
Ron rolled his eyes.
And speaking of great genius, where are Granger and Harry?
I asked.
If she hears you calling her a genius, she'll try to drown you in the Black Lake.
Ron muttered, but then he shook his head.
Harry is serving detention with Lockhart, but his detention time is probably almost up, and Hermione.
I said dryly.
This is going to be her first time talking to Luna, so she probably wants to get her a nice present.
Ron said with a shrug.
I want to see what she will say when Luna starts talking about the magical creatures she knows.
I huffed in my mind.
Hey, if you guys have time to talk, you guys have time to help too.
Ginny yelled from across the room.
Sometimes, I think she forgets I'm her big brother.
Ron said, but he still obeyed. A little later.
Where are you taking me?
Luna asked as I covered her eyes with my hands.
Haven't you noticed? This is a kidnapping.
I said, leading her through the halls.
Cool. I've never been kidnapped before.
She said, a little too gleefully.
This is sad. Almost all children have to be kidnapped at least once in their life before age 11.
I said sarcastically.
Serious?
Luna asked in surprise, and I rolled my eyes amused at her innocence. We then continued walking, with Luna asking me questions about my day and about different types of kidnappings. With me leading Luna, we arrived in front of the classroom where our friends were waiting to surprise her.
Well, here we are.
I said, opening the door while Luna stood with her eyes closed. Guiding Luna into the classroom, I closed the door and with my night vision I saw my friends hiding.
You can open your eyes, Luna.
I said.
It's a little dark here.
Luna said as soon as she opened her eyes, looking around curiously.
Surprise!
Surprise! My friends, without further waiting, came out of their hiding places as they lit the crystal globes. Luna, who wasn't expecting this, was surprised, looking at everyone in shock.
What?
She muttered.
Happy birthday, Luna.
I said behind her.
How? Why?
She asked without turning to me, still looking at our friends and the decorated classroom in shock.
I just had to ask Professor Flitwick when his birthday would be, and as for why.
Happy birthday, Luna.
I said behind her. How? Why? She asked without turning to me, still looking at our friends and the decorated classroom in shock. I just had to ask Professor Flitwick when his birthday would be, and as for why.
Thank you.
Luna said with a big smile on her face, hugging Lily back. After Lily, the rest of our friends started heading over to Luna to congratulate her, and from her emotions I knew she was still surprised, but very happy. After everyone congratulated her, only Granger was left, looking at Luna with a small package in hand.
Wow, calm down, Hermione.
Ron said, and Granger, who heard him, took a deep breath.
Sorry, I just didn't know if you'd like to have someone who isn't your friend at your party.
Granger said, looking down at the floor.
Well, it's easy to solve this.
Luna said, and Granger looked at her curiously.
Do you want to be my friend?
Luna asked. Granger replied, confused.
Well, problem solved. Now you don't have to worry about being at my party without being a friend of mine, since you are now my friend.
Luna said, and Granger looked at her with her mouth open in confusion. Ron then snapped his fingers in front of Granger's face, and she winked and shook her head before turning back to look at Luna.
Heh, I think this really solves the problem.
She said with an amused smile on her face. Luna said with a big smile on her face, hugging Lily back. After Lily, the rest of our friends started heading over to Luna to congratulate her, and from her emotions I knew she was still surprised, but very happy. After everyone congratulated her, only Granger was left, looking at Luna with a small package in hand.
It's a book about building Diagon Alley. I didn't know what kind of book you like, and to be honest, I didn't even know if you liked reading.
Granger said nervously.
I love to read, and I don't have a book about Diagon Alley.
Luna said, unwrapping the book and looking at it with interest.
Well, enough talking about books.
George said, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention.
Don't forget that Luna still has to blow out the candle and make a wish.
Fred continued.
And after that she has to do 3 somersaults.
And do 5 push-ups.
I don't remember that part being in the birthday person's handbook.
Megan said with a raised eyebrow.
It's because they only released Volume 2 yesterday.
Fred explained.
Yes, and ow. Ouch.
Shut up, you two.
Ginny said after hitting her 2 brothers on the head. She then turned to Luna with a smile.
Come on, Luna. You still have to blow out the candle and open the other presents.
She said, pointing to a pile of presents that was in the other corner of the room, making Luna's eyes widen slightly.
Oh.
Chapter 194. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Abandoned classroom, Luna's birthday party.
This cake is really good.
Hannah, who is a sweets addict, said.
I'm not a big fan of sweets, but this time I have to agree.
Sally said, eating her second piece of cake.
Who made it? It was the house elves.
I said.
How did you convince them to make this cake for you?
Lee asked me.
Do you really think I needed to convince them?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
They basically begged to make the cake.
I said.
Well.
Lee nodded. Glad Granger isn't around to hear about the Hogwarts elves, I thought with relief.
I can't wait to go to 3rd year so I can taste some of this drink from the gods every weekend.
Stephen said, looking at the butter beer in his hand as if it were his last bottle of water after spend 3 days in a desert.
You're weird.
I said, but Stephen just looked at me with contempt. Ignoring Stephen's gaze, I looked around to see my friends enjoying themselves, bringing a happy smile to my face. Looking to one of the corners of the room, I found Luna talking to the Golden Trio, and out of curiosity I started listening to their conversation.
Hey Luna, you're in your 1st year, right?
Granger asked Luna, who nodded.
If you've been at school for less than 6 months, how did you manage to make friends with so many people?
She asked curiously.
What do you mean, Hermione?
Ron asked confused.
I mean, she's a 1st year and she already has so many friends. And if we look around, the only friend she has who is in the same year as her is Ginny.
Granger said, and Ron and Harry looked around, realizing that what she said is true.
So I was curious to know how she made friends with the others.
Listening to Granger's question, I realized this was a bit of a rude question to ask, but I knew where it was coming from. Granger wasn't asking these questions with bad intentions, but friendship and friends is a touchy subject for her, as she didn't have any friends at her Muggle schools because of her personality, and at Hogwarts she only managed to make 2 friends, and that was it after they went through a life-or-death situation together. And to see Luna, who has been at Hogwarts for such a short time, have so many friends, aroused a small feeling of envy in Granger, but that feeling was overshadowed by curiosity.
Well, to tell you the truth, my Ravenclaw classmates don't like me very much and think I'm weird. And I probably wouldn't have friends if I hadn't been welcomed by Sue, Lisa, Anthony, Ethan, and the others.
Luna said, looking with a smile at my group who were having fun in a competition of who could put the most candy in their mouths.
They decided it would be nice to have me in their group of friends, and I'm happy for that.
When Luna finished speaking, the Golden Trio looked at her with various feelings, sadness being the most noticeable.
And as for my friends from other years and houses, we're in the same study group, and there we became friends.
She continued, and Granger, who had previously looked at her with pity, now looked at her in shock.
Study group? Did you create a study group?
She exclaimed, startling Harry and Ron.
By Merlin, Hermione, we're on your side.
Ron said, covering his ears.
I already have trouble seeing, now I think I'm going to have trouble hearing too.
Harry said, rubbing his ears.
When did you create this study group? Who is participating in it? Do you still have openings for new participants?
Granger started with her barrage of questions, ignoring Ron's grumbles.
Well, we created this study group at the beginning of the year, and about who is participating in it.
Luna replied with her finger on her chin.
And why would we have openings for new participants? The group is an open study group for everyone.
She said.
Is it an open group?
Granger asked in surprise.
For everyone.
Ron asked, frowning.
Yes and yes.
Luna replied with quick nods.
So does that mean even the Slytherins are in this study group?
Ron asked, and now even Harry was frowning, wondering if Malfoy was in this study group too.
Yes.
Luna replied.
Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Theodore Knott. Those are the Slytherins that are in the group too.
When Ron and Harry didn't hear Malfoy's name, they sighed in relief.
Oh, and Lily is in the group too.
Luna continued, looking at the little girl who was chatting happily in the corner.
Wait!
Ron asked in surprise.
You should pay more attention to your surroundings, Ron. She's in our classes we shared with Slytherin.
Hermione scolded.
Like I don't have better things to do than pay attention to some Slytherins.
Ron grumbled.
But do any of these Slytherins try to cause any kind of trouble for you?
Harry asked.
And why would they try to cause any kind of trouble for us?
Luna asked, confused.
Well, you know.
Harry replied.
Well,
Luna started to say, remembering all the interactions she's had with the 4 Slytherins.
Theodore doesn't talk much, but I've seen him talking to Ethan outside of study group, so he probably doesn't care about Muggleborns. Greengrass is a little cold, and I've seen her frown while looking at Ethan and Stephen, so I think maybe she doesn't like Muggleborns very much, but she spends most of her time silent.
So in short, do all Slytherins spend most of their time in the group quiet and silent?
Ron said, looking strangely at Luna.
If we don't count Lily, then yes.
Luna nodded.
Amazing!
Ron commented dryly.
I know.
Luna said excitedly, not noticing the sarcasm in Ron's tone.
But I'm curious, how did you all come together in this group? Who was it that started him?
Granger asked.
Oh, that was Ethan.
Luna replied, but before she could continue, she was interrupted by Granger.
Knight.
She asked, frowning.
Yes, Ethan Knight.
Luna nodded happily.
And here we go again.
Ron whispered to Harry.
Shut up, she'll hear you.
Harry whispered back, and when Granger turned to the 2 of them with narrowed eyes, they went quiet and sat up straight, afraid of the possible punishment they might receive. Before Granger could continue with her questioning, they heard someone scream.
Hey guys, now it's time to open the presents.
Anthony yelled, getting everyone's attention and causing Luna to turn around excitedly. Granger, seeing that she didn't have the answers to the questions in her mind, crossed her arms with a snort, and Harry and Ron sighed in relief. After we all gathered in a circle, with Luna sitting in the main chair that the twins had transfigured into a throne, everyone started picking up their presents from the pile of presents to deliver to Luna. The first to give a present to Luna was Terry, who picked up a purple gift-wrapped box that was approximately 8 inches in size. Luna, after receiving the gift, wasted no time and opened it.
This is.
She asked, looking in surprise at the object in her hand.
A figurine of a chimera. Yes, it is.
Terry said, nodding happily.
And to compliment his present, here are ours.
Stephen said, giving a present to Luna, with Anthony doing the same. As Luna opened the 2 presents, she found 2 more figurines.
A sphinx and a nundu.
Luna exclaimed in surprise and excitement.
We asked Professor McGonagall to transfigure them for us.
Terry began.
And not to be a simple figurine, we also spoke to Professor Flitwick.
Anthony continued for him.
Slap your wand at them and say roar.
Stephen said, and that's what Luna did. As soon as she tapped the figurines with her wand, they seemed to come to life, with each of the animals roaring and moving, causing Luna's eyes to glow excitedly.
Wow.
She said, bringing her hand close to the chimera figurine, who lowered its head to let Luna caress it.
They're amazing.
She said with a real smile on her face.
Thank you.
The boys, seeing her smile, greeted each other with satisfied and proud smiles.
Would Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall make me a crumple-horned snorkack figurine if I asked?
Luna asked aloud.
Who knows?
Terry shrugged. With that exchange, Granger looked at Luna confused. What is a crumplehorn snorkack? Chapter 195. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the boys presented Luna, everyone else who was in the classroom also started handing out their presents, and with each present I could feel Luna getting more excited and happy. Some presents were sweets or things bought last minute in Hogsmeade, and some presents were books, which made me wonder if everyone thought Ravenclaws really loved receiving books as presents. After a while, almost everyone had already given Luna a present, and the only person who still hadn't given her a present was me. But I had left my present for last because it was a little special.
Here's Luna. I couldn't think of a good enough present, but I think you'll really like this one.
I said, handing her a present that anyone could tell was a book just from the shape of the wrapper. Luna then took the present and tore the wrapping, seeing that it really was a book, just not a simple book. As soon as Granger saw the cover of the book, her eyes lit up as she sat up straight in her chair, gaping at the book as she fidgeted excitedly.
This is a limited edition of Fantastic Beasts, and where to find them?
She exclaimed, drawing the others' attention.
They say Newt Scamander only wrote 10 copies, and no one knows who owns it.
And she, like the good human Wikipedia that she was, began her barrage of information before I could even say anything.
This is a complete edition, containing information about all the creatures that Mr. Scamander has already found and studied it. And when I say all, I really mean all.
She said in a single breath. As Granger took a deep breath to catch her breath, she realized the room was silent, and looking around she realized that everyone was looking at her.
What the hell is she doing in Gryffindor?
Michael asked aloud.
Raven in lion clothes.
Anthony muttered, with the rest nodding in agreement, causing Granger to duck her head to hide her blush of embarrassment. Luna, who still hadn't taken her eyes off the book, opened it to the first page, only to be surprised at what she found.
Ethan, is that what I think it is?
She asked, barely containing her excitement.
Newt Scamander's signature. Yes, it is.
I said, and this time even those who don't care for books turned to look at me in shock.
What?
Granger almost screamed, resisting the urge to run over to Luna to look at the signature. But my friends didn't have the same self-control and quickly approached Luna to look over her shoulder at the book.
Is that really his signature?
Stephen asked, reaching out to touch the book, only for Lisa to slap his hand.
Don't touch it, you could ruin the book.
she said.
What do you mean by that?
Stephen asked, offended, looking at Lisa with a frown. Ignoring my friends, I turned to Luna, who was running her hands over the pages of the book.
So Luna, did you like it?
I asked.
I love it, this is an amazing present.
She said, smiling.
It must have been really hard to get it.
Nah, it was actually pretty easy.
I said, waving my hand dismissively. Nick and Penny probably won't mind that I gave one of the books they gave me to Luna.
But it's not over, Luna. There's still another present from me.
I said, and Luna turned to me confused. Seeing that she was paying attention to me, I braced myself for the next gift.
Now, Dobby.
I said, as I had already felt the little elf apparate to my side while he was invisible. After I said that, all the crystal globes that were floating around the room went out, leaving the room dark. Right after that, some lights started to appear suddenly as they flew around the room, and when they looked closely, they could tell that these lights were actually fairies. And to accompany the fairies, some dry leaves began to float as well, while glowing an orange glow. The fairies then began to dance on top of the leaves, jumping from leaf to leaf in sync. A soft music also began to be sung by the fairies, accompanied by an enchanted violin that I asked Dobby to bring from the room of hidden things. With this performance going on, I looked at Luna and my friends and saw them looking in wonder and concentration at the show. Luna, seeming to have noticed my gaze, turned to me, and I could see that there were some tears in her eyes.
Thank you.
She whispered to me with a happy smile on her face. She then looked around at our friends.
Thank you, all of you.
She said out loud. Those who listened to her turned to her, and upon seeing the giant smile she had, everyone smiled softly at her, even Michael.
It was totally worth it.
I thought, smiling softly and enjoying the show. Abandoned classroom after Luna's party.
Why do we have to clean the room and collect these leaves? The elves couldn't do that for us.
Terry grumbled, tossing another batch of leaves in the trash.
Shut up and keep cleaning.
Anthony said, being the one holding the garbage bag.
At least now we can use magic. You know, I was wondering.
Michael wondered aloud as he cleaned and tidied the room, looking at the leaves on the floor.
Huh.
Stephen, who was on Michael's side, looked at him curiously.
And when is your birthday? Ugh.
And Michael palmed his forehead.
Oh, don't be sad, Michael.
Morag said with a giggle, causing Michael to look at her blankly.
I should have gone to Hufflepuff.
Michael thought, staring into space in reflection. And I, who was listening to them, froze when I realized something.
Damn it, I forgot that tomorrow is Valentine's Day.
I thought, grimacing.
I just hope that, after falling for so many pranks, Lockhart doesn't have time to organize Valentine's Day here at Hogwarts.
I just raised a flag, didn't I?
I thought with a sigh. With the Golden Trio. Pav third person. The trio had just left Luna's party, and were walking the corridors talking as they headed to the Gryffindor common room to finish a potions essay that Professor Snape had passed. But to be more precise, Harry and Ron were going to finish rehearsal, and Hermione was going to accompany them to make sure they didn't get idle or do something wrong, which is very likely. But having Hermione help them with their homework was a good thing for both boys, as she always let them copy bits and pieces of her homework.
You know, I'm the only one who noticed that Ethan said, "Now Dobby."
Ron, who was a little thoughtful, asked.
Yes, I noticed that too.
Hermione said. She then turned to Harry.
Wasn't Dobby the name of the elf who got you in trouble with your family and the ministry?
She asked.
And wasn't he the one who closed the platform barrier and tried to kill you with the bludger?
Ron asked too.
Yes.
Harry replied uncertainly. Ron and Hermione then looked at each other.
So does this mean that?
That Dobby is Knight's house elf.
Hermione finished for Ron.
Well, I guess so.
Harry said.
What do you mean? It's confusing. We just found out that the one who sent Dobby to torment you was Knight.
Hermione said, a little pleased and happy. Ron said.
Oh, really? And why not?
Hermione asked defiantly, both hands on her hips.
Well,
Ron replied, rubbing his arms fearfully.
Yes,
Hermione agreed grudgingly. She then shook her head.
but that still doesn't explain why his elf tried to hurt Harry.
Stephen, who was on Michael's side, looked at him curiously. And when is your birthday? And Michael palmed his forehead. Oh, don't be sad, Michael.
Ron and Hermione turned to Harry in confusion.
Harry, seeing the two of them looking at him, decided to tell and explain about the meeting and talk he had with Dobby and Ethan in the hospital wing after the first Gryffindor match this school year.
So I guess somehow Ethan managed to steal the Dobby from his old masters, whoever they were, right?
Ron asked, a little confused.
I think so.
Harry replied, as unsure of his answer as Ron was.
Oh,
Ron did say.
But if Dobby couldn't even talk about his masters to Harry, how did Knight manage to get him to work for him?
Hermione asked, confused, but then she realized something.
Wait,
She exclaimed.
look, Hermione, it's not like that.
Ron tried to explain, but Hermione wasn't paying him any attention.
HMPH. I always knew that underneath all that good looks, intelligence, and that friendly personality, he was hiding someone evil and cruel.
She said, crossing her arms, looking at the boys victoriously, not realizing that in one sentence she called Ethan handsome and intelligent.
I agree he's evil and cruel, but I think you're looking at things the wrong way.
Harry tried to say, but Hermione was already convinced that Ethan was just as bad as Malfoy.
Forget it, mate, she probably won't listen to us.
Ron said, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder.
Maybe she just needs to think a little, or maybe spend some time with Ethan so she'll see he's not that bad. She spend some time with Ethan.
Harry huffed.
I don't even want to imagine what would happen if those two were locked in the same room.
He said.
Me neither, my friend.
Chapter 196. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. February 14, Sunday, Valentine's Day. Today is another new day, but different from all the others. This day will decide the fate of a certain man. Whether he will live or die is a matter for another time. All drama aside, I was heading to the Great Hall already knowing a certainty.
Thanks, but no.
I said after walking through the big doors of the Great Hall, seeing something that caused pain to my eyes. In front of me was a pink world with hearts and flowers, along with many feelings of love, heartbreak, hate, and depression in the air. Glancing at the Ravenclaw table, I saw my friends eating, with none of them wanting to lift their heads to avoid looking at the pink decorations of the Great Hall.
I should have drowned him in the black lake a long time ago.
I thought, my right eye twitching. Not wanting to waste my time on the speech I knew Lockhart was going to give, I turned around and walked out of the Great Hall with some prank ideas coming to my mind, luckily having someone
Willing
to serve as a subject for my tests. Leaving the Great Hall and walking the corridors, planning to go to the kitchens, I felt some strange emotions coming from an abandoned classroom, and to satiate my curiosity, I decided to go there. Arriving in front of the door, I opened it slightly, and peering through the slot, what I saw will probably give me nightmares for a few days. In the classroom, there were 12 dwarves wearing diapers, angel wings, and holding harps or bows and arrows, with the arrowheads shaped like a heart.
Bad day to have the gift of sight.
I said, closing the door in disgust. I then stopped and started looking out of one of the corridor windows with a blank stare. I said, clenching my fists. With my head down, my eyes took on a resolute gleam.
I already know, I can cast Obliviate on myself.
I muttered, looking down at my wrist that held the holster with my wand. I continued to reflect for a while, until I heard the dwarves' footsteps leaving the room behind me. Deciding I could try to put that memory to the back of my mind with occlumency, I continued down the corridor, not wanting to see those damn dwarves ever again.
If someone sends me a love letter or a romantic poem through one of these dwarves, I'll feed the three of them to the acromantulas of the Forbidden Forest, the damn dwarf, the idiot Lockhart, and the person who sent the letter.
I thought. Room of requirement. Sounds of a rooster crowing.
Ugh!
I groaned, keeping myself upright as I felt like my eardrums were going to burst. As soon as the rooster's crow under the sonorous spell stopped, I took a deep breath, but right away I cast a compulsion spell on the rooster that was standing on the other side of the room, and he started to crow again.
Come on, Ethan.
I muttered to myself, ignoring the headache I was feeling. The reason I'm doing this is because I realized a flaw in my plan to face Basilisk. I knew that in order to confront the basilisk, I would have to use all my senses to the fullest, as I couldn't use my eyes because I might unintentionally look into his mortal eyes or into some reflection, and in either case I basically would be dead. But in order for me to defeat Basilisk, I'll have to use a crowing of a rooster under a sonorous spell to increase the potency and range of the crowing, but that's the problem. Both the basilisk and I will have to hear the rooster crow, and while crowing is a weakness for the basilisk, only one of us has super enhanced hearing. It's going to be impossible for me to fight the damn giant snake if I can't even concentrate because of a pain in my ears and a headache.
Huff.
Sitting down on the living room floor, I took the time to take a deep breath.
At least I've finished my resistance training to the curse of the evil queen potion.
Yes, I also trained my resistance to my potion for the same reason I was training my resistance to the high-pitched sound of a crowing of a rooster. Since I would have to use my senses to the fullest, I would also have to put up with the potion's powerful scent and effect, which would probably put me to sleep quickly unless I kept my magic moving through my body continuously and unconsciously, which I still can't do for a long time as it's very difficult and tiring. My training to resist the effects of this potion wasn't that difficult, as my body has a natural resistance to certain things.
If in the end of all this I find out that the crowing of a rooster really doesn't have any effect on this damn basilisk, I'm going to find the one who spread this rumor, and I'm going to throw him into a tank with hundreds of venomous, hungry snakes.
I muttered with a frown on my face, rubbing my ears. With that said, a new disposition and possible hatred began to rise within me, and I stood up resolutely, bracing myself for yet another wave of pain and suffering that might or might not cause me a new trauma at the crowing of a rooster. Ravenclaw common room after lunch.
Hey Ethan, some dwarves were looking for you. Looks like some girls sent you love letters.
Sue said the moment she saw me coming through the common room passage.
If they didn't find me, it means I'm doing a good work.
I said dryly, plopping down on the couch wearily. Resting comfortably on the couch, I looked to the side and saw Terry and Anthony smiling happily as they proudly lavished 2 pink letters.
I still can't understand how just the two of you got love letters.
Michael, who was looking at the two of them frowning, said with envy.
For me, the big question and mystery is not the fact that they received love letters, but knowing that there are 2 girls crazy enough to send these letters to them.
Stephen said, adopting a contemplative look, reflecting on his choices in life. Looking between the boys strangely, I paid attention to the letters in Terry and Anthony's hands.
Hey, weren't those the letters I saw you writing yesterday before Luna's party?
I asked, realizing that I had seen these letters before. As soon as I said that, the 2 boys stiffened, and a silence ensued between us.
Hee hee.
Anthony said, laughing nervously.
I'm sure these are the letters you guys were writing on Saturday.
I said, frowning, moving out of my comfortable position on the couch to look at the boys curiously.
No, these letters were delivered to us by 2 beautiful 4th years girls, right, Anthony?
Terry asked, a forced smile on his face.
You
Anthony nodded quickly, but I could feel the nervousness coming from both of them.
Now that Ethan has brought it up, I actually remember seeing you guys with 2 pink letter envelopes before.
Michael said, looking intently at the pink letters in the boys' hands. Anthony started to say, nervously looking anywhere but at us.
Wait.
Stephen asked, looking at the boys with narrowed eyes.
HMPH, I knew no girl would have been interested in you too.
Michael said, looking at Terry and Anthony with contempt.
Hey, it's not like that. This was all part of our strategy.
Terry defended himself.
What strategy?
Stephen asked, confused.
Well,
Terry asked, and the boys nodded.
Girls like to feel superior to each other, and when a new trend emerges among girls, they all follow that trend so as not to be left behind in the competition.
Anthony said.
So we thought,
Terry said.
and with all these girls paying attention to us, at some point some of them would start to see us differently, maybe even romantically.
Anthony continued for Terry.
And it's like a cycle. And in that cycle, the girls would be so busy looking for our good qualities that caught the attention of the supposed fourth year's girls that they wouldn't see our flaws.
And at the end of it all, we'd have a lot of girls seeing our positive sides.
Terry said, and I don't think he noticed the weird look they were getting from the girls in our group who were in the common room.
And then it would only be a matter of time before one of them decided to approach us.
Anthony said.
And just like that, our single life would probably end.
When Terry finished speaking, he received 2 impressed and surprised looks from Stephen and Michael, who began to look at them in a new light.
This is the first time I've seen you guys using your brains for something, and was it just to do that?
I asked, breaking the silence, looking at them with disgust and disbelief.
Ethan, you use your brain to figure out the best ways to torture someone or how to commit murder and get away with it. So why can't we use our brains to figure out how to flirt with girls?
Terry asked me, and I stopped to look at him.
Okay, fair.
I shrugged.
Everyone has their own hobby.
I thought. Stephen and Michael, who were listening to our conversation, looked at each other before approaching Terry and Anthony.
Hey, do you guys still have any pink envelopes left?
Stephen asked.
Yes, but why do you want to know?
Anthony asked curiously.
Well,
Michael started to say.
We'll use your strategy and send love letters to ourselves.
Stephen interrupted Michael, getting right to the point. Terry and Anthony then looked at each other, and with a nod, the two turned to the 2 boys in front of them.
Come with us,
Terry said in a deep, mysterious voice. Terry and Anthony then got up from the couch, and with Stephen and Michael following them, they went upstairs to the boys' dorms. And I, who was watching this, could only shake my head helplessly. I think in war and in love, everyone uses the weapons they've been given. Chapter 197. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. February 14th night. Great Hall dinner. As I ate a delicious plate of meatballs and mashed potatoes and cheese in the Great Hall, which thankfully had its stupid embellishments removed, I heard a flutter of wings, drawing the attention of all the students and teachers.
Hermes.
I asked in surprise, looking at my owl who had just passed through the open doors of the Great Hall. Hermes then came close to me and dumped a bag in front of me.
What are you doing here? The mail delivery time is only in the morning.
I said, very confused, and probably everyone else in the Great Hall was feeling the same way too. Hermes, listening to me, looked at me, cocking his head to the side. Knowing that Hermes couldn't answer me, I shrugged and opened the bag, and inside I saw that there were a few dozen letters. Some letters had pink envelopes, others red and some white, but one thing they all had in common was the heart drawings or stickers.
Love letters.
Terry, who was looking over my shoulder, asked.
How did you get so many, and why just now?
Anthony asked too, a little jealous in his tone.
Maybe he only got it now, because he's been hiding all day.
Lisa, who was in front of me, said, looking at the letters with interest and curiosity.
If there was the slightest chance that some dwarf in diapers would come looking for you, wouldn't you guys hide too?
I asked.
You have a point.
Lisa said. Turning my attention to the letters, I felt something strange about them, but then a small smile appeared on my face as I realized what the letters were, and who it was that sent them to me.
Haha, it's many years before you can catch me in a prank.
I thought, looking haughtily at the twins at the Gryffindor table, who, when they saw my gaze, looked at each other disappointed before shrugging.
But you know, it's been a while since anyone in the Great Hall was caught in a prank.
I thought. I then shrugged and picked up one of the letters.
It's not like it's anything dangerous, and that might make others laugh, ending the awkward mood of this Valentine's Day.
Just as I was about to open one of the letters with a red envelope and blue hearts, someone took the letter out of my hands. I had felt this person approaching me, but I didn't expect him to be so intrusive.
Oh, look what we've got here.
Lockhart said with a bright smile on his face, but I could feel the jealousy and envy underneath all that honorable and friendly appearance.
What can I do? I'm a very attractive and charming man.
I said, for no other reason than to annoy Lockhart.
Yes, that reminds me a lot of my youth when I was still a student at Hogwarts.
The peacock.
But I'm not here to talk about my amazing youth, as you can find out about it by reading my autobiography that I wrote myself. In fact, I'm here because I'm curious to know who sent these letters to you.
Lockhart then, without my permission, began to open the letter he took from my hands, and I could have complained and bewitched him for the intrusion of privacy, but I let karma sort things out.
But that doesn't change the fact that he's opening my letter without my permission.
I thought a little annoyed.
Maybe a few more pranks will solve the problem.
Poof. As soon as Lockhart opened the letter, red ink and rose petals exploded in his face, shocking him and causing everyone in the hall to stare at him in awkward silence. After a while, Lockhart seemed to realize what had happened, since he let out a high-pitched scream and without even saying goodbye, he ran out of the Great Hall. After Lockhart left the Great Hall, the students recovered from their shock and started laughing, and even the professors at the staff table weren't hiding their amusement, with Professor Snape showing the closest thing to a smile I've ever seen on his face.
Puff, it's always Lockhart who falls for these pranks, ha-ha-ha. He is very stupid, ha-ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha, that's what he gets for ruining my Valentine's Day.
But you don't even have a girlfriend. How would he ruin your Valentine's Day?
Shut up, you don't have to remind me of that. Ha-ha-ha.
After a while, the laughter and comments in the Great Hall subsided a little, and Anthony turned to me, looking curiously at my pile of letters.
What are you going to do with the remaining letters, Ethan?
Anthony asked me.
Well,
I replied, and those around me almost felt sorry for Lockhart.
and do you really think he'll get caught up in these pranks?
Terry asked me with a raised eyebrow.
Do you think he won't?
I asked back.
Touche.
Terry said.
I think I'd better ask Fox to take these letters to my room at home.
I thought.
It's easier to hide and store the letters there than in my suitcase or the room of requirement.
Knight's house. Pav third person.
Lady Sarah, some letters have arrived for Mr. Ethan.
Linley said to Sarah, apparating to the kitchen. Linley was a small elf, even by the standards of other elves, and she wore a green dress with a white skirt and white ballet flats, made by herself at the request of Ethan and his parents. She had big green eyes and curved and pointy ears, and because she was young, she was very cheerful and hardworking, and a little shy too. Since Sarah and Joshua still worked sometimes and Seal went to preschool, the house was empty most of the day, and that meant that Linley had nothing to do, which is a bad thing for these hyperactive elves. So usually in addition to helping Sarah take care of Seal, Linley also went to Hogwarts to help the other house elves in the castle, as there wasn't much to do in the knight's house. But back to the present, as soon as Sarah heard Linley, she turned to the elf with confusion in her eyes.
Letters to Ethan, being delivered here.
She asked.
Yes, they were left by a big firebird.
Linley said in amazement.
Oh, so it was Fox.
Sarah said. Picking up the letters Linley had handed her, Sarah looked at them strangely as she realized what kind of letters they were.
I knew my son would be a conqueror of hearts, but I hoped it wouldn't happen until he was a little older.
Sarah said, a little pride in her tone.
Lady Sarah, the wards have signaled that some of these letters contain some kind of potion or enchantment.
Linley said, and the proud smile on Sarah's face faded, replaced by a serious, angry look.
Did anyone try to bewitch my son or control him with a love potion?
Sarah said. She then earned a haughty look.
HMPH. This would have worked if our wards didn't cancel harmful spells and potions. Lady Sarah, what are you going to do with these letters?
Linley asked.
I intend to throw them away, but first, let's see who are the bitk.
Here Sarah stopped, looking to the side to see Seal looking at her mother curiously.
Ahem.
She continued. Choosing one of the letters that had a white envelope and yellow heart stickers from the pile of letters Lindley had handed her, Sarah started to open it. After opening the letter, Sarah expected many things, like some letter from a girl in love, some gift, or even a perverted photo or some women's underwear. But she didn't expect to get a blast of pink smoke in her face.
A prank.
Sarah said with a sigh, her face and hair totally pink.
I shouldn't have agreed to let Ethan remove the wards that cancel the prank spell.
She thought.
Hey honey, I heard a noise coming from here. What happened?
Joshua asked, walking into the kitchen, only to see his wife staring into space with a contemplative gaze with a pink face. Hearing her husband, Sarah turned to Joshua to answer him, only to realize he was holding back laughter.
Nothing happened, darling. Just another accidental magic from Seal.
Sarah replied with a calm, slightly creepy smile on her face, something Joshua didn't notice. Sarah then started wiping her face with her apron.
Oh, did you know that Ethan got some love letters? And one of them is even from a teacher.
She said.
What?
Joshua asked in surprise. He then turned and looked at the pile of letters on the table with a frown.
I already burned the letter this teacher sent, but that white one with a red ribbon is also hers. I can't even imagine what's written in that letter.
Sarah said, hiding a sly smile behind a worried look. Joshua, listening to his wife, took the letter with a face of disgust and contempt.
What kind of school is this that hires a teacher who is courting my son, who is a child romantically?
Joshua thought angrily, opening the letter.
Sometimes, I think your fun is watching me suffer.
Joshua said dryly, with purple spots all over his body and his hair the color of magenta.
Thank you.
Chapter 198. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. After the disastrous Valentine's Day, my school days continued to pass normally. Gryffindor's match against Hufflepuff has already taken place, with Gryffindor winning by a large margin, something that saddened the Hufflepuffs who are on a losing streak. Seeing Gryffindor easily defeating Hufflepuff, Hilton decided to increase our training time, much to the dismay of some of the team. But in addition to training for my next Quidditch match, I also continued with my studies and training. My enhanced hearing could withstand high-pitched sounds for quite some time now, and now if I'm in a duel, I won't have to worry about my enemy using my senses against me. I also started to show some progress in my attempt to create my own unsupported flight spell, and even though that progress was small, it was still some progress when I thought about the amount of time it took me to learn to levitate off the ground, especially when I remembered that I could only levitate for 5 seconds. Now I could easily transfigure my feet into mist, and I know that's not much, but now that I've transfigured my foot, I already know the sensation and experience it takes to transfigure the rest of my body. Another important thing to remember is that luckily within a week, the dagger made of goblin silver would be delivered to me. And with that, it also meant I was basically a week away from my showdown with the basilisk. And this confrontation could very well be considered the first real challenge I'll have since the moment I was reborn in this magical world. Professor McGonagall's office.
So Ethan, what brings you to my office?
Professor McGonagall asked me, pouring me a cup of tea.
Can't I just want to come talk to one of my favorite teachers?
I asked with a cheeky smile on my face.
Flattery won't get you a higher grade in my class, Ethan.
Professor McGonagall said, but with a soft smile on her face.
Well, I tried.
I shrugged. I then took a sip of the tea.
This tea is wonderful, Professor Minnie.
I said, but then looked at Professor McGonagall, who was holding her mug of tea.
Glad to see you like the mug I got you for Christmas my first year.
I said, hiding my amused smile with my cup.
HMPH, cheeky boy.
She replied, and my smile widened at her response.
But back to my question, what would you like to talk to me about, Ethan? I know you wouldn't come to my office so suddenly if you didn't have something to talk to me about.
Professor McGonagall asked me, and I put my cup on the table and looked at her.
Actually, I came here because I'd like to ask you some questions about transfiguration.
I said, and Professor McGonagall looked at me with a raised eyebrow.
Oh, and what are those questions?
She asked me with interest, for whenever I asked her questions, my questions ended up leading us into an exciting and intellectual conversation.
I wanted to ask you about human transfiguration,
I replied.
more specifically about a wizard transfiguring his own body.
When I finished speaking, Professor McGonagall looked at me with a serious look.
And tell me, why would you want to know about human transfiguration, Ethan?
She asked me suspiciously.
I know what you're thinking, teacher, and no, I'm not thinking about transfiguring my own body.
I said to reassure her.
Even because I'm already doing that.
She then looked at me carefully, and after a while she let out a sigh.
Fine.
She told me, leaning back in her seat.
It's just that I was reading about animagus, and I was curious to know if anyone can become an animagus without needing the potion, or if anyone has tried and failed.
I said, a look of curiosity on my face.
Well,
Professor McGonagall said.
a wizard can transform into any animal using just his wand. And in fact, with this method, the wizard would be able to transform into any animal he wanted, something that is not possible with the common transformation method that is using the potion. Yes, I know that some wizards have an inner animal that is the one the potion helps to bring out, and that these wizards can only transform into that one animal until the end of their lives.
I said, and Professor McGonagall nodded.
Yes, but that's where the problem lies.
She continued, and I started to understand the problem of turning into an animagus without the potion.
And someone who transfigures himself into an animal without the potion will not have this ability, and as such will be trapped in said animal's form forever, until another wizard transfigures him back.
I finished for her, and Professor McGonagall looked at me satisfied and proud.
Yes, and believe me, unless the wizard has transfigured himself in the presence of a friend, hardly anyone will undo the transfiguration, as no one goes around casting spells on random animals to turn them back into humans.
A Professor McGonagall said dryly, and my lips curled up slightly in amusement.
Knowing wizards and the lack of common sense of most of them, your point becomes moot.
I said, and it was Professor McGonagall's turn to smile in amusement.
Yeah,
She said, sipping some of the tea that was in her mug.
But you know, Professor Minnie, a partial transfiguration wouldn't be a problem, right?
Duh.
well, Ethan,
She replied.
after all, a partial human transfiguration is not as useful as a complete transfiguration.
Isn't it useful? What if a wizard wants more strength? He could transfigure your arms into bear arms, or maybe transfigure your legs into kangaroo legs to jump higher.
I argued.
But tell me, Ethan, which of these abilities can't be acquired with the help of a spell?
Professor McGonagall asked me.
Okay, you have a good point.
I said.
Well, but just between us, Ethan, don't you think transforming into a full animal is a lot cooler than just having some animal body part?
Professor McGonagall asked me with a smile on her face.
Well,
I said, smiling.
but I still think that between being an animagus and having my beast power, I'd rather keep my beast power.
I thought with a little pride.
But I have another question, teacher.
I asked.
I know that at least in this type of transfiguration, the wizard can undo the transfiguration himself.
Of course he can. When a wizard transfigures himself into an object, his wand is transfigured along with him, as are his clothes, so he can use his wand even as an object.
She replied to me.
Only it obviously has certain limitations, but they are limitations of the transfiguration you already know.
Yes.
I said. I then drank some of the tea.
I think with that you answered all the questions that were on my mind.
I said with a smile.
I'm glad to hear that.
Professor McGonagall said, also smiling. After my conversation with Professor McGonagall, the questions that were on my mind were clarified. I was wondering why no one has ever tried to change their body using transfiguration, obviously not counting the metamorph magus. And my conversation with her also made me realize that my attempts to create my own unsupported flight spell were very dangerous and risky. But luckily, I had the power and ability to use wandless magic, so I didn't have to worry about what would happen if I managed to completely transform myself into a mist. If I couldn't use wandless magic, I might as well have turned to mist forever in these tests of mine, where I might have been blown away by the wind. Great Hall Lunch.
Sad to know that no one is asking for your autograph lately, Potter.
Malfoy asked with a mocking smile on his face.
Sad to know that even with their 2001 Nimbus, the Slytherin team still hasn't managed to win a single game this season, Malfoy.
Harry snapped, bringing a frown to Malfoy's face. Ron next to Harry laughed at Malfoy, causing the blonde boy to turn to him.
What are you laughing about, Weasley? At least I have money to buy a broom.
He said, and Ron was about to open his mouth to say something, but Granger was quicker.
Unfortunately, money can't buy talent either.
She commented, not even taking her eyes off her book, and this time Ron laughed, looking into Malfoy's face. Malfoy considered calling Granger a mudblood, but he knew doing so while surrounded by Gryffindors wouldn't be smart. The four then continued with their exchange of insults, while those around them watched with interest. And I, who was eating a delicious chocolate pudding and strawberries, was also watching this confrontation from a VIP seat, which happened to be at the Gryffindor table, with me sitting next to the twins. As Malfoy was getting ready to head back to his table after dropping one last mocking comment to the trio, I spoke to the twins, catching his attention.
So, Gred, what did you think of this confrontation?
I asked the twin sitting to my left, who happened to be George.
I think it was a little repetitive, but I'll still give it a 7 for the entertainment.
George replied.
And what do you think, Forge?
He asked his brother.
I liked the way Harry retorted Malfoy's mockery, and the face Malfoy made was very convincing. And Hermione's comment.
Fred said, his hand on his chin in thought.
That's why I give it a 7.5, Ethan. Well, it was fun, but I think their tone lacked emotion. I will give them a 6.
I said critically. I then looked at the Golden Trio and Malfoy, who were looking at me and the twins strangely.
And I could have given it a higher grade, but Malfoy's mockery lacked creativity.
I continued. Malfoy, when he heard the end of my sentence, looked at me with an indignant look as if my low grade was heresy to him. He then looked at Harry, at me, and then at Harry again.
I hope in your next match against Ravenclaw you don't fall off your Potter broom. You don't want your nickname to change from Scarhead to Scarbuddy.
Malfoy said, and his two gorillas behind him chuckled. He then turned to me as if expecting something.
Wow, that was new and unexpected.
I said in surprise, clapping my hands for Malfoy. Malfoy then looked at Harry with superiority, and Harry replied with a scowl before turning to me with an exasperated look, at which I shrugged.
Yes.
Chapter 199. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. February 23, Room of Requirement.
Transfiguring the hand is easier than the foot.
I muttered, looking down at my left hand, which was now made of black mist. With my hand still in this state, I tried to touch the armor in front of me, but it was very difficult to move it.
Damn!
I said, losing concentration, making my hand go back to normal.
Well, I think the first thing I have to do is learn to better control my body in this state. And I also have to train so that I don't have to be 100% focused to maintain this form.
As I pondered what concentration and control training I would do, I felt a magic surge up behind me, and recognizing the magic, I turned in curiosity. Poof!
Fogs!
I said as the fiery bird apparated into the room, holding a package in its claws.
I'm getting better at sensing when someone is going to apparate next to me.
I thought, but then my focus returned to the package in Fawkes' claws. Deciding to take a break from my training to see what Fawkes brought me and who it was from, I asked the room of requirement to move from a training room to a living room. When the room has finished changing, I sat in an armchair across from a table, and Fox dropped the package onto my lap before landing on the table.
What is this, Fox?
I asked, turning on my magic vision and looking at the package. As I looked at the remnants of magic that were in the package, I widened my eyes in excitement, recognizing one of the magic signatures.
It's from Nick.
I exclaimed excitedly, with a little anticipation in my tone, opening the package and finding a wooden box trimmed in silver. I was excited for a very simple reason.
It arrived earlier than expected.
I said, placing the box on the table and opening it. When the box was opened, I saw that inside there was a 17-centimeter dagger, which had a common design but beautiful and elegant. The dagger was obviously silver, but with my magic vision I could see the enchantments and magic in the silver. The blade was thin and straight, and the dagger hilt was made of black silver and leather, with a small ruby inlaid at the pommel base. In the box, along with the dagger, was also a wrist sheath made of leather, and I could see that she was enchanted with many spells, probably for durability and protection. Looking back at the dagger, I saw its blade glistening, and looking at it I could see the reflection of my amber eyes.
It's beautiful.
I muttered in awe, taking the dagger from the box. Holding the dagger in my hands, I shook it and turned it a little, feeling the weight and quality of it. I then, to test the dagger's sharpness, ran the blade over the arm of the armchair on which I was sitting, and as if I had been cutting butter, the leather of the armchair was cut with ease. Feeling satisfied with the dagger, I picked it up and stowed it in the sheath that came in the box.
Well then, I guess I won't need the sheath I bought anymore.
I said to myself, attaching the sheath with the dagger to my left wrist. Now I had a goblin silver dagger on my left wrist and my wand in the holster on my right wrist. I still intended to get another wand, and at that moment I could put it in an ankle holster.
Lucky for me that holsters and sheath can be enchanted with invisibility spells.
I said, noticing that the armchair mended itself, probably a feat of the room's magic.
Now that I have the dagger, nothing's stopping me from killing the basilisk anymore.
I said, taking a deep breath.
Well, it was going to happen sooner or later.
I told myself. I then leaned back in my armchair, staring at the fireplace the room created in front of me, lost in thought as I stared at the dancing flames that burned in the fireplace.
One step closer to being able to destroy the Horcruxes.
I thought. February 27th, Saturday. Black Lake. It was morning, and since it was the weekend, one of the few days off students had to rest, I was probably one of the few, if not the only student awake at this hour. I was sitting on a rock in front of the Black Lake shore in a castle-blind spot, throwing stones into the water and enjoying the sunrise while lost in thought. I had taken a secret passage to come to the Black Lake, wanting to have a time of peace and tranquility, as today will be the day I will face and kill the basilisk. My mind was a mess, and it started the moment I woke up and realized what I had to do today. I don't know why, but the thought of killing the basilisk, even though I knew it was necessary, made me feel bad.
Damn it!
I growled in frustration, standing up and throwing a stone hard into the lake. Seeing the stone sinking into the lake, I let out a long, weary sigh before sitting back on the ground.
Why am I thinking about this so much? The damn basilisk isn't an innocent creature.
I grumbled, putting my hands on my head.
Okay, I know these humans I think about killing are dark wizards who like to torture and kill other people for their own amusement.
I said, in an attempt to convince myself that what I was going to do wasn't wrong. Taking my hands off my head and drawing my knees closer to my body, I hugged my legs and resting my chin on my knees, I started to look out over the calm waters of the lake.
Why couldn't things be simpler and easier?
I muttered under my breath, pulling my legs closer. I then stood there, looking at the Black Lake and the giant squid, which had one of its tentacles out of the water lying on the grass, sunbathing. As I looked at the lake with a cool breeze caressing my face and the wind blowing my hair, I heard footsteps approaching me.
Hi, Luna.
I said without turning around.
Hi, Ethan.
She replied, and then I felt Luna sitting next to me, and without saying anything else, she just hugged me. Time then passed with both of us like this, and the sun on the horizon continued to rise high in the sky, lighting up the grounds and castle. With my mind calmer and more relaxed, I realized it was time for me to begin my preparations to enter the Chamber of Secrets.
Thanks, Luna.
I said softly, and Luna released me from her embrace.
You're welcome.
She told me with a nostalgic smile on her face.
I don't know if I've told you this before.
I said, smiling at the innocent, joyful girl next to me.
I know,
She said, also smiling.
and I wish she had met you.
Heh.
I said, letting out a light laugh.
Worried.
Luna asked me confused, cocking her head to the side.
Worried that his first friends were us.
I replied, and she looked at me in surprise for a moment before she started laughing.
Yes,
She said, smiling, wiping a tear from her eye. She then turned to me.
but what would the world be without a little weirdness and troubles?
A very boring and sad world.
Chapter 200. Leave a comment and a review. Your feedback helps me a lot. If you want to support me and read ahead. Patreon.com/C7NX. Yeah, here's the new chapter. Second floor girls' bathroom.
Well, I guess now the time has finally come.
I said to myself, holding my wand firmly as I looked at the bathroom sinks. After my conversation with Luna at the Black Lake, I went to the room of requirement to pack all the items and things that would be needed for my quest. I was wearing my enchanted outfit that I wore last year to face Quirrellmort. I also had a few things stashed in my pockets, like the potions I made, and some cubes that were nothing short of transfigured roosters. Taking a long breath, I gripped my wand tightly, earning a look of seriousness on my face, as I knew that any mistake I made now could result in disaster for the school and my death.
And open and...
I said in parcel tongue, and the sinks in front of me gleamed before they began to move and fade away, showing a large pipe that could easily fit a grown man. Looking at the entrance to the secret chamber, I started casting spells and wards over the bathroom, just in case. After finishing casting the wards in the bathroom, I approached the pipe. I then closed my eyes as I didn't know if I would find the basilisk when I reached the end of the pipe. Using my other senses to the fullest, I prepared to jump, but before that I said,
Close!
in parcel tongue, as I had no idea if the entrance would close as I passed. When I felt the sink's magic react, I jumped, sliding quickly down the pipe. Splash! After many curves and a very long descent, I finally reached the end of the pipe, landing on a damp stone floor. With my senses, I could feel that I was in a wide tunnel, and in front of me was a narrow tunnel that would probably take me to the main chamber and the basilisk.
I hope I don't find that damn snake in these tunnels.
I muttered, following through the tunnel with my wand in my hand pointed forward. After walking a bit through the tunnel, I felt that there was a big space a few meters in front of me, and ignoring the side tunnels, I kept going through the main tunnel, until I came to a wide part where I could feel a lot of bones below my feet, breaking easily with my steps. Ignoring the big snake skin that was in the corner, I kept walking. After walking a little more through the tunnel, I came across a wall, and not feeling the basilisk, I opened my eyes. After opening my eyes, I saw that in front of me there was a big smooth wall with some stone snakes surrounding it, and these snakes had emeralds in their eyes, giving them a sinister glow. I said in parcel tongue, and the sinks in front of me gleamed before they began to move and fade away, showing a large pipe that could easily fit a grown man. Looking at the entrance to the secret chamber, I started casting spells and wards over the bathroom, just in case. After finishing casting the wards in the bathroom, I approached the pipe. I then closed my eyes as I didn't know if I would find the basilisk when I reached the end of the pipe. Using my other senses to the fullest, I prepared to jump, but before that I said close in parcel tongue, as I had no idea if the entrance would close as I passed. When I felt the sink's magic react, I jumped, sliding quickly down the pipe. Splash! After many curves and a very long descent, I finally reached the end of the pipe, landing on a damp stone floor. With my senses, I could feel that I was in a wide tunnel, and in front of me was a narrow tunnel that would probably take me to the main chamber and the basilisk. I hope I don't find that damn snake in these tunnels.
Funny that the thing that scares me the most in this chamber isn't the basilisk, but yes, the Salazar's narcissism.
I muttered, looking strangely at the statues of his face.
Attention, Ethan.
I said, taking a deep breath. I then took those cubes out of my pocket and threw them, scattering them across the chamber. I also took one of the Curse of the Evil Queen potions out of my pocket and levitated the vial up high. Taking a deep breath again, I closed my eyes and ran my magic through my body, honing and strengthening my physical abilities.
And speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, and
I said, and I felt the statue's magic react. I didn't even need to open my eyes to realize that the statue's mouth was opening, and with my senses I could feel the basilisk coming out of it.
damn!
I said as I used my sonar magic to measure the basilisk's size, seeing that he was over 50 feet tall.
I almost feel like I'm in the movie, Anaconda.
As I was eyeing the basilisk warily, I heard him speak, obviously confused.
Wait!
I thought, with a plan forming in my mind.
And
I said, and I could feel the basilisk swaying slowly from side to side as it rose. The snake then licked the air, and I could feel his confused emotions shift to anger.
and SSSS.
The basilisk said angrily.
Well,
I said, shrugging my shoulders. And then, before the basilisk could attack first, I quickly waved my wand, undoing the transfiguration on the cubes, turning them back into roosters. And right after transfiguring the roosters back, I quickly cast 2 spells on said roosters. One of the spells was a compulsion spell to make them crow, and the other was one of the sonorous spells I learned. Roosters crowing.
and SSSSS, NOO end.
The basilisk screamed, groaning in pain as it thrashed around fiercely, slamming into the walls of the chamber, making the place shake.
So the crowing of a rooster really is a basilisk's weakness.
I muttered, a smile on my face, trying to ignore the part of me that felt bad from the pain that I was inflicting on the snake. Seeing that the snake was helpless, I started to cast several sequences of offensive and destructive spells on it, testing the durability of its skin.
Defindo sectum sempra, repulso, damn how tough is this snake's skin.
I cursed, transfiguring some rocks into spikes and shooting them in the snake's eyes, missing by millimeters.
and SSS enough end.
The basilisk yelled, waving its tail in my direction. Having dodged its tail, I quickly got up and launched an aqua eructo, causing a jet of water to come out of my wand, and I froze that water, trying again to hit the damn snake's eyes, but I again missed because I had to dodge its tail again. I was expecting another attack from the basilisk, but I saw that he turned around, ignoring me, and attacked one of the roosters that were at the foot of Salazar's statue.
Damn it!
I said, scowling, also realizing that the basilisk was suffering from the sound of roosters crowing, but it wasn't dying, and to make matters worse, the bloody snake seemed to be developing a resistance to the sound over time.
Hey you stupid snake!
I screamed, levitating the broken stones from the statues that the basilisk had hit in his frenzy, and using some spells I threw those stones at him.
An impuri and.
The snake said, turning towards me and advancing towards me.
Well, I managed to get his attention.
I muttered, seeing the basilisk rising and getting ready to attack me.
Pratigo.
I exclaimed, stopping the basilisk's frontal attack.
Lumos maxima.
I continued, and I heard the snake moan, probably having been blinded by the sudden light.
I hope you like this.
I said, casting a spell upwards. The spell I cast hit the potion vial I had levitated earlier, and the vial then shattered, with all the liquid inside turning to a large purple gas. Using my wand, I controlled the gas to surround the basilisk. And right after that I created a bubble, which enveloped the snake's head with the gas inside.
Sweet dreams.
I said, watching the snake struggle, but with every second its movement slowed, until in a moment the snake simply fell to the ground motionless. I said, scowling, also realizing that the basilisk was suffering from the sound of roosters crowing, but it wasn't dying, and to make matters worse, the bloody snake seemed to be developing a resistance to the sound over time. Hey you stupid snake, I screamed, levitating the broken stones from the statues that the basilisk had hit in his frenzy, and using some spells I threw those stones at him. And impuri and, the snake said, turning towards me and advancing towards me. Well, I managed to get his attention, I muttered, seeing the basilisk rising and getting ready to attack me. Protego, I exclaimed, stopping the basilisk's frontal attack. Lumos maxima, I continued, and I heard the snake moan, probably having been blinded by the sudden light. I hope you like this, I said, casting a spell upwards. The spell I cast hit the potion vial I had levitated earlier, and the vial then shattered, with all the liquid inside turning to a large purple gas. Using my wand, I controlled the gas to surround the basilisk. And right after that I created a bubble, which enveloped the snake's head with the gas inside. Sweet dreams, I said, watching the snake struggle, but with every second its movement slowed, until in a moment the snake simply fell to the ground motionless. Sigh.
Even now, when I'm facing the helpless basilisk, I still can't accept the fact that I have to kill him.
I thought, gripping the dagger tightly.
Damn, focus, Ethan.
I said to myself, clenching my other hand into a fist. I then took a deep breath, and ignoring the tremors in my body, I raised my other hand, gripping the dagger tightly with both hands. But just as I was about to stab the snake, my senses alerted me madly. And at exactly the same moment my senses alerted me, I felt the snake's magic suddenly stir violently. With me being so close to the basilisk and being caught off guard, I didn't have time to react to the snake's sudden attack, which used its head to viciously hit me, sending me flying through the air. I then flew until I hit one of Salazar's face statues, dropping the dagger on impact.
Arg!